Hello. Good morning, everyone. Can you please be seated? We do have translation available, so if you want to take a headset, there are different channels for each of the languages. We'll have translations to Spanish, Portuguese, and French today. So please grab your headsets if you need. All right, welcome to the Nature Positive Pavilion and to our first thematic day, Indigenous Peoples Day. We're so pleased to have you all here. This is a crucial moment for us, for nature within the climate space, but also for our whole livelihoods. Today, the objective is more than speaking. We're here to listen and we're here to learn from the experiences of the peoples that are actually living in this in our forests and our global ecosystems. So it's just very, very happy to see you all here. We have an exciting program of events. So please stick around throughout the day because there's lots that we're gonna learn and discuss. So for the first session, we're welcoming the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities. We have 4 Indigenous women here to bring us to the connection of the roots to our ancestors. We are thankful that they are sharing their energy with us. So I'll please welcome to the stage Cristiane Pancararo from the Articulation of Indigenous Peoples of Brazil and the Pancararo people. Aissatou Omarou from Chad in the Congo Basin. She comes from the Network of Indigenous and Local Communities for the Sustainable Forest Ecosystems from Central Africa. Sara Omi, Embera leader from Panama. She comes as part of the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities. And Briseida Iglesias, a young Embera leader, also from Panama and the Mesoamerican Alliance of Peoples. Thank you. Please.
Ok, c'est bon. Bonjour tout le monde. Soyez la bienvenue au pavillon Nature et Nature Positive. Je m'appelle Aissatou Omarou Ibrahim. Je suis la vice-coordinatrice du REPALEA, qui est le réseau des peuples autochtones et des communautés locales en Afrique centrale. Alors, nous sommes très heureux de vous accueillir aujourd'hui ici. C'est un grand plaisir de rencontrer toutes ces communautés-là et vous êtes là pour connaître notre histoire et qui nous sommes. Aujourd'hui, c'est la journée des peuples autochtones ici dans le pavillon Nature Positive et nous sommes là pour vous informer de ce que nous sommes en train de vivre. Alors, tout d'abord, avant de commencer, il nous faut une petite prière pour bénir cette journée importante pour la communauté autochtone. S'il vous plaît, si vous pouvez vous lever. Kala ko moftiɗo fuu kala ko hawti en ɗo fuu en fuu Allah ko en jamu meɗen Allah ko en juutal balɗe Allah ko en nasaraku dow ko gatten ko puɗɗuɗen fuu Allah hoynan en Allah wallu en Allah yar en yeeso Allah ko en no gaɗen Allah walla en Allah maɓitan en laabi meɗen Allah hokku en ko giɗɗen ko nummeten fuu Allah ko hamtin en de ko waddi en haa ɗo Allah hokku en ko gaɗeten man pat Allah hoynan en Allah suddu en asiri Allah hor en nder bandiraɓe meɗen en fuu ɓe jaam Allah hawtu yimɓe pat jaam Allah hawtu ɓerɗe meɗen hawtu kuuɗe meɗen yaaru en yeeso tilfu gaño meɗen tilfu wayɓe meɗen waɗitan en laabi meɗen moƴƴinan en pelle meɗen. Thank you so much. You can sit. Merci Sarah.
Buenos días, hermanos y hermanas. En nombre del Movimiento de Mujeres de la Alianza Global de Comunidades Territoriales, le agradecemos por el espacio y por la oportunidad de poder estar aquí, sobre todo de visibilizar el trabajo que realizamos las mujeres con esa conexión espiritual, cosmogónica con nuestra Madre Tierra y sobre todo lo importante de poder seguir impulsando y rescatando a que se garanticen nuestros derechos territoriales, el respeto a nuestros conocimientos tradicionales. Así que les damos la bienvenida a esta inauguración del pabellón de la naturaleza en positivo. Buen día a todos.
Thank you all. We'll have a short break, 10-15 minutes, as we wait for the next panelists to come. But the next event is going to be led by Equitable Earth, and it's called A Revolutionary Shift for the Voluntary Carbon Market, Leadership from Forest Communities at Global South Countries. So please stick around. In just a short minute, we'll have a next panel.
Greetings. Good morning, my friends. Just to let you know, there is a helicopter flying over, if you haven't noticed. Good morning, everyone. I think we're all here because we believe there is a chance to save this planet, isn't there? I believe there is. Just to let you know that we are having a bit of a logistical problem, but they're on their way. I just got to communicate with Minister Sônia Guajajara, Minister of Indigenous Peoples for Brazil. She's on her way here. She's almost getting here. Also, Minister Yves Bazaiba, Minister of Environment for the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So she's almost getting here as well. It turns out that, I'm sure you've noticed that this is a city, right? And getting to a place to another without directions is kind of a challenge. So we are all experiencing this dynamic situation. So Minister Yves, she's in the headquarters of the Congo Embassy, or Congo, the DRC, and which is, I've just been told that it's on the very opposite side of where we are. So she's also trying to get here. And apparently, they didn't provide a little card for her to get here. So please bear with us. So they're not here just in name, but they're all making their way here. So far, it's me and but Gustavo Sanchez. I just saw him walking in. Gustavo, ¿dónde estás? A movie? Oh, I like movies. That's great. Ahí está, hombre. Bienvenido. So thank you for your presence. We'll be starting soon. Thank you so much.
We're asking that a whale receive personhood recognition, first off to enable better protections for the whale.
The Henemoana Halo Ocean Initiative is a project that is envisioned, controlled, delivered by the Māori, for the Māori, but the success of it is the success for the rest of the world.
It's an opportunity to inverse an economic system that's been highly destructive for people and for the planet, and to realign ourselves back to value systems which are much more sustainable.
For countries that still eat whale meat, the whale maximum would fetch 40,000, whereas a living whale frolicking freely in the ocean is worth a minimum of $3 million in the ecosystem services that we account for. So it basically says a living whale is far more valuable to us than a dead whale.
Mi nombre es Lourdes Jipa. Actualmente soy presidenta de la nacionalidad originaria Quijos de la provincia de Napo. Tenemos 120 comunidades que son filiales a nuestra nacionalidad. Para mí la selva es algo sagrado porque la selva es para mí esperanza de vida para los seres humanos, esperanza de vida para las futuras generaciones, para mis hijos, para mis nietos. Nosotros tenemos que verle a la selva como nuestra madre que tenemos que cuidar. Nosotros creo que como pueblos originarios Nuestra vivencia, nuestra práctica ha sido siempre de vivir respetando, cultivando estos bosques para que nuestros territorios se mantengan firmes. Nuestros territorios son inmensos. Los territorios indígenas son la esperanza para salvar el planeta. Hoy a nivel mundial estamos sintiendo el calentamiento global que está arrasando con todo. Yo pienso que ahí está el deber de concientización de las empresas, que ellos son quienes generan su economía, quienes están al frente como industrias. Ellos deberían concientizar y apoyar de que ellos también pueden aportar a esta mitigación de los cambios climáticos, porque las instituciones públicas no dan fuentes de empleo. Entonces, su única manera es de vender los bosques, de vender la madera. Si existe un apoyo con esto del mercado de carbono, si se lo hace en coordinación con las nacionalidades, a cambio de que nosotros queremos el turismo comunitario, queremos que nuestros productos tengan industrialización, tengan precio justo, para que de esa manera la gente pueda dinamizar la economía local y se pueda mejorar la calidad de vida de las comunidades. Hay que concientizar fuerte desde nosotros como líderes, como familia en cada hogar, como gobiernos, como representantes, como empresas privadas, empresas públicas, porque si no conservamos nuestros bosques no tendríamos vida. Yo más bien invito a todos para que sean parte de esta acción por el clima, en mitigar este calentamiento global que solo no afecta a los pueblos indígenas, nos afecta a todo el planeta que dependemos de estos bosques.
Sio ma kabisa, kwa sababu ombi azabe ama utashaana, kwa sababu tunapenda ukusanyaji baalako tashi ngobabee umbilibi kila kitu utasekeme ombi azabe kila gashe gawa ikoma amanako.
Herders need this forest. Pastoralists need this land for their grazings. They put their bylaws for that purposes, without even knowing that there is carbon, there is another way of benefiting. So people are conserving not because of the money they are getting, they are conserving because of their primary target.
The world is being told that climate change is a problem, and it is a problem, but it's also a massive opportunity for countries like Tanzania. It's a massive opportunity economically, it's a massive opportunity to cement indigenous land rights and indigenous ownership of land. It's a massive opportunity to build an entire new economic system that benefits not only local communities but the global community.
This community have conserved this area for all these many years. Now they get money out of that. Hunter-gatherers are benefiting for their traditional use. Now they are sure of their land and food available. But for the pastoralist community as well, now they'll have a sure of grazing land. We are facilitating the process to make sure that community are starting to set the land according to their uses.
Ubitea wa ikoma azabe. Kwa sababu ama saa wa ikoma obe. Kwa sababu yenga ya me angwabe chete angwabe kwa sababu semea ya obe bam. Kwa sababu wa ikoma ama ya wa ubitea wa ikoma.
They come up with the sketch map, which they show clearly how that land is used, yeah, in terms of settlement, in terms of farming, the land for grazings, the lands used for traditional use of the Hadis of the communities. If you destroy some sort of acre, just 1 acre of forest, they will lose money. So community are very careful, make sure that no any cutting of trees.
Sisi kama VGS tunavyoenda doria na tunapomkuta mhalifu anakata mti au anavuruga wanyama, basi taratibu zetu za bylaw ya kijiji, sisi kama wanawake katika mradi huu wa carbon, katika mradi huu wa utunzaji wa misitu, tumeshirikishwa katika mambo mengi. Kwa mfano kama fedha zinazopatikana, maana hatuachwi nyuma na VGS wa kiume, na sisi pia tupo.
Yaani kitu kingine ya namna ya kukaa na mazingira ni kwamba miti sisi hatuharibu miti, hatukati miti moja kwa moja. Tunakatakata matawi, ndio maana bado tuko rafiki na miti mpaka leo. Unaona mazingira ni hiyo, lakini nyumba ni nyingi. Tukasema ngalawa hata kama hajasaidia familia zetu isaidie shule. Sasa tukasema hivi, tuwape hawa watoto chakula, tukawapatia chakula ambayo anakula mchana shuleni.
My life changed because before I was getting some problems when I was living in the street there. But when this project came, I got some changes because there are things that I was not getting. I got them. For example, uniform, school fees. I want to go and learn about information and technology. I was interested in learning this because of this forest here. I saw there are many potentials found in this forest, but people don't know. So when I learned information and technology, I got a chance to tell the world there are some potentials that are found in this forest and they should be preserved.
It's the communities that are choosing how to utilize this revenue. What do they want to build? What do they want to see? So in each of our contexts where we work with Maasai pastoralists, Hadza hunter-gatherers, Tatoga pastoralists, Bantu agriculturalists, they're using land in a different way, of course. And they're also using finance in a different way. But the similarities are very much around health, education, and governance.
Ndipo hewa ukaa, manake kuna hela walitenga, wakasema vijiji ambavyo vinanufaika na hewa ukaa, manake kuwepo Kapanga, Pembe na Katuma. Wakasema kwa kuwa wanatunza misitu, basi ngoja basi ni waone watibiwe bure.
Nimeanza 2015. Nimenunua vifaa, pia na ujenzi naendelea na kuiboresha biashara yangu kama ilivyotanua ili banda likawa kubwa. Ninaofanya kazi 6. Nilianza na 2, 3, sasa nina 6.
Ila nimeinuka zaidi walipotufadhili hawa, ndio nikawa nanunua na mahindi hapo, nikawa na shona nikaajiri watu 2. Kwa kweli imenisaidia zaidi. Lengo langu zaidi ni panue mtaji, niwe naleta vitambaa, nauza jumla.
Kwa sababu taima na huko akwe bae kwa sababu mila itazabe pakapa kwa sababu be semeta ni mama nako. Kwa sababu hawezi Mungu akweso kubali yeye. Kwa sababu itakuwa atone na azabe kwese atona kwese kia atone na sasa wataishi wapi atoa azabe.
The methodology was really driven by the community. We are just there as a guidance to make sure that their traditional way of conserving many years back now translated into papers and into laws.
Has become a big solution up to date that is supporting the people of Yedda Valley. As a result, nowadays, even the number of the animals are increasing.
Antes a gente morava na aldeia Goiuere, né, que é da terra indígena Uauí. Vimos que a saúde da nossa comunidade estava totalmente diferente do que a gente vinha observando, com aumento de soja. Toda vez quando as criançadas, os jovens, adultos tomam banho, a gente fica fazendo o corpo, né? Uma coceira, todo mundo coçava o corpo. Isso impactou muito a comunidade, até mesmo o nosso território, o rio, né? A gente não sabe como é que está a situação dos peixes que a gente se alimenta. Então, é uma das coisas que preocupou, até na questão de alimentos, está preocupando muito nós, né?
Bolsonaro mandou Né, a associação da Beta 15 anos, a Checan, a de Torren, né, aí projeto lá de Torren, bed como não aí tá projeto ni rede ali, ani no Kangoro Hinterothen, então aí Hindothen aí somuna aí cot, aí que tá projeto ni rede ali, Hindali tá ani, aí que tá Hinterothen. Aí tá Hinterothen, o Isuni que projeto, não ali aí tá de Torren, nem que ali projeto Korean que mesotum tira ali como tava ali aí tá de Torren, projeto que não aí tá gone aí tá Hinter aí tá Hinsukria né aí tá de coimo torone, o outro de coimo aí mais torne
Hui kawa mo ai to sin red ne.
Kuda kuwa mu hu kaga tudmo sare de anene goyon sulu kom to ni wade ajide toy komne ajin kata to mai to yin konene ni tore I dono ka chi to to ji ka ji sulu goi ho goi ka ton ko amu I chama aji to to tu bon ko ka ne ai ko kinwanen ari ga wi chama to tu aji pa to du ta ji fitne ai komien
Kupe khotira tolo thong hui su thom khero then tho su gan dero ni no then wai khom project tro aji pan khom aji ro pagandira aji mo sum bai ne khom sum bai bun duwa I tham paga ton mo aya ton anyu kure ni su gan dera kha so go su gan dera wa nyo khom thom ne wa nyo project tu bun du kwesin ti bun du.
E agora a gente mudamos de uma aldeia para o outro, né, um pouquinho longe da fazenda, e isso também levou a comunidade numa situação bem tranquila, né, e agora a gente está vivendo numa situação bem tranquila, as pessoas não estão queixando como a gente estava se sentindo na aldeia, da primeira aldeia que nós morávamos, né?
Yo hukai thara kaji pa thum aji pa tonin tha ji nyo hukani tha ba khoma ji pa nyu khoma ji khoye kheta ikambura huin tha krenyu yana runget thum da mura moi tha ye krenyu ke ikambu kheta aji pom thonara itha moi tha ye krenyu ipom da mura mo huin krenyu nen Solen wa bi tham aji pan mai kuku nai somun ithai aji khoye khetara man thai tri inget nyu inget thora nyu inget horo nyu thom tu no nyu jen no nyu ithai ra man hu khai tha khong tri hen wan ne nai khang ka kit ne arak ma ji sola ji pan mai somun tok thei tha thum Khet ko wa to dai khang ka han wa aji nyo hu khani tha wa rak ki kha ji pa mo kha tuk nai tha yo tuk le oda kana wi thu chiram bet nyu khom jot tam bet nyu wa su ram bet nyu ne rak ki tha mo wa ji nyo roi put to ji pa thu chi so mon sa kon ro pe ne poi to ro pe ne nyu no wa ji pa ai pa toi tham bai khet mon wa bai ku ba mu ni thom toi ra ko re rak khong ko re song khero pa mo man thai ke aji khoye thum khetta sa kho khong gere pan sok khre pa kandera khet ne yo man khri hong yo song khri ni pun poi tha hu khai tha I than wa bi ai bai khet na kun ma ai si pu song khri mom bet twa ji pa wa ji thai ang getta ni thai oi thai nang getta như hang getta Dup ne karamo dup tarai thai khet ne yang ko ko ya tin chi dai thai na khet ne như yo song se ning tha ne như thore inora puro hui khen ne như khom wi lit ne su mo puro huin thai ye kai thak ren I thak ne như khom như ituka chi tai mo sa len ne wa I thai hrui tha ko na wai ka tho như ituka chi tai mo sa na thai hrui chi da kre kot na na ro như ka tho wa a so le then thora mbu ne ni mon ne aji tukande ni tha yo ithara ithai na bi pa hu kha thik kom hu kha thik na aji tukande thara pa ba ajin tek le nai me thoran tek le ku tho khung ron ne yu nen lik khom bet ne thik ta so ku tho khom ne yu no to ni tha ji yo mi thuk to yo mi thu po ko aji tukande para ni tha ne wawi itai mai kun do ajipan ajitan thamai ajipan mai ku kun nen wa arak ipatatum ita man warak mot ai thamba wa mot thamban ko maji nyohin pai tharampan nenai arak ki khon jambak thing arak na wawi ajima imasapin khon jambak to nikun ko maji nyoy thaji khon tumbai khori tumbai wana araki to jambak thwa wawi mbra
Tuawe harana ta deme doi mana ma me kuma kanya me kuma kanya na tuawe harana ta deme doi mana ma me kuma kanya na ta 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 ta
La construcción de la represa hace de que directamente nosotros que estamos ubicados en esta ribera bien importante de este hermoso río Bayano, fuimos movidos, ubicados en otras áreas. Y la población queda ubicada en esta área donde completamente ya no hay nada. Esta era una zona que estaba cubierta de inmensa variedad de especies nativas. Algo que sucedió donde el proyecto Bayano hace una deforestación completa de esta área.
Los en verdad creemos que cada cosa, planta, animal, la tierra, el agua tiene un protector espiritual. La misma cultura también de nosotros es muy ligada, por decirlo así, al bosque, a la madre tierra, porque de ahí nace toda nuestra cosmovisión, nuestras costumbres, nuestra medicina y estructuras para las casas, para las artesanías, la comida, todo nace de ahí y quizá inconscientemente no sabíamos eso hasta ahora, que si perdemos el bosque, los árboles, vamos a ir perdiendo todo.
Ha habido bastante deforestación, principalmente debido a la ganadería. Están entrando los colonos y ellos devastan el área para criar ganado, y también por la ampliación de la frontera agrícola. Nosotros estamos en el vivero que maneja el Amarié, y entonces ahí observamos las diferentes especies de madera, hasta café. Hemos visto café, hay bálsamo, hay cocobolo, hay diferentes especies que después serán repartidos por grupos, ¿no? Que cada uno siembra en su parcela. Nuestros ancestros, nuestros abuelos siempre han venido trabajando con la agroforestería. Ellos tienen una parcela, diferentes cultivos. Ellos siembran café, siembran plátanos, siembran guavas, siembran todos los frutales.
Con el tema de reforestación queremos volver a practicar esto, volver a sentir esto, porque no les voy a mentir, muchos hemos perdido la esencia la esencia de la conexión con este bosque que lastimosamente ya no está y que queremos recuperar de alguna u otra manera.
Ellos siempre han mantenido ese trabajo en una parcela con 10, 20 especies diferentes. Así que el trabajo que están haciendo acá.
Ahora, en esta etapa que estamos trabajando con la Universidad de McGill, hemos tenido la oportunidad de reforestar 58.000 árboles. Y todavía esperamos por lo menos llevar a cabo este proceso a otras comunidades.
Y por eso también reforestamos exclusivamente con cosas que están muy ligadas a la cultura, como el jagua, la chunga, la guágara, cocobolo y otras maderas también metimos aparte de eso. Y con esto el plan es que recuperemos como el bosque, como la misma cultura a la vez.
Amarí es la Asociación de Mujeres Artesanas, no solamente en el complemento de tejer, pero en el sentido social, tejer economía, tejer conocimiento, tejer ideas y tejer necesidades que pueden ser solución en las necesidades que buscamos como mujeres y jóvenes.
Cuando la mujer o la niña recibe la pubertad, al 5.º día hay que cruzar el río, hay que ir a abrazar a esa familia para que ese río, ese árbol, le dé todas las energías que necesita la niña para empezar esta nueva etapa de la vida. Esa energía es la que recibimos nosotras las mujeres. Esa energía de que pueden haber cosas muy fuertes, muy malas, muy negativas, pero al final la mujer siempre se va a mantener de pie.
Vamos a una parcela de Amarí, vamos a encontrar medicina, vamos a encontrar elementos para hacer las artesanías, igual vamos a encontrar una quebrada que también sirve de sitio sagrado para uno hacer la complementación de lo que buscamos, por ejemplo, para la sanidad, para la relajación mental. Hay un caso muy especial. En la crisis de la pandemia, el proyecto de carbono ayudó a 29 familias a generar recursos en medio de la pandemia, cuando no había esa solución a ese problema económico, por ejemplo, para comprar otros alimentos que eran prioritarios. Esta es una parcela que la hemos puesto en este lugar para que sea como un ejemplo para el resto de las familias de la comunidad, y que cuando hablamos de restaurar es como traer nuevamente a los árboles que se habían muerto. Entonces, la visión de los jóvenes y las mujeres es que precisamente proyectos como la que estamos realizando eran una de las alternativas para recuperar esos territorios y dentro de ello, pues, restaurarla.
El trabajo que hacemos de reforestar, de plantar, en un futuro yo sueño que aunque yo no lo vea, quizás las siguientes generaciones puedan disfrutar de algo así y, por decirlo así, reconectar realmente como debe ser con la misma cultura, con el bosque, volver a ese origen que es algo puro, que de verdad vale la pena rescatar.
Esos bosques en manos de los jóvenes es una esperanza para la futura generación.
Thank you. So first, just a word of notice, the ministers are almost here, so we're gonna be starting soon. Apologies for this. But while we wait, we do have someone that was just from the peoples that were just featured in this film. So if you wanna join me, Sarah, if you wanna join me and speak a little bit about your peoples, your traditions, and a bit about the project.
Bueno, muchas gracias por el espacio y mientras llegan los ministros, eh, el último video que acabamos de ver me llega mucho al alma. Perdón. Porque justo en el video aparece uno de nuestros grandes líderes de la comunidad. En el año 74, mi territorio, mis abuelos, perdieron sus mejores tierras, nuestras tierras ancestrales. Quedaron bajo el agua. Y hoy la comunidad, tenemos alrededor de 43 años. Y uno de los grandes líderes que aparecen allí fue el que promovió la defensa del territorio y llevar una demanda ante la Corte Interamericana de Derechos Humanos por las constantes violaciones de derechos, por el no reconocimiento a las tierras. Mis abuelos fueron despojados de ese territorio ancestral y no se cumplían y no se garantizaban los derechos por la construcción de esta hidroeléctrica. Y él, ese gran líder, él falleció hace 6 meses, lastimosamente, y es el padre de mi compañera que está aquí, de Nidia Pacheco, de mi hermana. Y para nosotras, las mujeres, es siempre buscar ese equilibrio que se necesita para seguir defendiendo nuestros conocimientos, nuestras tierras. Y las mujeres tenemos un rol muy importante y protagónico para poder seguir restaurando nuestros conocimientos, trabajando de la mano con los jóvenes, con las mujeres, para seguir rescatando esos valores tradicionales que perdimos bajo el agua y que hoy todavía seguimos construyendo ese espacio, ese momento, para poder mantener viva nuestra resistencia y sobre todo en la defensa y las luchas sobre nuestros territorios. Y esa ha sido como nuestra misión desde la Asociación de Mujeres Artesanas en Verá en Panamá, y como miembro de la Alianza Mesoamericana de Pueblos y Bosques a través de la Coordinadora de Mujeres Líderes Territoriales, hemos logrado también poco a poco visibilizar nuestro trabajo, nuestra tarea, que es muy importante. Las mujeres estamos haciendo mucho dentro de nuestras comunidades, pero también a nivel de nuestras comunidades estamos rompiendo esas brechas del machismo, de la desigualdad también, porque es una problemática que enfrentamos cuando también las mujeres queremos acompañar los procesos de lucha y resistencia dentro de nuestros territorios. Así que de verdad le agradezco mucho de poder compartirle un poquito sobre mi territorio que se llama Territorio en Verá de Alto Bayano. La comunidad se llama Ipetí en Verá y es para nosotras de mucho gran valor poder vernos en esta COP a través de este video. Así que muchas gracias por darnos la oportunidad de compartirlo. Gracias.
Quando começar o quê? Hello, my friends. I'm back here to talk to you. So, though simultaneous translation is going to be provided, right? So, those of you that need translation, you can get your headset. Meus amigos, bom dia. Só para avisá-los que a tradução simultânea será... nós teremos tradução simultânea. Portanto, quem precisar de tradução, tem esses aparelhinhos que estão... What are the headsets in the back there? Os aparelhos para tradução simultânea estão ali atrás, pessoal. Quem precisar... Amigos e amigas, bem-vindas. Se necessitam de este headset para tradução simultânea, estão aí atrás, está bem? Yeah, they can already sit and I'll introduce them. Yeah, they can maybe. Ministra. Melissa, você está aqui? Cadê Melissa? Alguém pode trazer, por gentileza, um aparelho para a ministra? Grato. Ministra Sônia. Ministra. Soninha, pode sentar ali, por gentileza? Vou te apresentar o Gustavo daqui a pouco. Is Minister Eve from DRC is here already? I understand that she arrived. Is she? So could we have her come here? Josh, could you have the minister please join us? So can we have her join us? Minister Sonia, she has a very tight agenda. So give you a piece of news. President Lula and Minister of the Environment, Marina Silva, they had to go to Germany. And Minister Sonia now is the head of the Brazilian delegation. She's the highest authority here present. Estou dizendo que o presidente Lula e a ministra Marina estiveram aqui para a Alemanha, né, ministra? E que a senhora é a autoridade maior do governo brasileiro aqui. E eu tenho que segurar aqui as minhas emoções, porque é a primeira vez, né, que nós temos um Ministério dos Povos Indígenas no Brasil. Então, palmas para o primeiro Ministério dos Indígenas no Brasil. First Indigenous ministry in Brazil, and more, that's not it. And the minister is an indigenous person, so, and a woman, thanks to her. E a primeira vez que uma ministra mulher indígena. It's a new history in Brazil. Momento novo, né? Então, Minister Eve. Can we have Minister Eve, please? So maybe I think she's joining us, and also Puir Tembe, she's already here. The lines are kind of out of control today, so that's why I think a lot of people are still making their way here. But I think we should get started. Leticia, can I get started? Yes? Can we have Minister Eve, please, join us? Please, thank you. So live streaming, I think you need my hands up. Tradução simultânea, pega o aparelhinho, eu vou falar inglês. Pessoal, eu vou estar falando inglês, então quem precisar da tradução, por gentileza, quem precisar de tradução para o português e para o espanhol, tem os aparelhos ali atrás, tá? Ok, live streaming can go. Yeah. Are we good back there? Yeah? Thank you. So, still morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Beto Borges. I'm the Director of Forest Friends, Communities and Territorial Governance Initiative. And it's an honor to be here with all of you. And even more so to make these introductions. And this event is being sponsored by Equitable Earth. It's a new coalition that Forest Friends, Wildlife Works, and Everland together and other partners are coming together in order to create a new standard for the VCM. We'll be talking a little bit more about that at the end. But it is really my pleasure to have the honor to introduce our panelists. Minister Sônia Guajajara, who is the Minister of Indigenous Peoples of Brazil. Please give a round of applause to her. Welcome, Minister. Bem-vinda, Ministra. Minister Yves Bazaiba, Minister of Environment for the Democratic Republic of Congo. Welcome, Minister. My dear friend, Gustavo Sanchez, who is the president of RedMocaf and AMPB. He's part of the leadership of AMPB. AMPB represents, as well as RedMocaf in Mexico, they represent indigenous peoples and local communities, AMPB in Central America, and RedMocaf, of course, in Mexico. Round of applause for Gustavo. Bienvenido, Gustavo. Nada. Puir, querida, bem-vinda. And last but not least, Puir Tembé. She is the Secretary of Indigenous Peoples for the state of Pará in Brazil. Welcome, Secretary Puir Tembé. Seja bem-vinda, Secretary. And again, welcome to all of you that are here, that make the time and effort to be here with us. Really glad you made through the lines. And here we go. And sorry for the bit of delay. We appreciate your understanding. So my friends, the importance of the subject that we're talking about here today has to do with, as the Minister Sônia was just speaking of. Tradução está funcionando para vocês? The importance of driving climate and conservation finance to the hands of the best stewards of the forest globally, whom we know are the indigenous peoples. You may have seen the data that roughly 1% of all conservation finance, particularly climate finance, gets to the hands of indigenous peoples and local communities. And I think that should change. You may recall that in the COP at Glasgow, more commitments were made because of the clear evidence that indigenous peoples and local communities are the best stewards of forests. So both governments and civil society, private sector, as well as philanthropic donors, all increased their pledges for climate and conservation finance overall to get to the hands of indigenous peoples and local communities directly. However, 2 years later, we haven't really seen those commitments coming through as of yet. We have seen some signals, and yet we hear directly from the minister she just spoke of. The resources are not yet getting to the hands of the best stewards. And more, we believe that both public and philanthropy resources combined are still not enough in order to tackle the immense challenge that we have at hand in order to do conservation at scale by the hands of local communities, indigenous peoples and local communities. Therefore, the role of the market is very important. We believe that even though climate finance, be it through projects, through the voluntary carbon market, as well as jurisdictional programs, have their challenges, particularly in terms of integrity. But we believe that it's possible to change that. This new coalition, Equitable Earth, is in order to work towards increasing the integrity, the social environmental integrity of climate finance, in particular carbon finance for the voluntary carbon market. But in order to do that, in order to learn how to work better with local communities and indigenous peoples, again, we have the honor of having these leaders here to tell us what their messages are in order to achieve this goal. So I will start by making a question to you, dear friend, Minister Sonia. And here's the question. At COP26 in Glasgow, 140 countries pledged to end deforestation, including Brazil. Can you tell us about the essential role of indigenous peoples, the essential role for indigenous peoples for helping Brazil reach its goal? Maybe we'll wait a little bit to figure out what that's going. Só minuto. Vamos esperar o povo aí resolver essa história.
É o alarme do lugar, é?
We still have time to fix the problem of climate change, but the alarm is... Hã?
Repete a pergunta, por favor.
Sim, senhora. Agora eu fiz uma... Ainda temos tempo para mudar, para salvar o planeta, mas o alarme está soando, né, ministra? So, vou repetir a pergunta. I'm going to repeat the question. Minister Sonia Guajajara, at COP26 in Glasgow, 140 countries pledged to end deforestation, including Brazil. Can you please tell us about the essential role of indigenous peoples for helping Brazil reach its goal?
Aqui está o tempo também. O fuso horário também está aqui na tradução. Não, já entendi. Bom dia a todas, a todos, a todes. É uma alegria poder estar aqui participando desse debate. E mais feliz eu fico de ver aqui algumas pessoas que estavam comigo já desde 2009, quando eu participei da primeira COP lá em Copenhague, na Dinamarca. E ali foi a retomada das COPs, né? E eu estava chegando ali, estou vendo o André ali, muito feliz, André, né? Que a gente começou junto, o Marcelo está ali, né? Também, que a gente já estava há muito tempo nesse debate. O Beto também, muito grata, Beto, né? Por continuarmos juntos e estar aqui hoje participando, né, desse painel. E tantas outras pessoas indígenas também, que já vêm há algum tempo lutando para essa participação dos povos indígenas nesses espaços. Em 2009, quando eu comecei, a gente era apenas 3 ou 4 indígenas que conseguia falar em algum desses espaços, né? Então, eu cheguei e sentia muito essa falta. Como que os indígenas estão aqui, né, como atores importantes, né, que fazem a proteção e não estão participando desses espaços, né? E a gente era muito pouco do Brasil. A COICA já participava, né, com mais pessoas dos países da Bacia Amazônica, mas a gente ainda lutava para ter um lugar para nós. E foi aí que se construiu o Caucus, que é esse espaço de debate dos povos indígenas global, né? Daí para cá, construímos a plataforma a partir do Acordo de Paris, né, a plataforma de povos indígenas, o grupo técnico, né, de apoio a esta plataforma, e a Cineio Apichana, né, que cresceu também nesse espaço, hoje está aí como nossa correpresentante da América Latina e Caribe, né? Então, a gente tem avanços nesse sentido da participação. Precisamos avançar ainda mais na participação direta na mesa de negociação, né? E, quando se fala de financiamento, se fala das emergências, nós temos falado muito, né, repetido esses dados da ONU, quando afirma que povos indígenas representam 5% da população mundial e protegem 82% da biodiversidade ainda viva no planeta. Então, esse é um dado muito importante para entender que povos indígenas sendo os maiores guardiões, precisam também do apoio, né, para continuar garantindo as soluções para conter essa crise climática, né? E embora durante todas essas COPs, né, sejam firmados acordos importantes, sejam compactuadas metas, mas dificilmente a gente sente essas metas, né, sendo trabalhadas diretamente com os povos que protegem, né? E o presidente Lula tem afirmado isso em todos os lugares que ele tem passado, de que são muitos os anúncios, mas que não está suficiente ou não está chegando diretamente para essa mudança acontecer. Prova é que já são 13 COPs, considerando a pandemia que não teve, né, de 2009 para cá, e a gente não está conseguindo evitar a redução das emissões. Pelo contrário, né, está cada dia mais aumentando. Estamos lutando aí para não chegar, a temperatura não chegar a 1,5 graus, mas nós estamos saindo agora de 2023 com o ano mais quente da nossa história, né? O ano mais quente na história da humanidade, desde que se começou a fazer esses registros, né? Então, alguma coisa está errada. As COPs continuam acontecendo anualmente, né? Continuam os acordos, continua o estabelecimento das metas, mas nós não estamos conseguindo reverter. Então, se não houver uma mudança de postura dos governos, né, tanto dos países desenvolvidos, né, quanto dos países que têm florestas e que protegem, a gente realmente vai continuar em risco, né? E vamos chegar nesse ponto realmente irreversível. Então, aqui eu acho que é um momento importante para se tomar as decisões e se traçar esse caminho até a COP30, que vai acontecer no Brasil. O Brasil, como esse país que tem a maior floresta tropical do mundo, que tem povos indígenas, que tem comunidades tradicionais, que tem quilombolas, que tem uma Amazônia cheia de pessoas que estão protegendo, que tem o bioma cerrado, que tem o bioma Mata Atlântica, que tem o bioma Pantanal, todos igualmente ameaçados, né? Que tem a Caatinga. Esses biomas igualmente precisam ser protegidos. E, para proteger, precisa proteger as pessoas. Então, o Brasil é um país muito importante, né, nesse contexto de liderar essa discussão aqui e o alcance das metas, né, das mudanças climáticas. Então, nós estamos aqui, né, hoje estou enquanto governo brasileiro e com toda essa esperança mesmo de que o Brasil possa reverter essa situação, assumindo mais uma vez a liderança. Saímos aí de 6 anos de negacionismo das mudanças climáticas com o governo passado. O Brasil volta a esse cenário internacional, das COPs também, para assumir os compromissos e executar na ponta, né? Esse ano, em 8 meses, já foram reduzidos mais de 40%, né, do desmatamento na Amazônia. As terras indígenas se apresentam, né, como grandes barreiras contra o avanço desse desmatamento. E comparando, né, somente 2 terras indígenas que teve uma ação significativa do governo nesse período, né, terra Yanomami e a terra Apitereua, no Pará, né, você já vê uma diferença enorme comparando o mesmo período do ano passado. Então, são apenas 2 terras indígenas que ainda não concluiu a ação de proteção, mas que já mostram resultados importantes de redução do desmatamento. Então, isso são dados que precisam ser utilizados e entender que os povos indígenas precisam ser apoiados, né, para executar a gestão desses territórios, a partir dos apoios também estadual, federal e também esse apoio internacional das entidades que hoje também estão, né, tentando apoiar, né, essa redução das emissões. Então, nessa condição hoje também de governo brasileiro, estou assumindo conjuntamente com outros ministérios para trabalharmos juntos, né, para redução do desmatamento, das queimadas, das emissões, numa gestão compartilhada e transversal, porque não é responsabilidade somente do Ministério do Meio Ambiente e dos povos indígenas, essa responsabilidade é de todos. Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Minister. Very important point. Many points, and in particular, what you spoke about the need for finance, conservation finance, to get to the hands of indigenous people so that they can implement life plans and other integrated territorial management strategies. Then, Minister Eve, good morning. Minister Sonia, we're good with that? Yeah. Minister Eve, Minister Sonia talked about the role of indigenous peoples in ending deforestation. And one of the ways this can be supported is through transformational climate finance that goes directly to communities. An example of this is the Mine Dombe RED project in the DRC. Minister Eve, can you please tell us about this pioneering project and the success you have had with it in your country? It's an honor to have you here, Minister.
Thank you so much. Allow me to stand because I want to feel more comfortable. I have my angel here to translate, to help me to express myself in French, but I will try little bit because I want all those people to hear me, even I can't express correctly. When I can read here, Equitable Elf, it means we have only one planet, we're living together. I'm coming from a rainforest country, and I want to respect indigenous people here because myself, I born in forest. When I born in forest, this is an environment of my life and my family and everybody. And we feed ourselves from this forest. When I heard usually the word say that we destroy the forest, talk about deforestation. We don't destroy the forest. It's our behavior, is our strategy to be alive. We need agriculture. How to do the agriculture in the space like this? You should cut tree, maybe put fire, and plant maize. It's not to destroy, it's our life. I need fire to cook my food. How am I going to proceed? I go to the forest, I cut tree, and I put to the fire, and I cook my food. It's not to destroy. I want a transportation. How can I do? I need a boat. I go to the forest, I cut tree, and I made the boat. The chair as well. My home as well. To build house. You know, this is our life. Now, when they are the warmth of the planet, we are not responsible of the warmth of the planet. We didn't do anything. But we know that this responsibility to face to the warmth of the planet is for everybody, but there are the difference. You are polluting, and I'm not polluting, but I have a role of mitigation. So the world ask Amazonia, Congo Basin, and Borneo Mekong Basin to preserve, to keep the forest. Okay? How to preserve without alternative of agriculture. alternative of everything of our life. It means adaptation. How to adapt ourselves, how to face against the warmth of the planet. We have to change our behavior. To have a resilient agriculture, we need found. To have the butter with maybe iron, we have to use both tree or timber. We need found. To change our behavior, we need found. Those found is not the loans or the humanitarian aid. No, never, because we are not the responsible of the warmth of the planet. In French, we say, principe de pollueur-payeur. Qui casse paye. So, some partner understood this mechanism. They came to the Congo, in Maindombe. They say you have a wonderful response based in nature to face to the climate change. You should protect this forest. We say, okay, now let us talk. We sit and we talk. We enter in the carbon market with ERA and worldwide wildlife forest. They came to us. We talk together with the owner of this forest, indigenous people as me. We talk, they say, for your agriculture, we will help you to have a land. We can do the resilient agriculture. So to put less pressure to the primary forest, and they give fund. And they told us they're going to build the school for us, hospital, because if you don't build hospital, you don't give me medication. I go to the forest. I can take the leaves. It will help me like medication. It's not to destroy. So they give us those alternatives. Now you can see that we're saving the planet from Maindombe. This is a sacrifice. This sacrifice needs compensation. You can't destroy in north and you come to south, you say, do sacrifice without compensation. Without compensation. So, this is, I ask for everybody to understand that the forest, the peatland, the mangrove, still the best way to protect the world. We should, both of us, protect those. Because when in our country we protect the forest, it's not because someone can tell us, protect this forest. No, it's our life, it's the environment of our life. So if you need more, give more fund. Sometimes I heard that you didn't do anything to have those forests. I want to tell you. Last year, we signed an agreement between Indonesia, Brazil, and DRC. You know why? Because Indonesia, Brazil, and DRC, the three countries, we have 52% of forests around the world. Now, if you want to speak in terms of basin, Amazonia basin, Congo basin, Borneo Mekong basin, it means 80% of forests around the world. We should be in the space of making decisions. If not, we have already agreement on tree and we can decide as we want because we are the owner. When they say that, no, you didn't do anything to have those forests, it's the nature God gave you, okay, it's fine, I'm agree with you. But we are owner. The right of owner exists in different countries around the world. Secondly, when you ask us to protect, to preserve, we are like the guardian. We should have remuneration, the salary of the guardian. Can you tell me? It's for free? You destroy enough and us, we're supposed to do the sacrifice for free? Never. And I told you that we don't destroy, we usually feed ourselves, everything coming from the forest. So I want to let know around the world that we have the wonderful partner. They understood this mechanism, they understood our role and how we are so important with our forest area and wildlife forest. They are here. Maybe we don't have a flyer. I can share those information for everybody. We have now more than 16 schools of high level built. We have hospital. We have, they support us to the agriculture, the resilient one. And now we're going to have a more social infrastructure like roads, bridge, solar energy, airports and ports, so on, so on, so on. This is to help us to adapt ourselves to the new situation of climate crisis, and to go forward. It's simple. I'm so sorry for my broken English, but I think that you understood it really. Okay, thank you.
What a powerful message. It really is. These ladies are giving me the chills. I'm sure it's the same for you. Think about it, my friends. Brazil and the Congo, and of course Indonesia as well, together hold most of the tropical forests that are left. And in Brazil, we have a woman, a minister, an indigenous person leading the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples. In DRC, we have a woman leading the Ministry of Environment. I think that's a sign of hope, isn't it? So, and speaking of women in power, which really touches my heart. By the way, I've been raised with women in power in my life, so I know that's best for us. So, it's true. Speaking of that, my dear friend Puir, who is again the Secretary of Environment, Secretary for Indigenous Peoples for the state of Pará. We also have here, by the way, lots of powerful women, and another one is my dear friend Francisca Arara. Could you stand up? Levanta só minutinho para te apresentar, querida. Francisca Arara is the Secretary for Indigenous Peoples for the state of Acre in Brazil, the Brazilian Amazon. And many other very important indigenous women leaders here. Equitable Earth is supporting a delegation of 25 indigenous women from Brazil. Minister Sonia said in this COP is where we have the most participation of indigenous women in Brazil. So we are very touched by that. And speaking of the role of indigenous women, Secretary Puir, a question for you. We talked about the role of indigenous peoples. Both Minister Sonia and Minister Eve have been talking about the role of indigenous peoples. But then, Secretary Puir, could you please share your perspective, in your experience, about the role of indigenous women, in particular, in ending deforestation? What can we learn, as boys, particularly, from you, powerful ladies, to end deforestation? What is the message that you have for us? What is the message that you have, in particular, about the role of indigenous women to end deforestation?
Bom dia a todos, a todas, a todes. Bom dia às ministras aqui presentes, ao meu companheiro aqui que está também compondo. Ele teve coragem de sentar aqui, né? Entre essas três mulheres. É muita coragem sua, Davi. Mas quero dar um especial bom dia às mulheres indígenas, né? Que todo dia levanta, todo dia acorda, seguindo na esperança de esperançar o mundo. Então, eu quero dar um especial ao grupo, ao coletivo de mulheres que eu faço parte, que eu sou cofundadora, a amiga que está aqui. Levanta a amiga para saudar vocês aí. Quero uma salva de palmas para essas mulheres que são da amiga, que são do colegiado, né? Articulação Nacional das Mulheres Indígenas, Guerreiras da Ancestralidade. Um bom dia muito especial à ministra, né, que é do nosso país, que se desafiou a estar nesse lugar inovador no Brasil, né? E ela nos encoraja a também ocupar espaços. Aqui hoje eu estou, né, antes de ser secretária de Estado, eu sou uma guardiã. Sou uma guardiã do território. E agora estou como secretária. Então, acho que o papel nosso, aí eu vou falar muito aqui do Brasil, né? A experiência que nós tivemos foi que passamos 4 anos de um governo desgovernado, de um governo que não compreendia a luta dos povos indígenas e que só fazia retrocessos aos direitos dos povos indígenas. E nós, mulheres, fizemos um levante, se levantamos e fomos para as ruas derrubar um governo chamado bolsonarista, um governo que destruiu e que está sendo luta para o presidente Lula recompor a política voltada aos povos indígenas, mas não somente voltada aos povos indígenas, uma política, né, de direitos humanos voltado ao povo brasileiro. E eu quero parabenizar a ministra porque teve essa coragem de assumir esse lugar, como tantas outras mulheres que estão aí se colocando nesse lugar para reconstruir o país. Reconstruir o cenário nacional, reconstruir uma política ambiental. Então, não está fácil, não só para o Brasil, eu acho que não está fácil para o mundo. O povo está falando muito do Brasil, o povo fala muito da Amazônia, mas eu acho que o problema não está só no Brasil e não está só na Amazônia. Ele está no mundo. Porque todo mundo está jogando a responsabilidade aos povos indígenas, às populações tradicionais. E essa responsabilidade ela não pode ser somente jogada aos povos indígenas, às populações tradicionais. Ela precisa ser jogada para o planeta, para o mundo, para a sociedade em geral. Porque nós estamos fazendo a nossa parte. Nós estamos pagando com a nossa própria vida por defender a pauta ambiental. E não recebemos nada por isso. E hoje, a gente fala muito desse financiamento climático. Se fala muito desse recurso. E a gente, cada vez mais, vem crescendo a participação dos povos indígenas na COP, como disse bem a ministra, que reconheceu algum dos seus colegas aqui de COP, desde de 2009. O que, de fato, e quanto isso está chegando nas populações? E cada vez mais a nossa participação ela tem crescido, sobretudo a participação das mulheres indígenas. Cada COP que se passa, a nossa participação cresce, mas o nosso financiamento desaparece. Esse financiamento ele não está aparecendo para nós, povos indígenas. É preciso pensar esse financiamento com recorte para as mulheres. que são detentoras dos conhecimentos tradicionais, que são detentores dos conhecimentos para os nossos filhos. Nós passamos de gerações para gerações. Nós vimos fazendo esse trabalho e que esse financiamento não consegue enxergar. Esse é o nosso desafio. Como é que nós vamos fazer um trabalho de proteger, de preservar, se isso não está chegando na mão de quem faz esse trabalho? E aí eu acho que esse é um dos nossos desafios, mas isso também, acho que a gente não pode só falar de que não se está fazendo nada, né? Acho que a ministra traz isso muito na sua fala, esse trabalho que o Brasil está fazendo de reconstruir. E eu, né, vindo do estado do Pará, com um governador que, por sua vez, também tem se colocado nesse lugar, alinhado com o governo federal, de enfrentar esses impactos ambientais que estão ocorrendo, não tem sido fácil. Não tem sido fácil. Nós temos hoje um cenário no Pará que há uma mineração dentro dos territórios indígenas, que há o desmatamento, que há a derrubada de madeira, que é retirada de madeira dentro dos territórios indígenas, e isso a gente precisa acabar com isso. Mas a gente também precisa pensar essa política social que há dentro dos territórios. Mas isso precisa que esse financiamento olhe os estados, olhe os governos e olhe a sociedade civil, as organizações indígenas, que poucos são beneficiados, se quase nada são beneficiadas para fazer esse trabalho da proteção. E aí dizer para vocês que a gente olha, né? A gente está aqui, daqui a pouco, né? Eu não estou, porque a gente vai, né? Vai também envelhecendo, vai ficando, né? Vai ficando aí com reumatismo. Mas acho que a gente precisa pensar e apoiar essa juventude que está aí, gente. Que cada vez mais a COP cresce e a gente precisa garantir a participação da nossa juventude. E quando eu falo do reumatismo, é sério. Daqui a pouco a gente está, né, com dor no joelho, com dor na costa, com dor no corpo, né, com sequelas da emergência climática também que a gente está vivendo. E quem vai assumir essa liderança? Quem vai tocar isso? São os nossos filhos, os nossos netos, a nossa juventude. E é preciso pensar o futuro, o agora para a nossa gente, para o nosso povo. Ainda dá tempo. Ainda dá tempo de reconstruir, ou melhor, de construir uma nova história. Ainda dá tempo de plantar árvore, que é uma coisa tão simples. Ainda dá tempo, não só de plantar a árvore. E a perspectiva que eu tenho, como mulher indígena, que ainda dá tempo de reflorestar. Reflorestar do reflorestar. Mas ainda dá tempo de reflorestar a mente, o coração, o amor, acabar com a guerra, acabar com a fome. Ainda dá tempo de pensar a solidariedade. Jogar a responsabilidade da emergência climática na mão das populações indígenas, dos povos tradicionais, não resolve. Isso não é solidariedade. Solidariedade é quando todo o planeta, quando toda a humanidade se juntar à luta dos povos indígenas, se juntar à luta das populações tradicionais para que a gente possa salvar esse planeta, que é tão bonito, que é tão diverso, que é tão cheio de luz e que a gente precisa assegurar. Assegurar uma dignidade, um futuro melhor para os nossos filhos, para os nossos netos. Acho que essa é a mensagem, essa é a esperança que a gente tem, que ainda dá tempo de reflorestar. Ainda dá tempo do afeto, do amor e do carinho. E embora trabalhar, embora reflorestar e reflorestar as mentes, embora plantar. Plantar ainda é a salvação.
My friends, both ministers, Eve and Minister Sonia, they have to leave because of they have other pressing. But we have the panel is continuing. We have another 10 minutes. Não, Gustavo, todavia não terminou. No. Minister Sonia, they want to just take a picture of the panel before you leave. Chega para fazer uma foto rapidinho. So just the panel hasn't finished because she's the head of the Brazilian delegation. They have to rush out of here. Big applause to our leaders, Minister Eve, Minister Sonia. Puir and Gustavo, nós vamos só concluir daqui a uns minutos. Thank you for sticking with us. So the panel hasn't ended. We're just having to adapt. Adapt is the word as well, right? So Minister, continuing, my friends, Minister Sonia, Minister Eve, they're continuing their responsibility, and we are continuing ours here. Puir, Secretário Puir, você está com a tradução? Gustavo está com a tradução? So what they said, what Puir said, really touched my heart because I follow a spiritual guide. I follow spiritual practice. I'm not going to get into it right now, but my spiritual guide speaks of the change that we need to see in the world, the peace that we need to see in the world, that this peace will be achieved through the sons, through our sons and the sons of our sons. His name is Gabriel. And that was very touching to me. So what is environment? What is the relation of peace and climate conservation, relation of peace and the respect for the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities? And we've been talking about driving climate conservation finance to the hands of the best stewards of the forest globally. And then my dear friend, Gustavo, so about climate finance in particular. So we've been talking about the importance of getting resources to the hands of the best stewards of the forests. And we know that standards, in order to really demonstrate the impact of the resources, making a change, making a difference. Standards are very important to give credibility to climate finance. My friend Gustavo, in your perspective, in your experience as well, what is missing in the current standards that we have today? And do you think that indigenous peoples, local communities, and I add Afro-descendants as well, what is really, are they missing in the design of existing standards?
Gracias, Beto. Quiero saludar a todas y a todos quienes han asistido a esta reunión. Me da mucho gusto ver la atención que ha despertado la presentación de este nuevo estándar. Como decía la ministra Sonia, cuando iniciamos muchos a participar en estos eventos, creo que éramos más los panelistas que el público asistente. Entonces, hoy es realmente gratificante ver esta presencia en este panel, y quiero agradecer particularmente la participación de mis compañeras de la Alianza Mesoamericana de Pueblos y Bosques y de la Alianza Global de Comunidades Territoriales, quienes participaron en la ceremonia de apertura de esta presentación. Un aplauso para ellas, por favor. Quiero comentar que yo represento a una organización que agrupa a comunidades locales y a pueblos indígenas. Y cuando regresamos, quienes participamos en estas cumbres climáticas, muchas comunidades nos preguntan qué fueron los acuerdos concretos que se lograron que les beneficien a ellos. Desafortunadamente, pocas veces podemos decir hay este avance particular y nos está ganando el tiempo, ya lo ha señalado la propia convención, de que las contribuciones nacionalmente determinadas o NDCs no están siendo suficientes para detener el calentamiento. Creo que el tema del mercado es un tema controversial entre pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales. Tenemos fuertes debates al interior de las organizaciones en torno a ello, pero tenemos que tener la capacidad de avanzar. Creo que debemos de rechazar aquellos proyectos y aquellas iniciativas que no respetan derechos, pero también tenemos la obligación de presentar propuestas concretas de cómo sí avanzar y cómo el mercado puede ser un apoyo para las comunidades y para los pueblos. De eso se trata Tierra Equitativa o Equitable Earth, y entre las cuestiones novedosas que tiene es que está siendo diseñado con la participación de representantes de pueblos indígenas y de comunidades locales. Me parece que un estándar no va a solucionar los problemas estructurales que hay en un país, pero por eso es muy importante que hayan estado aquí las ministras, tanto a nivel estatal como a nivel nacional, porque desde mi punto de vista, un escenario ideal son políticas fuertes de respeto a los derechos de pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales y estándares con altos criterios de respeto a los derechos de pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales. Si logramos este círculo virtuoso, seguramente el mercado va a jugar a favor de las prioridades de pueblos indígenas y de comunidades locales. Pero necesitamos dejar de hablar en abstracto y empezar a generar propuestas concretas de cómo sí avanzar en el territorio. Yo les invitaría a que siguieran de cerca este proceso de tierra equitativa y a que, si les convence, se pueda adoptar en el futuro como un instrumento para hacer llegar el financiamiento territorial directo. Eso estaría entre mis comentarios. Al interior de AMPB, hoy en el chat interno que tenemos, varios compañeros me decían cuáles son las ventajas que va a tener este estándar, y creo que está despertando un interés creciente sobre los diferentes representantes de pueblos indígenas y de comunidades locales. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, hermano. Thank you so much, Gustavo. My friends, you know, we started late, and we won't be able to go much longer, so I don't think there will be enough time for questions. But I would just share a couple slides with you, instead of going through the whole presentation, to follow up what my friend Gustavo has just spoken about, this new coalition, which is to create a new complementary, let's say, standard for climate finance, in particular for the voluntary carbon market. So, and if I can have just the first slide up, please. So again, Forest Trends has been requested by both Everland and Wildlife Works. I have it. Thank you. Oh, I'm doing the next one. Okay. When I was a boy, I preferred climbing trees than playing video games, so I was having a hard time. So, my friends, I'm not going to get into the whole issue about the problem. I think this audience is very versed on that. So, it's about time to drive climate finance to the hands of local peoples who are really making the change. This new coalition to work over time, we believe that will take a year and a half to 2 years to come up with a new standard. And our response through this Equitable Earth standard is to create a coalition, right? And to pioneer the change that is needed to bring more credibility, to bring more trust, in particular to the voluntary carbon market. And here's why, what is in the beginning of this work. To build from the beginning, so that this standard is built in close partnership with indigenous peoples and local communities. In fact, that is led by them. Because part of the problems, and we are not here to speak against other standards. We need more and more standards. Perhaps the fewer standards that we have, the more of a problem that we have. Because too much volume may affect the quality, and perhaps that's part of the problem that we've been experiencing. So we're not here to speak against other standards. We are here to bring an added value to this space of standards. One where indigenous peoples, local communities are going to lead the process, so that the metrics are co-designed with them, not only by scientists, but are designed with them. Perhaps if I have one take-home message, that is it, that this new standard will be co-designed with indigenous peoples and local communities, focusing on deforestation, carbon credits that move beyond offset claims, driving direct climate finance to IPLCs and global South governments, and certifying and issuing high-quality forest carbon credits. In other words, there will be the goal is to be as robust. All right, with other standards. So quality and reducing greenhouse gas emissions are also our commitment. So in here are our principles. We stand by the principles of equity, transparency and quality impact, robust carbon accounting, as well as a holistic forest conservation approach. Our phases at the moment, I'm so sorry, I'm reading here and I wasn't passing through the principles. Again, in partnership with local communities, focus on ending deforestation, carbon credits that move beyond offsets, driving climate finance directly to IPLCs and global South countries, and certifying issuing high-quality forest carbon credits. So our principles, we stand for equity, transparency, quality and impact, robust carbon accounting, and a holistic forest conservation approach. And you can see this later in our website. We have a basic website for the moment. And this is where we are in terms of the timeline. So between 2020, 23, 24, we're building the coalition. You are all invited to join us by getting a hold of us. 24, 25 is to launch the standard itself through launching an independent global operating company, which will be a registered company, and we are studying perhaps registered in Brazil. Launch the standard and platform, certifying the first pilot projects with the standard, and in 25 and beyond to scale the program. So, so we're working with some advisory groups right now. I've been asked to chair the IPLC advisory group or working group, and please stay tuned. So we don't have a lot of time I believe we don't have time for questions. So Patricia, do we have time for a couple questions for the panelists? No time for questions. But let me just say that we are honored to have your presence here. That we can only bring the peace through the our children to the children of our children through working together to stop climate change. It is really through us, through our children and the children of our children. We can do it. That alarm is calling our attention, but we have time for it. Thank you so much, and may God bless us all. Thank you. Thank you so much. Não tem tempo para pergunta.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for all of the panelists. As our campaign motto, we're picking up the pace, so we already have the next event starting now. We're welcoming the youth for their youth gathering. So please, if you can be seated. Alvaro Nunes is coming to welcome you to the youth panel.
Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning, everyone. Please take a seat. Okay, I will introduce you to our panel called Earth Echoes, and we will be exploring the profound role that art plays in global change and changing perspectives, exploring how art can change narratives. Today, we have a very diverse panel and panelists. Um, First of all, I have here to my left, I have Nance Dalia Ramirez. She's a 24-year-old leader from Tecpan de Galeana, Mexico. Nance Dalia champions community forestry, youth, and she is the coordinator of the youth movement for the Mesoamerican Alliance of Peoples and Forests. She's the first woman secretary of the Ejidal Commissariat and Secretariat for the Arroyo Frio Roads Committee. Next to her, it's Shiloh Shiv Suleiman, a contemporary Indian artist and founder of Fearless Collective. Shiloh blends art, environment, magical realism, and social justice. The Fearless Collective was born in 2012, and it was born from a response in New Delhi from the gangbang rapes in a profound crisis. And what they do is use art to turn fear into love. Next to her, it's Monica Jahan Bose, an artist, a lawyer, a climate activist. Monica's symbolic narratives span painting, printmaking, and interdisciplinary projects addressing gender, women's literacy, and climate change. Her work includes storytelling with saris, and she explores the intersection between climate justice and climate and social justice. And last but not least, we have Abhay Singh Sakal. He's 22 years old, Canadian, and he's an advocate for researching climate change, eco-anxiety, mental health, and spirituality. He's the founder of Break the Divide, an environment non-profit. Abhay promotes empathy and understanding for impactful local action projects. He serves the Environment and Climate Change Canada Youth Council and the UN Environment Program Faith for Earth Youth Council. He also pursues a master's in education at the University of Regina, and beyond his activism, Abhay engages as a public speaker. He's an ice hockey player and a pianist. So as we can see, we have a very diverse panel. The objective of this panel is to highlight the transformative power of art. And for this, we want to showcase how art can serve as a catalyst for change. So I want to ask first well, I don't know if some of you want to start first, want to volunteer so I can ask a question to you, and then we can start a conversation around the role of art in our fight for climate change and justice. Shiloh? Sure.
Sounds good.
Is your microphone working, Shiloh?
It is, yes it is.
Great. Shiloh, how does the Fearless Collective use public art to navigate critical moments of resistance and crisis?
Thank you, everybody. So actually, as is true to our lands, I would like to begin with a story. And I might ask people outside to also quieten down a little bit so that we can actually talk to each other.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Okay, so as is true to our lands, I'd like to begin with a story. So they say that thousands and thousands of years ago, there was a goddess called Saraswati who took the form of a river and made her way down the Indian subcontinent. And one day she got so tired of being taken for granted that she lifted up her healing waters and disappeared into the sky, never to return again. The desert of the Thar, where I live, people still treat water with a kind of preciousness, never taking that water for granted again. And as we're here in Dubai, I wonder how much has been taken for granted for what was once a mangrove to turn into what is now Expo City. I'm the founder and director of Fearless Collective, a growing movement of hundreds of artists turning up at critical moments, as you said, of fear, war, catastrophe, climate disaster, conflict, at the front lines of different revolutions across South Asia, and using art as a way to shift public imaginations from fear to visions of that safe and sacred future that we want. And like you said, I started Fearless Collective in 2012 at a moment of gender-based violence in India. And what I found during the Nirbhaya movement was actually fear was absolutely counterproductive to the change that we needed to see. We needed more stories of love, of reverence, of hope, but also we needed powerful reclamations and occupations of different spaces. When we look at climate justice in particular, we see a lot of images of fear, but also we see how much our imaginations have been colonized. To think that the only solutions are climate tech solutions or climate finance solutions, our imaginations have been colonized, are continuously colonized. It is not just the capitalist or colonial solutions that will get us there, but we need a radical retelling, a reclaiming of our stories. Very often in spaces like COP, as a woman from the global south, we are tokenized. We are made to feel as if we are exotic. As artists, we're made to feel as if our work is additive, but actually step back onto our land and recognize how much art and culture not only shapes movements, but shapes societies, shapes countries. It is all an act of imagination. And particularly with our work in climate justice, you may ask, what's a girl like you doing in a place like this? And a few years ago, we came to COP in Glasgow, and we painted a huge monument to Indigenous sovereignty of women, including Puer, who was a panelist before this, in the center of Market Square, which was kind of a hub of the colonial empire. And most of our work is located in public space. We work with communities to be able to determine themselves and create huge visible monuments of their stories in public spaces across the world. But as we then went into Sharm el-Sheikh and now in Dubai, there are no public spaces that people can paint in here. And we were forced to kind of enter into the blue zone and paint in the blue zone instead. And even though we had many hesitations about doing that, we realized that even in spaces like this, when we bring our vitality, when we bring our radical activism, when we bring our myths, our folklore, our culture into these spaces, we see these spaces transform from, from tech trade conference halls into something that feels a little bit more real. We make the natural world visible through art in these spaces as well. Like I mentioned, Fearless is growing into a movement. So currently we have artists who are part of our network in India, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, and Myanmar. And what we realize is that it's not just climate tech solutions that need to be scaled up. It's also narrative solutions that need to be scaled up. So we are building an army of artists who are prepared to turn up at the front lines again and again and use public art as a way of shifting imaginations. And what we've also recognized as we build this army and this movement of artists out is that we need to become the institution that will support, that will network, that will resource, and that will ultimately also protect this growing movement of artists that we're creating. So we're now growing into the Fearless Foundation, and it's a very exciting phase of institution building where we're not just getting our projects funded by organizations and foundations in the global north, but also we are creating our own institutions. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Shiloh. It is very, very interesting, the work that you're doing. And I wanted to ask Nancy Dalia, now that you touched the point of how we need to decolonize our imagination, I would like to ask Nancy, and I'll do this question in English because I know she's getting the translation. What do you think is the role of art in your community in creating environmental conscience? And now that Shiloh is sharing the, like, maybe even decolonizing our imagination, what is the role of art that art plays in addressing those challenges and climate challenges?
Muchas gracias. Creo que el arte, desde la cosmovisión de los pueblos indígenas y de las comunidades locales, es un tema muy fundamental porque es parte de nuestra identidad cultural. El arte es parte de la cosmovisión de los pueblos porque se manifiesta desde diferentes expresiones artísticas, como lo es a través de la fotografía, a través de la pintura, a través de muchas otras expresiones que nos permiten a los pueblos visibilizar las luchas de las comunidades indígenas y las comunidades locales. Creo que es muy importante porque a través del arte podemos conectar nosotros con la madre tierra. Por ejemplo, en las comunidades indígenas existen los cantos tradicionales, las danzas tradicionales, que es un símbolo de respeto hacia la madre tierra, que es un símbolo de agradecimiento por todo lo que nos brindan, por poder hacer uso de esos recursos sin exponerlos a que estos puedan extinguirse. Es un símbolo que nos permite mantener esa conexión y ese equilibrio entre el ser humano y la naturaleza. En las comunidades locales, sobre todo en mi región, utilizamos la pintura y la fotografía como una expresión de manifestación y de un llamado a la acción para que la gente sepa que las comunidades, a pesar de ser los que protegemos la mayor biodiversidad del planeta, estamos sufriendo las consecuencias del cambio climático y de una manera muy desgarradora. Muchas de las comunidades están siendo desplazadas por el aumento del nivel del mar. Muchos hermanos y hermanas indígenas y de comunidades locales están siendo asesinados por proteger el territorio en contra del extractivismo. Y todo esto se manifiesta a través del arte. El arte, a través de la pintura, podemos hacer no solamente sensibilización y conciencia a nivel exterior, sino a nivel de la comunidad. Y quiero ser específica en un ejemplo de cómo en la comunidad, en el territorio, utilizamos la pintura para poder concienciar a las personas, a los niños, a los jóvenes sobre todo. En nuestra región, en nuestro territorio, tenemos especies que se encuentran en peligro de extinción, como lo es el jaguar. Tenemos un corredor comunitario para la conservación del jaguar y que obviamente ha costado muchos años el poder sensibilizar a las personas de que esta especie cumple un rol importante en el ecosistema y que tenemos que aprender a cohabitar con ellos. Es por ello que a través de la pintura, de realizar murales comunitarios en el territorio, nos permite hacer que los niños y los jóvenes dejen de perderle miedo a este mamífero. Allá en México, el jaguar históricamente se le ha considerado como una especie que provoca miedo para el ser humano. La gente cree, sobre todo en las comunidades, que el jaguar ataca a las personas cuando los ve y por ende esto ha ido caminando de generación en generación y entonces las personas al identificar que existe esta especie tienden a asesinarlo por miedo a ser atacados por ellos mismos. Sin embargo, nosotros nos hemos encargado de a través de la pintura, del arte, poder manifestar que estas especies no son agresivas, no son una amenaza para el ser humano y que estas especies cumplen un rol importante en el ecosistema y entonces de esa manera aprendemos cohabitar, a convivir con estas especies. Y es de esa manera que hemos ido logrando que estas especies sean conservadas por las comunidades, que no teman, que más bien generen confianza con ellos, y obviamente con esta conservación pues también protegemos otras especies que también se encuentran en peligro de extinción. Y creo que ese es un ejemplo claro de que no solamente hacemos arte para el exterior, sino a nivel de comunidad, para educar, para sensibilizar a las personas del territorio y también para poder manifestarlo al mundo entero. Por ejemplo, en estos espacios que es muy importante que conozcan toda la lucha que tienen las comunidades indígenas y las comunidades locales, todo lo que hacemos para proteger a la madre tierra y además de eso, pues todas las amenazas a las que nos enfrentamos día a día. Porque hoy yo estoy aquí hablando en nombre de las comunidades, de mis hermanos. Hay hermanos aquí conmigo presentes también de la organización, pero también hay muchos hermanos que están en los territorios, que en alguna parte del mundo están luchando, están protegiendo el territorio en contra de algún proyecto extractivista y que incluso algunos pueden estar siendo encarcelados y siendo asesinados y los medios jamás van a hablar de eso. Y también el arte nos permite visibilizar esas luchas y queremos que también todo el mundo las escuche y todo el mundo las vea. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nancy Dalia. It's very, very interesting how important is the art and artistic expressions to empower community, to empower the communities and to create awareness from early childhood in education and creating awareness not only about climate change but also the struggles that you face every single day regarding human rights violations and this is a constant struggle against interventions without free, prior and informed consent. So the role of art, we can see how important it is to advance and changing and shaping narratives for global change and also supporting the struggle that indigenous peoples, local communities face every single day. So thank you for sharing that, Nancy, with everybody here. I would like to go to Monica at this moment. We were talking about how art empowers people. We were talking about how art shapes narratives, the importance for it to help us achieve resilience as well. And I wanted to ask you, what in your career, what performance, artistic performance, would you like to highlight that empowers, that creates awareness around climate justice specifically?
Thank you, Alvaro. Thank you all for being here. I'm really interested to hear both of your experiences using art to inspire and help us reimagine. So I'm from Bangladesh originally, and my family is from a small island in the Bay of Bengal. It's called Borobaishtia Island. It's very much on the front lines of climate change. So I'm a painter by training, but the last 10, 11 years, I've been doing a collaborative art project with 12 women farmers from my ancestral village. And these are, and the collaboration is called Storytelling with Saris. And I use the sari because it's a pre-colonial garment. I wanted to create decolonized narratives, and even though I've been trained in painting on canvas, that's really a Western tradition, and I wanted to think about how women tell stories, and in Asia and many parts of the world, fabric and garments and embroidery and drawing are ways that women tell stories. And the sari is also something that we never discard. We don't throw it away. We keep it for generations. It's a symbol of sustainability in my work because the sari is just unstitched. Actually, we wrap it, and you can wear it even if you gain weight or lose weight or are pregnant or are breastfeeding or are and you don't ever throw it. You give it to your daughter or your sister or your friend, and then when it's actually torn, we upcycle or recycle it into other objects, often baby diapers, blankets, curtains. My grandmother used to make her curtains out of old saris, and so we do a running stitch. So I thought it would be a really a good symbol to and a storyboard. It's also unstitched. It's just fabric, so it can represent our world and our continuing circle of life. You know, the endless. It's very long. It's 6 meters long, 6 yards long. So it can also represent sort of the, you know, the story of our world and our living world. It's not just about South Asia or Bangladesh that I'm trying to speak. So in terms of performance, so you know, both of you spoke about public art, making something that's outdoor, that's accessible, and being here in the Nature Positive Pavilion. I do feel like through my work, I like to bring people outdoors into nature, and so a lot of my performances are with the public outdoors, using the sari in different ways. And so I'm actually going to, and a lot of the performances I've done are in Bangladesh with the women that I'm working with, and also in other places. So I'll do them in the streets of Washington, in the streets of Paris. I've done them with indigenous people in Hawaii, in the Pacific Ocean. A lot of them are in water. So I'm going to show you actually a clip, a 1-minute clip. Alvaro was asking me which performance has meant a lot to me, and this is a performance we did with the women farmers in the Bay of Bengal just last year. And the reason it means a lot to me is these women farmers, they have these beautiful songs. I've been noticing as part of this project that there's so much heritage, so many important stories in all these communities. I didn't know about these stories in my own community. The women there sing songs. They're actually called Mehli Geet, which means women's songs. And the women have this tradition of millennia, I don't know millennia, but hundreds of years, where they sing songs. These are women that didn't know how to read and write until recently, but they sing songs with each other, and the songs are composed orally. And these are songs that are just incredible. They're about the harvest. They're about the sari, often about the garments. They're about love. A lot of it's about love. And then so I've been trying to record them as a way of capturing intangible heritage. One of the things that we're losing due to climate change is this kind of intangible heritage of language, of nature, of stories, of songs, and what's going to happen. You know, these islands, a lot of these coastal areas especially, there's so much internal and external displacement, meaning people are moving away from these areas into urban areas, or they're moving abroad to come to places like Dubai and Saudi Arabia. One of the women from my village actually had to come to work in Saudi Arabia as a nanny because they were not able to make any money from fishing and farming anymore. She left her breastfeeding baby of 2 years old to do this. So anyway, I'm going to show a performance where these women joined me.
Hopefully we can see the performance after, because we're on a really time constraint.
Yeah. It's a 1-minute clip. Women came with me to the Bay of Bengal for this performance. I wanted to show that if possible.
I wanted to give briefly the word to Abe, so we can complement all these different perspectives with a really important component to all our struggles.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you so much. And I think as we are wrapping this up, what I've really heard is that art can be a decolonial act, and it's so critical to engage in it because we have had our imaginations colonized. We are so limited and restricted. I was going to really briefly just talk, even in the ways that we work, do we meaningfully integrate rest into the work that we do? Do we meaningfully integrate time for connection, for creativity, even at events like this, where we are busy, where we are working hard? And so at Break the Divide, the work that we're doing is about storytelling and education, and in engaging young people across Canada and the world in storytelling. We're getting young people to engage in diverse perspectives, understand the nuances of one's culture, and then share that with another community. Combine that with a knowledge and understanding of climate change and emotions. We really do recognize that climate change is impacting mental health in so many ways. And thinking about not just eco-anxiety, but these complex emotions, the grief that one may experience as their lands and culture is lost, the fear that one may fear for the future, the joy that you might have when you are working in community and building solutions. These are all things that connect to your identities, they connect to your communities. And I really think my big takeaway from listening and what I'm thinking as I think about my own work is that climate emotions are something that we need to pay attention to. We need to put effort into healing ourselves and the people around us. But I think beyond that, we need to make sure that our work that we're building up is emotionally centered, that it centers emotions, it centers our identities and communities, and that in and of itself can be a decolonial act, where we are engaging with diverse knowledge perspectives. And so I think, as I think about my own work in connecting young people and communities, that it's really central to thinking about the ways that we are centering emotions. I know we're a bit short on time, and so I really do encourage everyone, think about your own communities, think about the own knowledges that you're coming from, and what are ways that, just small ways, you can start conversations about emotions, about identity, about culture, and how can that be a creative, artistic process that centers justice?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know we're on a very short time due to agenda constraints, but I wanted to thank you very much for being here, for talking about this very, very important subject. And hopefully we can center more in our emotions, empower ourselves and our communities through art, and change the narratives and globally change narratives and perspectives around social justice, climate change, and everything. Yes.
I just wanted to add that actually, if you want to take a break from the chaos that this space, I mean, all of these spaces, please come over to the Women and Gender Pavilion next door, because we're painting murals through the entire week. So please come over.
Thank you very much.
Ya. Listo. Buenas tardes. Ya son la tarde, ¿no? Sí, todavía. Ah, buenos días. Ya me confundo, si es tarde, noche o en la mañana. Bien, le damos la bienvenida en nombre del EDF, de organizar ese panel, donde vamos a traer, antes de eso va a haber traducción en idioma inglés, ya, va a haber traducción, así que portugués, español. Pueden tomar el auriculares para poder escuchar esa traducción. Sí, en esta sesión lo que nosotros queremos presentar son experiencias de los pueblos indígenas relacionado a la red jurisdiccional y también cómo los indígenas están participando en la elaboración del módulo de beneficios culturales dentro del DFCI, ¿ya? Yo creo que es un tema de importancia para los pueblos indígenas, tener herramientas, porque no podemos obviar de que los pueblos indígenas, cada pueblo indígena es autónomo, con la libre determinación. No hay, dice que no hay traducción. ¿Aló? ¿Traducción no hay todavía? ¿Al inglés? No hay. Un segundito, dice. ¿Ahora sí? ¿Ahora sí? Ok, bien. Como le decía que este es los ejemplos que van a dar son herramientas que estamos desarrollando para que los pueblos indígenas puedan estar en mejor posición cuando entre en el tema de Red Plus. Sabemos que no podemos decir no porque los pueblos son autónomos, tienen su libre determinación y hay algunos pueblos indígenas que ya tienen esa relación y están implementando Red Plus en su territorio. Pero la idea es darle las herramientas a todos los pueblos que puedan tener mayor beneficio posible en esa iniciativa. Por tanto, en estos momentos vamos a tener panelistas de diferentes regiones y le voy a mencionar. Tenemos a Manjo Basiru Isa, que es el secretario general de Repaleac, que es de África, el compañero. El amigo Gustavo Sánchez Valle, presidente de Red MOCAF de México. Fermín Chimatani Tayori, presidente de ANECAP, de Perú. Elso Toya Manchineri, coordinador general de COYABE. Lucía Madrid, que es la directora asociada de la arquitectura de política para Red Plus transición, ¿no? ART, ya, transiciones de Red Más. También vamos a tener a Osvaldo Muca Castillo, coordinador de OPIA, que también está con nosotros. De Colombia, Kelly Patiachi, representante ECA Amarecaeri. Y también vamos a tener el miembro del equipo técnico, Renato Ríos. Bueno, como verán, que traemos diferentes regiones, diferentes experiencias que le van a presentar. Ok, ¿quién comienza primero? Sí, la pregunta, vamos a través de preguntas. Para Gustavo, desde el inicio de este año, las 4 organizaciones aquí presentes están colaborando con ART para desarrollar el módulo social cultural de una certificación de cobeneficios de Red Plus para pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales. ¿Podrías, por favor, platicarnos cómo ha sido este proceso y por qué decidió la red MOCAP formar parte?
Muchas gracias, Onel. Quiero saludar a todos mis compañeros de panel y saludar a todos y a todas las presentes. Me da mucho gusto que el tema despierte interés. Quiero comenzar señalando que represento a una red de organizaciones forestales comunitarias en México que está formada tanto por pueblos indígenas como por comunidades locales. Y una de nuestras motivaciones por participar en este proceso fue que hemos estado haciendo una serie de señalamientos y de críticas para mejorar los procesos de red, tanto desde la primera generación de proyectos red que se generaron allá hace 10 años, como en esta nueva generación de proyectos. Y quiero comentar que a Lucía la conozco desde hace, ya no quiero decir el tiempo desde que nos conocemos. Trabajamos en México en procesos comunitarios. Entonces, conversando con ella, nos dijeron, nosotros estamos de acuerdo en que red no solo debe de ver carbono, estamos de acuerdo en ese señalamiento que debemos de dejar de estar obsesionados solo con el tema de la reducción de emisiones. Tenemos que ver todo lo que aportan pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales en el territorio, y aceptamos la propuesta de crear una relación entre iguales, es decir, en donde los representantes del estándar y los representantes de pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales tuviéramos un peso similar en una construcción colectiva. Entonces, estamos apostándole a que tengamos un módulo de reconocimiento de beneficios adicionales al carbono basados en derechos, y que podamos estar ofreciendo propuestas prácticas para poder incrementar que el financiamiento directo llegue a los territorios. Es muy bueno hablar en general de derechos y de beneficios, pero creo que lo interesante es que podamos presentar y construir propuestas concretas para avanzar en la toma de acciones y en la escala en que éstas deben de tener en los territorios para que podamos ganarle la batalla al calentamiento global. Eso es lo que yo comentaría, Onel, sobre nuestras motivaciones para participar en este proceso.
Muchas gracias, Gustavo. Es importante lo que ha planteado Gustavo. Entonces, seguidamente tenemos preguntas para Lucía. Lucía, ¿podría comentarnos por qué decidió ART diseñar esta nueva certificación y por qué decidió hacer ese módulo con un comité formado por organizaciones de comunidades locales y pueblos indígenas?
¿Se oye? Efectivamente, como ya dijo Nel, yo trabajo con la arquitectura para transacciones de Red Más, ART, que es un programa de carbono que tiene un estándar que se llama TRIS, que es para hacer red más jurisdiccional, red más a escala de países o de jurisdicciones subnacionales. Nosotros, desde hace ya un tiempo, empezamos a estar en contacto con varios colegas de organizaciones indígenas y de comunidades locales, y hubo varios mensajes que escuchamos fuerte y claro desde hace ya un tiempo. Nos decían, por un lado, lo que acaba de mencionar Gustavo, que es, no queremos, no es suficiente que Red busque traer beneficios climáticos. Son importantes los beneficios climáticos, pero nosotros como pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales participamos en esto y queremos ver esquemas que nos ayudan a tener impactos en muchas otras áreas en las que nosotros tenemos nuestras preocupaciones, como por ejemplo el reconocimiento de nuestros derechos, como por ejemplo la gobernanza, como por ejemplo otros beneficios sociales, etcétera. Y aquí otros colegas van a hablar de eso. Otro tema que oímos también fuerte y claro de los colegas de Perú es, ellos decían, no queremos ser vistos como beneficiarios pasivos en estos procesos. Nosotros queremos ser socios, queremos estar desde el principio, queremos decidir cuáles son las reglas, cuáles son las metodologías, queremos poder construir la arquitectura de estos mercados como socios desde el principio. Y así, después de escuchar estas voces, fue que pensamos y nos acercamos y dijimos, bueno, ¿cómo lo hacemos? ¿Cómo damos una respuesta a estas solicitudes? Y se decidió que haríamos una certificación adicional a TRIS. TRIS es para generar créditos de carbono. Y con esta certificación adicional se podrán certificar los co-beneficios de las iniciativas de red, los beneficios en biodiversidad, en otros beneficios ambientales de los bosques que no son carbono, y los beneficios sociales y culturales. Y dijimos, bueno, para cada componente se va a tener un comité que diseñe, y el comité de beneficios sociales y culturales va a estar integrado exclusivamente por organizaciones de pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales. Y es así como fuimos encontrando también algunos de los otros aliados que se fueron uniendo a este proceso, Coyabi, Repaleac, ya mencionamos ANECAP y Red Mocaf, y ha sido un proceso muy enriquecedor. Llevamos un año trabajando juntos, llevamos un año que se empezó con una hoja en blanco, se empezó de cero, no había nada escrito. Estas organizaciones son quienes empezaron a ponerle forma, a decir qué categorías de beneficios, cuando hablamos de beneficios, cuáles beneficios son, cuáles son las cosas importantes para nosotros, qué queremos ver reflejado ahí, qué tipo de indicadores se pueden usar, qué tipo de criterios, cuáles son esos impactos que queremos ver. Entonces, desde esa hoja en blanco ha sido un proceso de un año. Estamos ya muy cerca de terminar ese módulo y los otros dos. En cuanto se hagan los últimos arreglos y sea autorizado por el board, va a ser puesto a recepción de comentarios públicos y ahí esperamos que todos ustedes, bueno, lo puedan conocer. Avisaremos pronto. Ya se me acabó el tiempo, así es que gracias, Anel.
Gracias, Lucía, y escuchamos cómo la iniciativa, esto es involucrar a los pueblos indígenas en ir fortaleciendo estos beneficios que puedan llegar cuando se implemente Red Plus a los pueblos indígenas. Y lo interesante es que en este desarrollo de módulos están participando pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales. Bueno, seguidamente tenemos una pregunta para Toya. ¿Qué tipo de cobeneficios de Red Plus son importantes para los pueblos indígenas y por qué?
Bom dia a todos e todas. Obrigado, Anel, pela pergunta. E para nós, o importante, sei que a questão, por exemplo, da demarcação dos territórios indígenas não estão inclusos nos co-benefícios, porque não é o foco principal, né, do programa. Mas para a gente, no Brasil, um dos co-benefícios que é importante para a gente em todos os trabalhos que a gente faz é a demarcação dos territórios indígenas, né?
En inglés, ¿hay traducción en inglés? ¿Alguien me puede decir? ¿Mini? ¿Mini? Translation. Ok, ahora sí, arrancamos de novo.
Graças, hermanos. Então, para nós seria a questão da demarcação dos territórios indígenas, né? Que a partir da demarcação dos nossos territórios, nós possamos, né, fortalecer o nosso modo de vida, nossa organização social, né, e viver com dignidade no nosso território, né? Então, o que é importante na questão dos co-benefícios é que, né, o trabalho na implementação, por exemplo, dos redes jurisdicional, primeiro de tudo, possam respeitar o direito dos povos indígenas, né? E, assim, fortalecer, né, sua organização social, sua identidade cultural, né? Porque isso, para nós, é fundamental, é importante, né? Claro que os recursos, né, que possam entrar, né, para ser desenvolvido, né, nos territórios indígenas, seja, primeiro, a redução do desmatamento, né, que também é importante, mas o além do desmatamento para nós é a garantia dos nossos direitos territoriais. Além mais a questão realmente de fortalecimento da nossa identidade cultural, né, porque isso que vai nos diferenciar de outros povos, né? Então, o fortalecimento da nossa identidade é fundamental, porque com esses conhecimentos, né, fortalecidos, nós vamos cada vez mais preservar, né, o meio ambiente, conservar da forma que conservamos até hoje, né? Então, esses dois pontos, para nós, é fundamental. Obrigado.
Gracias a Toya, que nos ha compartido los beneficios que esperan de Red Plus jurisdiccional. Bueno, seguidamente la pregunta para el hermano Basiru. Siguiendo lo que nos comenta Toya, el comité ha estado analizando varios tipos de cobeneficios de los programas de Red Plus para que estos sean reportados por los gobiernos participantes, validados y verificados por un auditor independiente. En el caso de los beneficios relacionados con la gobernanza territorial, ¿cómo consideran ustedes que los programas Red Plus jurisdiccionales deben diseñarse para que puedan contribuir a mejorar la gobernanza en los territorios indígenas?
Okay, thank you very much. And first of all, we'd like to thank all the participants for coming in your numbers to listen to this our session. And also, Mr. Moderator, I would like you to permit me, at least, to highlight the presence of one of the highest person who have, inspired us in Africa, especially in indigenous movement. I see my friend Kimaren in the hall. Please, Kimaren, if you can stand up. Today, today if we are talking about climate change, biodiversity, if we are talking about indigenous people effective participations, I think Kimaren has played one of the greatest role. And today we really, really, really acknowledge you. Thank you for being also in this room. Okay, I think coming back to your question, which is very important, first of all, it will be very difficult to talk about RED processes or inclusion of indigenous peoples if we don't link it to access to territories and land. Because today, whatever thing we are talking about, if indigenous people don't have full access on the right on the land of which they have to protect, it will be very difficult. So, and to do this, the first thing is to engage on a meaningful and effective, open and transparent dialogue with indigenous people at the beginning. Because in most cases, at times, definition of concepts is very important. Because at times when they say effective participation of indigenous peoples, most governments or most structures see it as if they invite an indigenous person to come and listen, it means that they have participated. So I think, especially in RED processes or RED issues, it is important to define concept. When we talk about, for example, participation, what are the themes or what are the ideas or what is the idea behind participation? The second issue is the issue of transparency. And when we talk of transparency, most people, when we talk of transparency, they are only thinking when we are managing resources or when we are managing money. Information is part of, that is, we give a transparent information is very important, and especially transparency and accountability in the governance structures can be strengthened if RED program focuses on these key elements from the beginning and if they are designed by indigenous peoples themselves. Because today, in most cases, you see indigenous peoples are being into program, or they are forced into programs designed by different people. And we know that with indigenous people, one of the most important aspects is culture. Whenever they are designing their program, if you don't take the socio-anthropological aspects of their living, of the way they are living, because they have that interlinkages between the nature and the culture. So that is their way of life, their way of thinking. Because, for example, today, many people think that development is building big roads, driving innovative cars. That is not the way indigenous people are really perceiving development. Yes. So, and in this way, that is, their development is culture-centered. That is, and even if their food, what they eat, everything. You see how we do transformation. Most of things we eat today are coming from the forest. But the way we do their own transformation, it does not worry us. But why should it worry those who are producing it? And the other issue which is important to take into account is the youth and women. And because today those studies are very contradictory, we know that especially as far as indigenous peoples are concerned, women feel at least 80% burden of climate change. Yes, women, especially in the indigenous people communities. Because you know why? Because indigenous women carry at least the burden of the family, they carry the burden of the society, they carry the burden of that is feeding the family and all the likes. But for the youth is the future. The future. How are they going to live with this? So I think for us, there are three fundamental things. The first one is effective implication at the beginning of the dialogue. The second one is transparency and accountability. And the third one is the implication of youth and women. So as I was saying, I am from the Congo Basin, from the Repaliac, that is the network of indigenous people and local population for the sustainable management of forest ecosystem. It is a regional network made up of 360 indigenous people's grassroots organizations. It is present in 8 countries, and it has 8 national operations. So we have been working with the Art Secretariat, and is trying to design this program, and it has been a very, very interesting experience, at least with the support of the Environmental Defense Fund. It has also been a very interesting. So I will end here for now. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Basuru, que nos tocó puntos muy importantes relacionados a los cobeneficios y la gobernanza de los territorios de pueblos indígenas. Ahora tenemos otra pregunta para Fermín. ¿Cuáles son las lecciones aprendidas que están dejando este proceso en cuanto a la forma de colaboración entre las organizaciones de pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales y los programas para enfrentar al cambio climático como es el HALT?
Gracias. Daki Chionel, gracias. Un saludo a todos. ANECAT es una organización, una de las organizaciones de la Amazonía peruana que agrupamos a 10 organizaciones indígenas territoriales que se llaman ejecutores de contratos de las reservas comunales, ¿no? Entonces ahí cogestionamos y administramos nuestros territorios ancestrales establecidos como áreas naturales protegidas, ¿ya? Como reservas comunales. Ahí en ese ámbito, en uno de los ámbitos, nosotros empezamos a implementar de una forma más visible nuestra estrategia climática indígena, red indígena amazónico. Entonces ahí nos dimos cuenta, ¿no?, sobre vacíos que había, ¿no?, en esa estrategia de red o de red indígena amazónica. Uno, que solamente ven el tema de carbono, que lo ha dicho el hermano Gustavo, ¿no? Porque el tema de la estrategia climática va más allá del tema de carbono, ¿no? Todos los servicios ecosistémicos que brinda la naturaleza. Y lo otro es que solamente los mercados de implementación de red solamente están dando mucha importancia a aquellos que tienen mucha deforestación en los territorios, ¿no? Más no a aquellos territorios de pueblos indígenas que siempre han conservado los bosques, ¿no? Entonces, y lo otro es que las organizaciones nos hemos dado cuenta de que tienen que empezar a tener un papel mucho más activo, ¿no? Mucho más propositivo para construir instrumentos importantes que pueden afectar a los pueblos indígenas para nosotros tenerlos presentes los derechos de los pueblos indígenas, ¿no? Entonces, esas tres cosas han sido la inspiración donde con Lucía, un evento que hemos coincidido en Noruega sobre el foro de los bosques tropicales, ahí empezamos a conversar, ¿no? Con EDF más, y entonces creo que ahí el camino ha transitado, ¿no? En una serie de eventos que hemos desarrollado acá con los compañeros, y ha sido un aprendizaje bastante enriquecedor, ¿no? Y entonces, en ese sentido, estamos, lo que buscamos es que con esta nueva certificación que busca los co-beneficios, con esta nueva certificación, sea implementadas, ¿no? Con acciones que puedan respetar los derechos y que podamos maximizar los beneficios para nuestras hermanas y hermanas que están en nuestros pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales. Entonces, creo que en síntesis ha sido bastante eso, y lo que también buscamos que una vez que esté ya el fondo y la forma, entonces con este grupo de líderes de diferentes representaciones de organizaciones, lo que buscamos es también por parte de aquellos que estén interesados, también puedan hacer la retroalimentación y puedan mejorar esta herramienta potente que se está construyendo, ¿no? Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Fermín. Bueno, hemos escuchado la experiencia que han tenido los compañeros en la elaboración de ese módulo, que es de los beneficios culturales, con lo que se habla, y vieron los aportes que han dado y las aspiraciones de estos pueblos que están trabajando en ese módulo. Ahora seguidamente vamos a pasar con otros panelistas que van a tratar propiamente cuáles son las propuestas de los pueblos indígenas. Así que vamos a llamar a Kelly, a Osvaldo y a Renato. Ok, bien. Pregunta para Kelly. ¿En qué consiste el modelo de RIA en reservas comunales y cuáles son sus avances?
Osigate, Wairiome. Buenas tardes, un gusto estar aquí en la COP y presentar los avances que tenemos como pueblos originarios, ¿no? En este caso, en el Perú estamos avanzando RIA en reservas comunales. Entonces, tenemos 200 comunidades socias con 19 pueblos indígenas, ¿no? Entonces, conservamos en cogestión, como se podría decir, porque conservamos ambas partes, que es el Estado peruano a través del CERNAN y los pueblos originarios, ¿no? Conservamos 5 millones de hectáreas, de las cuales 2.2 millones son de reservas comunales o áreas naturales protegidas y 2.8 son de territorios comunales y paisajes asociados, ¿no? Y pues la construcción que se viene haciendo es desde la visión desde los pueblos originarios con un diálogo intercultural, ¿no? Entonces tenemos, como se puede decir, tenemos 4 patas, como se puede decir, que es la base para que RIA pueda avanzar, ¿no? Tenemos en la base lo que hemos puesto primero, antes de las 4 patas, como mencionaba, es protección de los defensores ambientales, porque ahora vemos que hay muchas amenazas para los pueblos indígenas, porque quienes cuidan los bosques somos nosotros. Entonces, al cuidar, estamos siendo amenazados también. Entonces, por eso lo hemos puesto como una línea base. Y después tenemos los 4 fuertes componentes, que es vigilancia. Entonces, en vigilancia tenemos economía indígena, tenemos gobernanza y sostenibilidad financiera y saberes ancestrales, ¿no? En lo que es respecta vigilancia, tenemos en las propias comunidades, tenemos vigilantes comunales. Entonces, nosotros le denominamos así porque ellos se encargan de verificar el territorio, pero también la reserva, ¿no? Y en este caso estamos avanzando con una tecnología que es mapeo móvil, con dron. Entonces, de esa manera venimos avanzando también. En lo que respecta a economía indígena, estamos aprovechando los recursos de manera sostenible. Tenemos productos del bosque, como es la castaña, el cacao nativo. Con solo decirles que en una sola comunidad hemos encontrado 49 variedades de cacao nativo y lo que queremos es seguir implementando más cacao en las propias comunidades, ¿no? Generar economía para las comunidades, porque creemos que la conservación también tiene que ir de la mano con el desarrollo. Entonces, en lo que respecta a gobernanza y sostenibilidad financiera, en reservas comunales se ha hecho un mecanismo de crear empresas sociales. Entonces, ¿cómo son empresas sociales? Las empresas sociales son las que las propias comunidades crean para diversificar su economía. Entonces, mediante esta empresa lo que queremos es buscar precio justo para los productos del bosque, indicar que los productos que se venden mediante esta empresa son orgánicos, ¿no? No contienen ningún químico, y lo que estamos apostando es pues buscar mercados especiales para nuestros productos de las reservas comunales. Y en lo que respecta a saberes ancestrales, estamos rescatando, tenemos dentro de las reservas se ha encontrado, lo que estamos haciendo es patrimonializar los recursos, porque hemos encontrado el rostro de Aracmut, que es un sitio sagrado que hace muchos años se había perdido, que lo hemos encontrado. Entonces, a través del Estado se ha hecho como una categoría de patrimonio cultural, ¿no? Entonces, lo que también se quiere, estamos recopilando información, recolectando, mejor dicho, plantas medicinales, y lo estamos rescatando y también lo estamos cuidando, como se podría decir, mediante un mecanismo que se llama Indecopi. Y en este caso, indicar que todo esto se hace del trabajo desde los pueblos originarios. Entonces, a partir de ello aplicamos hacia el plan maestro, hacia la vida plena de las propias comunidades, las cuales aportamos a las NDCs, ¿no? Como se podría decir. Entonces, esto va todo como acuerdo de París. Vamos. Gracias.
Gracias, compañera, por su experiencia que te está compartiendo. Bueno, pasamos con Osvaldo. Osvaldo, la pregunta: ¿cuáles son las experiencias con Red Plus jurisdiccional en la Amazonía colombiana?
1, 2. Dijo, good morning. Bom dia. Magwari Tiyu. Buenos días. Mire, para los que no me conocen, mi nombre es Osvaldo Muca. Yo soy coordinador general de la OPIAC Amazonía colombiana. Allá tenemos represento 64 pueblos indígenas, 26 millones de hectáreas en el marco de resguardos indígenas, 64 pueblos indígenas de los 115 que hay en Colombia. En ese orden de la pregunta que hace el compañero penalista, Monel, mire, allí nosotros tenemos una experiencia como pueblos indígenas de la Amazonía colombiana. Con el gobierno hicimos el ejercicio de participar en un escenario de poder estar en unas actividades de concertación. Pero en ese marco del RECMAX jurisdiccional no se hizo un ejercicio de consulta previa, libre e informada con los pueblos indígenas, sino que se hizo una participación. Y en ella los pueblos indígenas pues participamos a partir del 2018-2023 con 139 proyectos. Sin embargo, en el marco del tiempo se hizo el ejercicio a través de un escenario que nosotros tenemos, que se llama Mesa Regional Amazónica, para que realmente se hiciera unos ajustes técnicos y unos ajustes políticos para poder llegar a hacer el ejercicio de la consulta previa, libre e informada. Hemos logrado a que eso sea una realidad, es decir, hacer la consulta. Muchos preguntarían, ¿por qué hacer la consulta? El resultado de esa consulta es poder de que ese sistema de conocimiento indígena pueda ser incluido en esa documentación de RECMAX. Si eso no es incluido, ese sistema de conocimiento que por años se ha demostrado por qué la Amazonía está intacta y que hablamos de deforestación y hablamos de degradación, pero más que hablar de degradación y de deforestación es nosotros cómo incluimos ese sistema de conocimiento que ha permitido que hoy en día la Amazonía a través de esos sistemas de conocimiento esté intacta. Es decir, que científicamente, con nuestros científicos que son los sabedores, las sabedoras de los pueblos indígenas, pues han demostrado cómo realmente es que se cuida el medio ambiente y la naturaleza. Y allí no hablamos solamente de un tema, que en ese momento hablamos del PIBA, Pilar Indígena, Visión Amazonía, sino que nosotros como pueblos indígenas lo hablamos de manera integral. Es decir, que en ese marco de integralidad que hay, no se habla por pedacitos, se habla a nivel general, integral. Y que eso se deriva a través del conocimiento indígena. Eso va a ser el resultado, por eso nosotros exigimos que sea a través de una consulta previa. Allí para nosotros poder entender realmente ese de RECMAX, que es un tema que lo aplican pero que destruye humanamente, y como es tan complejo, allí tuvimos una oportunidad de que el apoyo de EDF nos pudiéramos reunir también con otros aliados, de poder entender realmente, como es complejo, qué realmente es lo que abarca ese tema de RECMAX. Es decir, que la experiencia, pues no es que ha sido tan mala, también tiene sus ventajas. Para nosotros los pueblos indígenas tuvo un ejercicio de poder entender, de poder que los gobiernos puedan entender que ese sistema de conocimiento indígena juega un papel importante para poder seguir que la Amazonía siga perviviendo y siga salvando vidas. Creo que ese es el mensaje que nosotros tenemos, creo que esa es la exigencia que nosotros hacemos como pueblos indígenas, que nosotros somos los mejores conservadores a nivel mundial, los pueblos indígenas, y por eso ha estado de manera intacta los bosques y a nivel territorial. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Osvaldo. Y por último tenemos a Renato. Renato, cuéntenos ¿Cómo sigue el constante desarrollo de la guía de integridad de los créditos de bosques tropicales, DFC? ¿Y de qué se trata?
Buenas tardes. A ver, creo que soy el último, así que tengo que correr porque... A ver, el TFCI nace ante esta incertidumbre que hay sobre los bonos de carbono, si son beneficiosos, tiene beneficios o no, ¿no? O las denominadas falsas soluciones de la naturaleza. Entonces, lo que planteamos con esta guía ya es, primero, que ha sido consensuada entre organizaciones ambientales reconocidas y pueblos indígenas, ¿correcto? Y organizaciones de pueblos indígenas. Entonces, lo que se plantea es diferenciar la calidad y los tipos de bonos de carbono. Entonces, dentro de esta guía, creo que es importante, se lanzó en la COP27, pero se hizo hincapié en la participación plena y efectiva de los pueblos indígenas. No solo la participación para la foto, ¿no?, sino una participación efectiva como socios. Pero para ser socios, ¿qué necesitamos? Condiciones habilitantes, ¿correcto? ¿Y qué son las condiciones habilitantes? Necesitamos el mismo nivel técnico, la misma información para poder entender, ¿no?, y poder tener el mismo acceso a una distribución equitativa de beneficios. Por ejemplo, estamos hablando de red jurisdiccional, tenemos el estándar justo de ART y la creación de los cobeneficios, pero por ejemplo, ¿alguien sabía de que los pueblos indígenas pueden acceder a una cuenta propia de estos bonos? ¿No? Ese es un tema importante, que si no lo conoces, no lo pides, ¿correcto? Entonces, todas estas demandas, HFLD, darle importancia no solo al mecanismo perverso de premiar al que se portó mal, sino también a las zonas de alta cobertura vegetal y baja deforestación, que es la realidad de los pueblos indígenas, está metido ahí. Ser socios no beneficiarios. Y estos bonos tienen que tener menor categoría que los otros, no tienen que ser fungibles, ¿no? Entonces hay toda una serie de aportes que se ha hecho en esa guía y ahora presentamos, porque eso, la guía es para estas empresas, es del año pasado, pero ahora hemos trabajado con el grupo de pueblos indígenas una especie de guía para pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales donde se accede a esta información con, digamos, un lenguaje más sencillo que se pueda entender, ¿no? Y esto la próxima semana ya ahí nuestros amigos de EDF seguro van a presentarlo, va a presentarse esta guía para que pueda accederse a esta información y todos estos procesos de red jurisdiccional, los pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales tengan acceso a una igualdad de oportunidades para que tengan mejor negociación. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, hemos escuchado experiencias, hemos escuchado qué persigue la guía que se está elaborando junto con pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales con ART, y luego también escuchamos alguna experiencia de RIA, que es la Red Indígena Amazónico, que tiene su particularidad, que los mismos pueblos indígenas han desarrollado cómo debe ser red en sus territorios. Esto es una experiencia muy buena y escuchamos algunos, pero el tiempo es nuestro peor enemigo y por tanto, como es todo corrido, le vamos a dar oportunidad a dos preguntas, algunos que muy puntuales, para poder dar oportunidad a algún grupo. Yo creo que ya no están esperando, ¿ya? Bueno, si tienen alguna pregunta, por lo menos dos preguntas que le podemos dar, o todo está claro, pero también van a tener la oportunidad, ya saben, los compañeros y compañeras van a estar acá, un café, pueden preguntarle directamente, también vale, ¿ya? O una copa de vino, que es mucho mejor.
No hay problema.
Se inspira mejor. Ok, Kimare.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to the team for great insights and for thinking about these solutions from an indigenous local community perspective. And thank you, brother from Africa, for the generous introduction. So, money and commodification has a way of polluting things that are sacred. And so the question is, with the carbon market and the red money coming mostly externally, how do we see the sustainability of these spaces that indigenous people have conserved without resources? Will the money keep flowing? And when it stops flowing, what is the future of such initiatives? Thank you.
Ok, ¿alguien del grupo que quiera responder la pregunta que hizo el hermano Kimmeray? Sí.
I was saying I would like to respond to a part of that question. Maybe the other colleagues want to respond to another one. But that question on, will the money keep flowing? And then how is it sustainable? What happens if it doesn't? I want to share two thoughts. So one is what the colleagues from Peru were saying about high forest, low deforestation. So what happens where the efforts to reduce deforestation have success, and maybe those places were participating in carbon markets because they were reducing deforestation compared to the deforestation they had before, so they can get money. But at a moment, they will get to, if they keep doing an effort, they get to zero deforestation, right? And then in the conventional carbon markets, they would not be able to participate anymore. And the flow of the finance from carbon markets would stop. So this idea that came actually a lot from the influence of indigenous peoples and local communities, they were saying, these territories are still threatened. The conserved territories and the territories where we have made an effort to conserve are threatened. We, indigenous peoples, is what we were hearing, are there conserving it. So that's why those territories should still be in the able to participate in the carbon market. So high forest, low deforestation approach to REDD is one of the ways to ensure that these territories that already made an effort can stay in the carbon markets and that finance can flow. Of course, I think anyways, it is important through these efforts that our partners here have already explained on those efforts to use the money to generate other benefits, to generate investments, to generate, our colleague said, financial sustainability are important, even if the finance will flow through HFLD. But without that, without investing the resources in creating other benefits, other sustainable options, maybe there could be a problem.
Osvaldo se tiene que retirar. Quisiera dar un mensaje.
Sí, vea, yo no escuché bien la pregunta, pero yo le pregunté al compañero, más o menos es sobre si el dinero afectaría, ¿cierto? De hecho ya se ha afectado, ¿cierto? Si usted miran en los territorios indígenas, no solamente hablando de bosques y eso, sino otros temas en el marco de minería ilícita, bueno, todo lo que tenga que ver con la parte, el dinero cómo entra incluso a afectar. No afecta de manera, uno diría, nosotros incluso nos revisamos como pueblos indígenas, ya tenemos el zapato, el pantalón y la camisa. Ya no estamos viviendo como 500 años atrás. Sin embargo, ¿cómo eso realmente está afectando? y que nosotros queremos hacer la salvedad es que no se vaya a perder esa esencia de la identidad cultural. Si nosotros hoy en día tenemos, por ejemplo, lo que yo acabé de hablar, 26 millones de hectáreas como resguardos indígenas, sin embargo, allí debe haber un propósito de poder blindar eso jurídicamente. Porque resulta que en Colombia dice que lo subterráneo es del gobierno, del Estado, no de los pueblos indígenas. Entonces, ahí hay un ejercicio que nos pueden, incluso dentro de nuestro territorio, cuando el gobierno quiera, lo puede hacer. Y tenemos entonces indígenas que pues están dentro de nuestros territorios y cómo eso afectaría y que ya está afectando de los 64 pueblos indígenas que nosotros tenemos en Colombia, ya hay 57 hablantes, el resto ya no están en el marco de hablantes, sino está la identidad cultural. Pero mucho más allá de mirar cómo va a afectar eso, nosotros estamos diciendo cómo podemos nosotros mejorar la calidad de vida, y la calidad de vida no es mejorarla diciendo que vamos a hacer edificio, o que vamos a hacer carretera, o que vamos a hacer una ciudad, sino que esos recursos que entran a nombre de los pueblos indígenas que están cuidando esos bosques, pues puedan mejorar la calidad de vida. ¿Cómo? Salvando ríos, salvando bosques, salvando territorios, que es la que permite dar vida hacia el mundo entero. Si la Amazonía no existiera y no estuviera como está, pues nosotros seguimos cuidando ¿a causa de qué? ¿A causa de nada? No, nosotros ya hacemos parte integral del gobierno y tenemos doble protección. Uno por ser indígena y otro por ser ciudadano. En Colombia, antes de la Constitución Política de Colombia, nos consideraban como micos. No teníamos derecho a nada, ni siquiera a elegir. Hoy en día, ya con toda la lucha, hemos podido ganar ese espacio y hoy somos ciudadanos y tenemos la potestad de hoy estar hablando, por ejemplo, aquí. Pero allí tenemos que seguir salvando ese territorio para seguir salvando vida, pero ya tenemos un tema.
El tiempo.
Bueno, ya yo creo que le dejé ahí el mensaje, pero sí afecta, pero nosotros lo estamos adecuando a que eso sea una realidad para poder mejorar la calidad de vida de los pueblos indígenas.
Que gracias, mira que bueno, el tiempo, ya estamos contra el tiempo y yo sé que necesitamos mucho tiempo para exponer todo lo que queremos exponer. ¿Toya quiere decir algo? Bueno,
sí.
Tiene un minuto.
Un minuto.
Un minuto, por favor.
Para nós no Brasil, nós temos sobre nossa salvaguarda 115 milhões de hectares, né? E 60% da Amazônia está no Brasil. E eu penso que nós, povos indígenas, não temos que pensar como o Estado pensa. Que ele pensa atualmente que o recurso do carbono é o salvador de todos os problemas, né? Vai resolver todos os problemas. Eu penso que esse recurso é um recurso a mais para tu contribuir com outros recursos, né? Para que possamos fortalecer cada vez mais nosso modo de vida nos nossos territórios, né? Então, para a gente, enquanto Brasil, nós estamos trabalhando a questão das políticas públicas, né? Que temos a Política Nacional de Gestão Ambiental em Terras Indígenas e o processo de implementação dos planos de gestões territoriais, né? Para que a gente, no futuro, né, não dependa exclusivamente dos recursos oriundos do carbono, né? Mas que seja uma parte que vai fortalecer outros recursos para que possamos manter nosso território com os recursos naturais e fortalecendo nossa identidade cultural. Eu acho que isso que é importante para a gente. Obrigado.
Muchas gracias a todos los panelistas y a todo el público y esperamos en el próximo momento compartir más, ¿ya? Porque hay mucha cosa que hablar.
Buenas tardes, buenas tardes. Good afternoon, buenas tardes. We're gonna do this in Spanish, so for the ones that need translation, I suggest you grab your, yes, thank you. Buenas tardes a todos y todas. Un gusto muy grande para mí estar acá para el panel que se llama Soluciones lideradas localmente para detener el punto de no retorno de la Amazonía. Mi nombre es Mauricio Bianco, yo soy vicepresidente de Conservación Internacional en Brasil y tengo un gusto acá y en un ratito voy a llamar a mis colegas de panel y agradecer antes más nada el Nature Positive Pavilion por recibir este panel. No hace falta decirles la importancia de la selva amazónica y su papel crucial en el mantenimiento de la estabilidad climática global, la urgencia de abordar el punto de inflexión de la Amazonía y la necesidad de conservar las florestas efectivamente. Sorry? Oh, okay. I was told that the channel is 0 for English. Sorry, guys. I'll start all over. Let me know if it's working. Déjeme saber si está funcionando. ¿Funciona bien? ¿No funciona? 0. Voy hablando acá a ver si la traducción va pasando para ahí y ustedes escuchan. ¿No? ¿Nada? ¿No se escucha? A ver, los traductores. ¿Se escucha? ¿In English? I don't know how to say. I don't know how to do. 2? Is channel 2 or channel 0? Voy hablando español, así los traductores van empezando a traducir. En el canal 0, ¿no? ¿En el 2 o en el 0? En el 0. En canal 0, la traducción para inglés. ¿Está bien? Bueno, listo. Qué bien. Lo que yo decía es que no hacía falta, en verdad no hace falta decirles, pero es importante recordar la importancia de la selva amazónica y su papel crucial en el mantenimiento de la estabilidad climática global y la urgencia de abordar puntos de inflexión, el punto de no retorno de la Amazonía y la necesidad de estrategias para conservación efectivas. En la declaración de Belén, que se hizo recientemente en agosto de este año, resultante de la cumbre de jefes de Estado de la Amazonía, 8 países de la cuenca de Amazonas acordaron una visión unificada para proteger la selva tropical. Para hacer realidad esta visión se necesitan finanzas innovadoras, conservación de la biodiversidad y el apoyo de los pueblos indígenas. Este evento busca explorar soluciones lideradas localmente, como la de los pueblos indígenas, incluyendo el lanzamiento conjunto de un programa de reservas vitales de la Amazonía por el gobierno francés y por Conservación Internacional. También iniciativas lideradas por indígenas en la Amazonía, respaldadas por Conservación Inclusiva del JEF, y otros caminos hacia un futuro climáticamente seguro y que equilibren la producción y la protección. Me gustaría destacar que este evento marca un hito muy importante. Okay. I was going too fast. Sorry. Me gustaría destacar que este evento marca un hito importante porque hoy celebramos el anuncio de una innovadora inversión de 15.5 millones de euros por parte del gobierno francés y Conservación Internacional. Este financiamiento está dedicado a apoyar el establecimiento de las primeras reservas vitales del mundo, y sobre ella vamos a hablar hoy. Estas reservas están diseñadas para abordar la crisis climática, la crisis de la biodiversidad y salvaguardar el carbono irrecuperable y preservando el áreas de alta biodiversidad, incluyendo bosques, manglares y tumberas. La profunda importancia de esta inversión se alinea perfectamente con el tema de este panel. Y para que me ayuden acá a hablar sobre este asunto, llamo primero a Luis Espinel, vicepresidente de CI Perú. Por favor, Luis. Llamo también a Alfredo Vargas, presidente de FENAMAD, Federación Nativa del Río Madre de Dios y afluentes. Y por último, la señora Emmanuelle Lachoz, líder de Clima y Medio Ambiente del Ministerio de Asuntos Exteriores de Francia. Empiezo contigo, Luis, si posible. Me gustaría que nos contaras un poco más cómo está la situación y cuál es el papel de conservación internacional en el ámbito de las reservas vitales que estamos anunciando acá hoy. Por favor.
Gracias, Mauricio, y muchas gracias a todas y a todos por estar el día de hoy en esta presentación. Como mencionaba Mauricio, en este trabajo que estamos realizando en la Amazonía sobre reservas vitales, es sumamente importante para nosotros entender que estas reservas vitales son estas áreas que no podemos perder. Son estas áreas que son sumamente importantes para la sobrevivencia del planeta y que por eso no las podemos perder. Y si miramos a estas reservas vitales y pensamos dónde y qué podemos hacer para su conservación, debemos de pensar en los bosques tropicales, como mencionaba Mauricio, en las turberas, en los manglares, en estas diferentes áreas que son sumamente importantes y que a través de una investigación basada en ciencia, Conservación Internacional y un grupo de investigadores ha podido determinar. Estas áreas de importancia que se distribuyen a lo largo del planeta, las podemos mirar en el color verde, ¿no? Y lo que en este trabajo hemos también traslapado el mapa de área de importancia de biodiversidad, ¿no? Entonces, estas áreas son sumamente importantes para la sobrevivencia del planeta, como les mencionaba. Son reservas vitales, son únicas y donde representan el 75% del carbono almacenado del planeta y el 87% de los hábitats de especies amenazadas y de biodiversidad del planeta. Entonces, si al traslapar ambos mapas, lo que tenemos es que en estas áreas más oscuras tenemos esos lugares donde ambas investigaciones confluyen, donde tanto el carbono irrecuperable como la biodiversidad se encuentran y donde tenemos esa alta importancia y donde, como ustedes pueden ver, la Amazonía es uno de estas reservas vitales del planeta. Pero si nuevamente, como escuchamos y la investigación nos ha determinado, el 30% de las soluciones climáticas globales se encuentran en la naturaleza, para ese 30% la Amazonía es clave, es sumamente importante, porque representa el más grande bosque tropical del planeta, porque en ella existen y es hogar de más de 34 millones de personas en el planeta y, por ejemplo, representa el 20% del agua fresca que tenemos, produce ese 20%. Ese 20%, y para un poco mencionar algún dato que creo que de repente puede ser importante, si pensamos en la cantidad de agua que se produce en el bosque tropical, en la Amazonía, en un día, es similar a lo que necesita en un año la ciudad de Nueva York, ¿no? Entonces, eso es sumamente importante porque estamos hablando de muchísima cantidad de agua, es el agua por la cual dependen muchas personas y donde además es el hogar y es el lugar de más de 500 grupos indígenas. ellos son este corazón, ellos son el corazón de esta Amazonía. Ellos son los que saben cuidarla. Y por eso es que nuestra Amazonía es también sumamente importante. Y como mencionaba al inicio, el 10% de las soluciones basadas en naturaleza dependen de la Amazonía. Ahora, de repente vamos a hablar de algo que a veces no nos gusta mucho, pero también hay que hablar de algo que está sucediendo en la Amazonía. Y el 15% de la Amazonía, de los bosques amazónicos, se han perdido. Y tenemos un reto hoy, que es cómo logramos que no se pierda más del 20% o que no se pierda más bosque del que ya se ha perdido. Porque entraríamos en este proceso que le llamamos tipping point, punto de no retorno, y donde se sabanizaría, como los estudios lo dicen, se sabanizaría nuestra Amazonía. Entonces hoy día debemos de ser claros y debemos de estar apuntando a que necesitamos conservar el 80% de nuestros bosques amazónicos, que representa 520 millones de hectáreas que se deben de conservar de nuestra Amazonía. Y para ello tenemos una meta común, una meta en la cual todos y todas debemos de contribuir y debemos de esforzarnos para lograr. Donde tenemos además en este esfuerzo de lograr que se proteja el 80% de la Amazonía al 2030 y donde tenemos diferentes estrategias. Unas referidas a, por ejemplo, las áreas en verde en sus diferentes tonalidades, donde debemos de fortalecer ese manejo, fortalecer esa protección, que son áreas ya creadas, son las áreas protegidas que tienen los países, son también pueblos indígenas que también existen en estas áreas y que ya por sus tradiciones y por sus costumbres ancestrales están conservando nuestros bosques. Y tenemos las áreas amarillas que no tienen en este momento una determinada forma de manejo, pero que debemos de pensar en cómo las protegemos y cómo las conservamos. Y además debemos apuntar a estas áreas en rojo, donde debemos de buscar restaurar estos bosques que se han perdido, restaurarlos con bosques nativos que nos permitan nuevamente recuperar y conservar estas reservas vitales, esta reserva vital que es nuestra Amazonía. Y para hablar un poquito más de estas reservas vitales, se han identificado 4 de estas reservas principales, de estas reservas vitales, que representan 4.75 millones de hectáreas, que se encuentran en el norte de la Amazonía boliviana, en esta parte con la frontera con Perú. Se encuentra también el Palora Pastaza en el Ecuador, en esta parte también muy cerca de esta área trinacional entre Perú, Ecuador y Colombia. La parte también de Ampillaco y Aguas y el Bajo Putumayo, esta zona muy importante en el Perú para conservar estas reservas vitales, y también la costa de los bosques de manglares de Guyanas. Entonces, estas 4 áreas son sumamente importantes para lograr que estas reservas vitales se conserven, y al conservarlas se logre también tener acciones que protejan y que logren hacer un cambio a través de la naturaleza en el cambio climático. Pero nuevamente, y creo que somos conscientes de que no estamos solos, que no solamente somos nosotros los que tenemos que actuar, sino que tenemos que aprender y inspirarnos de la forma como conserva la Amazonía estos grupos indígenas que hemos mencionado, que existen alrededor de 500 grupos indígenas en la Amazonía. Y son ellos, estos pueblos indígenas, los que saben conservar la naturaleza, los que tienen en su corazón esa forma de vivir para poder conservar la naturaleza. Y es con ellos que tenemos que trabajar, con ellos que tenemos que unir esfuerzos y con todos los que estamos involucrados en el trabajo en la Amazonía. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Luis. Muchas gracias por la contribución y explicarnos el rol que tienen las reservas vitales. Ahora me gustaría, Alfredo, llamarlo para que, como presidente de FENAMAD y también como líder de la comunidad Shipibo, el papel que tiene usted es muy importante para la conservación de la Amazonía. Y me gustaría que nos contara un poco historias de éxitos y los desafíos que existen para los pueblos indígenas en este papel de conservar la floresta.
Bien, primeramente quiero agradecer a Cristín, a Luis, por hacer posible que FENAMAD esté en este espacio internacional. Bueno, me voy a presentar nuevamente. Mi nombre es Alfredo Vargas Pío, presidente de FENAMAD.
And I'm Alfredo Vargas Pío, the president of FENAMAD.
De la Amazonía peruana,
From the Peruvian Amazon,
de Madre de Dios,
from Madre de Dios,
del sur de Perú.
south of Peru.
Soy del pueblo Shipibo.
I'm from the Shipibo people.
Y estamos acá también con el vicepresidente de nuestra federación, Eusebio Ríos, hermano.
I'm here also with the vice president of our federation, Eusebio Mano,
Del pueblo Arambu,
the Aramo people,
un pueblo originario de la región de Madre de Dios.
and one of the original peoples of the Madre de Dios region.
Y para nosotros es un honor estar acá en este evento de COP28, la primera vez que mi persona viene a este espacio muy importante en la defensa del medio ambiente, en defensa del bosque.
For us, it's a great honor to be here. This is the first time we've come to COP28, and we're here to defend our territories and defend the forest.
FENAMAD tiene 41 años de lucha reivindicativa, de lucha en los derechos colectivos e individuales del pueblo indígena de la región de Madre de Dios.
And FENAMAD has 41 years of struggling and challenging for the rights of indigenous peoples in the Madre de Dios region.
Para nosotros es muy importante en la actualidad contar con iniciativa de conservación incluyente ICI, muy importante para nosotros este proyecto directo que viene a los pueblos indígenas.
For us, the Jeff 7 Inclusive Conservation Initiative is a very important initiative for us, and it's direct financing for indigenous peoples.
Anteriormente, claro, lógicamente había apoyos de trabajo, pero había intermediarios que era un poco difícil.
Before there was funding, but it would go through intermediaries, and it made it complicated for us.
El trabajo no es tan fluido, no hay mucha coordinación.
The work sometimes isn't as fluid, and sometimes isn't the greatest coordination.
Sin embargo, con este proyecto que nosotros estamos iniciando con ICI, es diferente porque el actuar es directo, el trabajo es directo con comunidades nativas, con los actores propios de los bosques, los que son dueños y cuidan los bosques.
For us, this is different because we are the actors, we are the leaders, we are working directly with our communities, and they're the primary actors in the administration of these resources.
El trabajo va a ser mucho mejor porque anteriormente era la defensa de bosques por comunidades.
Before, it was the defense of forests by communities.
Sin embargo, ahora con este proyecto, iniciativa, reto también para la Federación Nativa, es que ahora vamos a trabajar con pueblos.
And now we can go from just community by community approach to consolidate that to work across multiple communities to defend our territories.
Y la defensa es mucho más grande, ya que mucha vulnerabilidad hay, violan derechos de comunidades y es mucho más fácil hacerlo cuando están en comunidades, en pequeñas porciones de tierra.
And obviously the threats are larger and bigger, so as a collective we can be able to respond more quickly to deal with the increasing threats on individual communities.
Ahora es un reto para nosotros como federación que se va a trabajar pues en pueblos por pueblos, ¿no? En la región de Madre de Dios, y es un reto también para nosotros cómo podemos seguir defendiendo la naturaleza en estos tiempos muy críticos, difíciles en nuestro Perú.
It's a challenge, but it's also the work that we have to do in these challenging times to be able to defend our territory here in the Peruvian Amazon.
Por defender la vida. Por ejemplo, hace 4 días han asesinado a un hermano indígena líder por defender la vida, por defender los bosques, ¿no? Entonces, para nosotros como Federación de Madre de Dios es un reto también, y para todos los pueblos indígenas de la Amazonía peruana.
And just, it's really to defend our lives. And just a few days ago, we lost a leader, and it really is important that we need to defend our territories and our people against those threats. And the life of the Amazon.
Esta experiencia para nosotros va a ser muy buena, de trabajar directamente con los pueblos, con los actores, ¿no? En que podamos nosotros demostrar que estamos en la capacidad de poder trabajar directamente en defensa, a pesar que históricamente los pueblos indígenas han sido los dueños protectores de nuestra Amazonía peruana.
It's very important that we are demonstrating that we are working collectively with our communities and that we show that we have that capacity to be able to do that and respond to those issues.
¿No? Para nosotros entonces este gran proyecto que tenemos con ICI es un reto y una iniciativa que es muy bueno para los pueblos trabajar directamente con los actores, con los dueños que están en los bosques, que fueron los que en tiempo de pandemia también protegieron. ¿Cómo se protegieron en tiempo de pandemia? Ahí está el mercado, está la salud, están los medicamentos ancestrales, que eso ha podido no solucionar este gran problema del mundo en su momento.
And again, this has been really important for us to have these direct resources to be able to work across our territories, but also as we learned in the pandemic that we have many issues, our health, our protection, and this will help us move those things forward.
Nosotros como Federación de la Región de Madre de Dios tenemos un reto, y el reto es cómo nosotros apalancamos más para que se pueda apoyar a diferentes organizaciones, ¿no? Que hay en la Amazonía peruana, y esto pueda consolidar aún más y sea una fuerza, y que no tengamos una debilidad con respecto a la defensa de nuestros bosques en nuestros territorios.
And as a federation, it's really our job to help work across all of the communities to make sure that we don't have those weaknesses and can respond to the threats that we have.
De verdad, para nosotros es un gran reto, ¿no? Como dirigentes regionales de Madre de Dios, y también para los representantes a nivel nacional, AIDESET, que siempre estamos de la mano trabajando en salvaguarda de los bosques de toda nuestra Amazonía.
Again, it's a large job for us, and we work hand in hand with IDESEP, the National Indigenous Federation, National Indigenous Association in Peru, to be able to protect our territories.
Un trabajo que sí ya se viene haciendo con Christine, Luis, que está acá presente, un trabajo que estamos haciendo de la mano, con toda la responsabilidad, ¿no?, de este tema de defensa de los bosques. Me voy a permitir también, venimos de tan lejos nosotros, de Perú, de Madre de Dios, también cederle, porque tengo 10 minutos, me han indicado, cederle también la palabra a mi vicepresidente de nuestra federación, que está acá también acompañándonos en este gran evento de COP28. Hermano Eusebio, te cedo la palabra, hermano, también.
Just a few minutes, I know I only have 10 minutes, but I also wanted to give the word to my vice president here to say a few things before we end.
Bueno, por parte mía, de verdad, pasaríamos toda una mañana hablando de cómo FENAMAT, cómo IDESET, las otras regionales que hay en Perú, ¿no? Nos abocamos plenamente a la defensa de los bosques, pero por este espacio voy a ceder la palabra a mi vicepresidente también, y de verdad me siento muy contento de estar acá delante de muchas personalidades.
And again, we've been talking all the morning with my fellow leaders from Peru about these issues, and I want to again give the word to my colleague here to say a few words, because we are here to defend the Peruvian Amazon.
Bueno, les agradezco, hermanos, por la atención.
Thank you for the
Muchas
attention.
gracias.
Thank you.
O sigate, Wairia Yanamo mining, Ndui ay Harakbut, Sigpi, Ambacha Paibo Chai, Harakbuta Machino Komai Boro. Buenos días a todos y a todas.
Good
Mi
morning,
nombre es
everyone.
Eusebio Ríos Civiche, soy del pueblo Arambut.
I'm Arsenio Riche, del Pueblo Mapu.
Yo vengo de mi comunidad
I'm coming from my community,
de San José de Carene.
the San José de Carine.
Cuando hablamos de bosque, me
Mami.
hace acordar a mis padres cuando todavía, gracias a Dios, les tengo vivos, cuando ellos han cuidado por millones de años nuestros bosques.
When we talk about forest, I think of my parents, and thankfully they're still alive, but our people have protected the forest for millennia.
Todavía mis papás han pasado una experiencia en la década de los 40, 50,
And my parents have passed through some experiences in the 40s and 50s.
ellos han tenido los primeros contactos
They
con
were
la
the-
sociedad nacional.
They were one of the first contacted from the Peruvian society.
Es por eso que por la vulnerabilidad que siempre han tenido los pueblos, muchos millones de nuestros hermanos han desaparecido.
And because of this contact, it has created a large vulnerability for our people, and many of our people have disappeared.
Por eso ahora, gracias por permitirnos estar acá, llevar
you.
la voz, la necesidad y la problemática de los pueblos originarios.
And thank you for having us here to talk about the issues of the Amazon and the problems we have, but also where we want to head.
Nosotros, por historia, hemos cuidado nuestros bosques.
By history, we have taken care of our forest.
El compañero doctor nos decía cuál es la experiencia, pero nosotros no necesitamos tener experiencia, sino siempre hemos convivido en armonía con nuestros bosques.
My colleague here talked about, the experience of that, but we don't need experience. We've lived in harmony with the forest. We've lived together, a coexistence we've had.
Pero poco se ha hecho, los gobiernos, nuestro gobierno, poco ha dado el apoyo necesario
And our
para
government-
proteger nuestro bosque, para proteger la vida también, porque si no cuidamos la vida, ¿quién va a cuidar los bosques también?
And it's very little that our governments have given to us to help protect the forest in this way, and it needs to happen.
Pero gracias a estos espacios, nosotros nos hemos organizado como,
Thanks to these spaces, we've organized ourselves
como Federación Nativa de
Uh,
Río Madre de Dios, que
as-
representa a los pueblos originarios.
as FENAMAT, that is representing Indigenous peoples.
Y es por eso ahora nos va a permitir afrontar grandes retos de tal ilegal, la deforestación, el narcotráfico, actividades ilegales.
Now it will help us confront these challenges that we have, whether it's illegal logging, whether it's rights abuses.
Ahora vamos a trabajar espacios más grandes,
And now
con
we
más
want
bosques,
to work on bigger spaces with more forest.
y eso es lo que podría mencionar ahora un poco, que me siento emocionado porque estamos acá participando en memoria de nuestros ancestros, llevando nuestras voces y la problemática, ¿no?, al mundo, que es necesario, porque nosotros no solamente hemos cuidado bosques para nosotros, sino también para la humanidad y el mundo.
And that's why I'm here. I'm very emotional that we are able here to talk about the work that we're doing, protecting the forest, not just for ourselves, but for humanity.
Dakichi, muchas gracias.
Gracias. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Eusebio y Alfredo, por traernos un poco de la realidad de la cuenca del río Madre de Dios para acá, para Dubái. Muchas gracias. Gracias, Eusebio. Now, lastly, I'm going to do it in English. Emmanuel, I'm going to ask for you to come and bring in a little bit. Oh, yes, the mic is here. Thank you, Christian, for the translations. Thanks a lot. Bringing a little bit of the perspective, international perspective, in your case, in the French government, the French support for the vital reserves in the Amazon, and also the sustainable finance mechanism, including FEFEN. I would like for us to bring some context of the French effort on this locally led initiative that we're discussing here today.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, my Spanish is not good enough, so I will have to talk in English. I hope the translation will work. Thank you very much.
Should I do it, or is it working?
Is it working?
It is?
Yeah, it works.
Okay, good.
Great. Yeah. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be here. It's a great pleasure to share our experiments with the Amazon region and to discuss today the locally led solutions to stop the Amazon tipping point. You all know it, so I will not recall the figures that our colleagues and the first speaker from CI recalled us. The Amazon is really essential to the planet. We had a direct testimony from people living there just before me. And yet, science is telling us that this treasure is in danger. So we have to take action. That is why forests are at the heart of France's biodiversity and climate policies, with a specific focus on the preservation of the three major tropical forest basins, namely the Amazon rainforest, the Congo Basin, and the tropical forest in Southeast Asia. Because we know that preserving hotspots of biodiversity and irrecuperable carbon reserves is essential to achieving the objectives of the Paris Agreement and the Conmemorial Global Biodiversity Framework. And to achieve these objectives, we need to find concrete solutions to our common problems. Not putting tropical forest under a cluster, but by involving the people who live in and from the forest, and who are its first guardians. France notably launched the Alliance for the Conservation of Rainforest in 2019 that highlight France's threefold strategy: preserving, restoring, and sustainably managing forests and their ecosystems. France also organized the One Forest Summit last March to catalyze actions and is involved with partners with the development of several country packages for forest, nature, and climate. And in that context, as an Amazonian state, France is, of course, strongly committed to the protection of the Amazon. And that is why France has launched the Vital Reserves Project in collaboration with Conservation International. The project is financed exclusively by France for 15.5 million euros, of which 2.5 million come from the French Facility for Global Environment, our bilateral innovative fund for climate and biodiversity. The Vital Reserves Project seeks to preserve and sustainably manage the Amazon rainforest in 4 countries: Bolivia, Ecuador, Guyana, and Peru. 7 million hectares of forests will be protected and managed sustainably, building on capacities of local communities. This project includes very concrete activities with conservation pacts, helping local people to change their crops, financing agriculture equipment, combating illegal timber extraction, oil and gas projects, and gold panning. Particularly, each reserve will put in place a long-term financing mechanism that could be replicated in other areas. France is also strongly committed to the fight against deforestation through emblematic AFD projects such as Terramaz and Indigenous for 21.5 billion euros. These multi-country projects, which operate in Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, aim to contribute to the protection of the Amazon in collaboration with 60 indigenous organizations. France is thus at the forefront of the fight for forests and commends all of those present today for their dedication to pursue this common challenge. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Emmanuel. And in your name, I would like to thank you pretty much because the partnership of Conservation International is allowing us to bridge what the impact that is being done through local communities and indigenous people in the Amazon. Many thanks. Antes que terminemos este panel, me gustaría llamarla a Fanny Kyuru, coordinadora general de COICA, que es un importante socio, muy importante socio de las iniciativas que se están desarrollando en la Amazonía por medio del gobierno francés y por medio de Conservación Internacional. Por favor, Fanny. Sí, por favor. Estábamos hablando sobre la importancia de las iniciativas siendo lideradas localmente para la conservación de la Amazonía, para evitar el punto de no retorno. Y si pudieras agregar un poco en la discusión que fue traída acá por los colegas de Perú, también por la Conservación Internacional Perú y por el gobierno francés, un poco de la realidad y los principales retos que tienen los pueblos indígenas para no solo conservar la Amazonía, pero sobre todo para vivir de la forma que les parece correcto y los valores que siempre trajeron hasta hoy. Gracias.
Hello. Oh.
Bueno, buenas tardes para todos los asistentes. Agradecer a Conservación Internacional, al Gobierno de Francia, que viene apoyando de una manera importante a la cuenca amazónica. Soy Fanny Kyuru, soy la coordinadora de las organizaciones indígenas de la cuenca amazónica. Creo que los pueblos indígenas somos los que más hemos sufrido los impactos negativos del cambio climático, también del extractivismo. Ok, está bien. Ya. Nuevamente. Ya. Bueno, agradecer especialmente a Conservación Internacional y al Gobierno de Francia por el apoyo tan importante en la cuenca amazónica.
I would like to thank the French government and Conservation International for their such important supports in the Amazon basin.
Como bien lo decía Mauricio, nosotros somos un aliado con Conservación Internacional y hemos trabajado proyectos tan importantes de adaptación, de mitigación, para hacerle frente a todos los efectos del cambio climático.
As Mauricio said, we're a very important ally to work together in initiatives and projects about mitigation and adaptation to fight against climate change.
Muchas veces son acciones pequeñas, pero que genera impacto en lo local donde realmente se debe trabajar. Por ejemplo, con el proyecto Becarias de la Amazonía.
Sometimes these actions are small, but however, they're very important to generate a big impact, like for example, the Indigenous Women's Fellowship Program.
Se ha trabajado de manera importante lo que es la regeneración de los ecosistemas.
The regeneration of ecosystems is something that's been, that we've been working on, which is very important.
El ecosistema amazónico se regenera solo, pero hoy por el cambio climático requiere de ayuda para poder regenerarse. Y ahí es donde las mujeres y los pueblos indígenas hacemos un trabajo muy importante.
Usually the ecosystem has the capacity to recover itself. However, today it needs the help of us and the women involved in this program to make it recover.
Las mujeres restauran los humedales que se han secado por el calentamiento global, por la sequía que hoy atraviesa la Amazonía.
The women restore the wetlands that today has dried out as a consequence of climate change in the Amazon.
Ellas cultivan los árboles que retienen humedad para mantener los humedales, o sea, se está restaurando nuevamente ecosistemas amazónicos desde el trabajo de las mujeres.
They plant the tree species that retain water in these ecosystems to restore the wetlands in the Amazon.
Llevamos ya dos veces, ¿cómo se puede decir?
¿Programas?
Sí, dos programas de becarias que cada año 60 becarias hacen este trabajo en toda la cuenca amazónica.
So far, we've already carried out 2 programs of the fellowship, and every year, at the moment, there's more than 60 women who've been carrying out this work in the Amazon.
Esto es a nivel de territorio, pero a nivel de región de la cuenca amazónica, nosotros tenemos la iniciativa 80 por 25, que es cómo proteger la Amazonía al 80% de aquí al año 2025.
These are activities that we do locally in the territory. However, in the whole Amazon, we have an initiative called 80 by 25, which is restoring the whole Amazon basin by 2025, 80% of the Amazon basin by 2025.
Mañana tenemos la presentación de esa iniciativa en el pabellón de Colombia. Además, hemos inaugurado el Observatorio de Cambio Climático y Biodiversidad antes de venir a este evento.
Tomorrow they have an event at the Colombia Pavilion to present this initiative. Y mañana es el evento de Colombia, ¿y qué más?
Sí, vamos a presentar el 80%.
Yeah, tomorrow they're presenting the 80 times 25 event initiative at the Colombia Pavilion, and they've already just launched, before coming here, the
El Observatorio Cambio Climático y Biodiversidad.
The Climate Change Observatory.
Por eso agradecemos muchísimo al gobierno de Francia, porque ha tomado conciencia de la importancia de conservar la Amazonía.
And we want to thank the French government for this, their important support in conserving the Amazon, because they've realized how important it is.
Bueno, muchas gracias por todo.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Fanny. Muchas gracias, Luis, Alfredo, Eusebio, Emanuel. Muchas gracias. Y también a las traductoras Daniela y Christine. Muchas gracias. Y recordar la urgencia que tenemos enfrente para evitar el punto de no retorno de la Amazonía y apoyar el desarrollo socioeconómico de las personas que viven en la selva. Las acciones deben ser hechas siempre de forma colectiva. Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes.
Hello. Welcome everyone to Indigenous Peoples Day and the Nature Positive Pavilion. We're very happy to see you here. It's been an eventful day. It's been really, really nice just to have these conversations and to listen to all of these stories being shared. We have another exciting one now. So just to kick you start, I would love to show one of the videos that we've produced with If Not Us Then Who, and you find it very useful for this conversation.
CAR sio mbaya, CAR kabisa, kwa sababu obeazabe ama utashana, kwa sababu tunapenda
this community area for all these many years. Now they get money out of that. How does I need this forest? Pastoralists need this land for their grazings. They put their bylaws for that purposes without even knowing that there is carbon. There is another way of benefit. So people are concerned not because of the money they are getting, they are concerned because of their primary target.
Sisi kama wanawake katika mradi huu wa carbon, katika mradi huu wa utunzaji wa misitu, sisi kama VGS tunavyoenda doria,
has become a big solution up to date that is supporting the people of Yeda Valley.
CAR sio mbaya, CAR kabisa, kwa sababu obeazabe ama utashana, kwa sababu tunapenda
this community have conserved this area for all these many years. Now they get money out of that. How does I need this forest? Pastoralists need this land for their grazings. They put their bylaws for that purposes without even knowing that there is carbon. There is another way of benefit. So people are concerned not because of the money they are getting, they are concerned because of their primary target.
sisi kama wanawake katika mradi huu wa carbon, katika mradi huu wa utunzaji wa misitu, sisi kama VGS tunavyoenda doria,
has become a big solution up to date that is supporting the people of Yeda Valley. As a result, nowadays even the number of the animals are increasing.
I was very lucky to be in this community and to meet Isaac and just film this story. And if you know Nature for Climate, we do more than this pavilion, which is amazing and just convening all of that. But what we really want is to not only increase, the level of the conversation around nature-based solutions, around the role of nature, but also to make sure that this translates into real life, that we really can learn from the experience of the people that are on the ground and to whom it matters the most, because that is their home. So what we're doing here today and what we're trying to do throughout the 2 weeks is really to make sure that we empower these voices and that we really link those solutions and the mechanisms and all of the negotiations that we've been discussing to leverage their home and to leverage their leadership within the climate space. So for now, I'll just love to welcome Annette Nazarek, Chair of the ICVCM, to do some welcoming words.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here, and I know this is going to be a fascinating discussion. I've met our speakers this morning, and I was just completely taken with their stories, and so I'm very eager for you to share with them as well. I want to thank our partners at Forency, and especially, again, to our speakers who are willing to share their experiences with us today. As you heard, I'm Annette Nazareth. I'm the chair of the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market. As you probably know, the Integrity Council is a new independent governance body, and our mission is to create the standards for high-integrity carbon credits. We've defined what a high-integrity credit is, which is through what we call our core carbon principles, and we also have a rule book that animates those principles and ensures that the carbon crediting programs and the carbon categories meet those high standards, with the goal, obviously, of creating a high integrity carbon market that everyone can have confidence in, and therefore through greater investment will bring finance to the global south, where it can really scale up the benefits of the carbon markets. So our assessments of the carbon crediting programs are now underway, and our aim is that we work to bring, as I said, integrity to the voluntary carbon market. And Indigenous peoples and local communities have a very important voice in this, in shaping our high integrity core carbon principle criteria, and frankly, the whole future of the voluntary carbon market. Our current assessment framework has worked not only to reduce emissions, but they also have put in place, unlike prior efforts, I believe, robust social and environmental safeguards. This was very important to us, and also having free, prior, and informed consent, as well as delivering positive, sustainable development impacts. So we're not just looking at the credits themselves, but to the ecosystem and the impacts on communities. So after consulting with Indigenous peoples and local communities worldwide and incorporating those perspectives into our governing board, and we're very proud to have 3 members of our 21-member governing board who are from these communities, and 2 of them are here today, Kenyeke Sena and Francisco Souza. I have brain fog. We've really worked to ensure that the Integrity Council's CCPs safeguard the rights and livelihoods and values of IPs and LCs. So I'm delighted to introduce Kenyeke Sena, who I said is one of our esteemed board members who comes from Kenya. He's going to moderate the discussion, and most importantly, you're going to hear directly from members of these communities, and we're very eager to continue to animate their voices and to have them be part of our framework. So thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible. So as I've introduced, my name is Kenyeke Sena, and I'll be moderating the rest of the session. So first of all, I would like to welcome all speakers today. We have someone from each of the regions. We have from South America, Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. And of course, myself representing Kenya. Kenya must always be represented. Of course, we have to recognize that Indigenous peoples come from very diverse backgrounds, and sometimes no single individual can claim to be representing all, but at least those taking part here represent that geographical spread, as well as both jurisdictional and project level representation. So given the challenges of getting COP28 budget, it has also depended on where that has been possible. So that actually challenged the participation. What is important is that the IPLCs here come with experience of carbon finance to bring their voice to these conversations and to play a role in shaping the future of the voluntary carbon market. And just to give a bit of a background, Indigenous peoples and local communities have historically not been adequately represented or actively involved or given leadership of conversation, or had access to or shared benefits of carbon finance and carbon markets that we all know. These have led to some cases, rights abuses, displacements, and lack of consideration of IPLC's traditions and cultures, among other issues. How to ensure IPLC's engagement, leadership, and involvement in decision-making on carbon markets is critical part of the IVCM or ICVCM to strengthen integrity of the voluntary carbon market. There have also been cases where carbon finance has been beneficial to Indigenous peoples. There has been work done by projects and programs with leadership from Indigenous peoples and local communities, including land rights, improving livelihoods, strengthening community governance, and respecting traditional lifestyles, among other things. The point of this event is to hear from those on the ground working in and with their communities on carbon finance. So just a bit about what we are doing at the Integrity Council of the Voluntary Carbon Markets. And by the way, we are doing this event jointly with the Voluntary Carbon Markets Initiative. I know these terms are confusing. The Integrity Council is looking at the supply side of carbon to the market. And the VCMI is looking at the demand side to ensure integrity. So we ensure integrity on the supply side, and the other organization looks at integrity on the demand side of carbon projects. So I'm a board member for the Integrity Council of the Voluntary Carbon Market, and as Annette mentioned briefly in the introduction about the work that the organization has done so far, do have a voice and are able to engage. Last year at COP27, we had a workshop, and in this workshop, the message that we had from Indigenous peoples was a need to have a single forum for engagement with the voluntary carbon market. Like we are now calling for nominations of IPLCs for the board, for the board of the engagement forum. The IPLC forum will proactively identify and seek to address IPLC priorities and opportunities in the VCM. We're also calling for expressions of interest for partners so that it just doesn't become the ICVCM initiative or the VCMI, but we want other partners to come so that we can be together in making sure that this works. So we are calling for expression of interest from partner organizations that might like to get involved in the forum. We encourage all interested IPLCs to get in touch and find out more about our work and the work of the forum, as it is so important that there's a wide group of possible engagement way beyond this event. In this event, we would like the participants to share with us their experiences of working with carbon finance and what they would like to see in the future. So I'll now give the opportunity over to the speakers to discuss. And we have a total of 4 speakers: Mereta Koko from New Zealand, Isach Brayson from Tanzania, Melena Pollard from Guyana, and Nevi Keug from Cambodia. So I think I'll take this opportunity to give Mereta Koko of New Zealand the floor. In Swahili we say karibu. Yeah, Mera.
Tēnā tātou. Ko hikurangi te maunga, ko Waiapu te awa, ko Ngāti Porou te iwi, ko Māui te tupuna. I'm greeting in you all my traditional language, the Indigenous language of Aotearoa, New Zealand, Māori. We are a Pacific peoples. I essentially gave you my GPS coordinates, my sacred river, the Waiapu, my sacred mountain, Hikurangi, my sacred ancestor, Maui, the demigod. You might have seen the movie Moana. Well, he's a real-life descendant of Maui. And actually, it was on our sacred mountain that Maui fished up the North Island of New Zealand. So I come from that nation, the nation of Maui. From my ancestors to yours, I want to acknowledge all of you and your ancestors and what you bring here with you in this space. So thank you for being here. You know, climate change brings with it a number of challenges. For us, 1,000 years after Maui, Portuguese, travelled to our lands, this is not the original Maui, another one, we face significant degradation of our environment. Our river, the Waiapu, you know, the mother lode, it's our mother, now has one of the highest rates of silt in the southern hemisphere. You know, that's a result of the deforestation of native forests in our area as a result of government policy and to make way for agriculture and some of these modern day industries that we find ourselves in. So we in the Pacific, and particularly my community and other communities that are isolated, facing climate change impacts, which basically are rendering us in a very vulnerable position. We have a lack of infrastructure, so when the great floods come, like what we experienced earlier this year, we are suddenly cut off almost overnight from energy infrastructure. Our bridges are washed out, so there's no access to the roading network. The lights go out. We have no access to energy. And of course, food security becomes an issue. So we are looking to ways that we can build the vital infrastructure we need to become climate resilient communities. And nature markets have become, for us, the solution. You all understand and know about nature-based solutions, but you also know, if you work in the space, that it's extremely expensive. We, as a developed nation, even though we're a fourth world nation within a developed nation, cannot access climate finance like other Pacific nations can. So we have to actually look at alternative solutions. And that solution for us is the market. We are developing the world's first Indigenous-led, 100% owned nature market. We're not just building out a credit. We're building out a market and a system that's going to be 100% owned and controlled by Indigenous communities. We are bundling a combination of biodiversity credits, carbon credits, both in the blue and the green. And it's extremely exciting and innovative approach that we're taking, because beyond the science, we're actually also combining Indigenous knowledge, and we have our first offering of credits that will become available next year, as soon as next year in April. Why is this important? Because it's going to deliver sustainable finance to our communities who need it most. We will be reinvesting the profits from our credits back into regeneration of our native forests, cleaning up our rivers, and also, creating vital infrastructure and jobs for our local communities. So instead of going to work in the pine industry and clear-cutting trees, we'll actually redeploy our workforce so that we are planting new native forests. We are bringing back our native bird wildlife, and also we are working in the ocean space. So conservation, rewilding, bringing back those habitats, biodiversity is actually built into what we call our carbon credit plus. So our credit will be unique in that you'll be guaranteed a tonne of carbon, but beyond that, you'll know that your investment is going to help regenerate biodiversity. We've seen bad approaches to carbon development happening. And so the other aspect is building in heritage elements. We want to make sure that whatever we do promotes Indigenous knowledge. So I want to invite you all to learn more about our conservation project, Hene Moana Halo. And again, I just want to thank you all for being here. Ngā mihi.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Now, let me take this opportunity to introduce Isaac Bryson from Tanzania to share his experiences from the Yaeda Chini Carbon Project.
Hi to everyone. As I have been introduced, my name is Isaac Bryson from Yaeda Valley, as mentioned, in northern Tanzania, but there is a home for hunter-gatherers, Hazabe, for more than 40,000 years ago. But for decades, also we have been together, hosted by Datoga grazing pastoralist, a pure traditional grazing without any other option. We have been living together friendly with the environment during our hunting, gathering, and pastoralism. Since our ancestors, it is our custom to live friendly with nature because we depend for hunting and gathering and pastoralism. So this has been a lucky and a grateful opportunity for us, because after some times, there was a little started invasion of the strangers, those who seeking for farming opportunities, and also they were starting this poaching poaching activities that resulted into shaking our life negatively, especially hunter and gatherers, as well as those pastoralists. And that is when it provided us the response in order to solve such a problem. And we did a lot of assembly meetings on knowing how we can solve that situation. And the solution was to develop a land plan to get the certificate of ownership of our land so that it can provide us the power to defend our land and to set the bylaw. And this was done in 2009. We were lucky to have the certificate and the legal recognition of our own land, ancestral land, from the government of Tanzania, and also the support from the NGO called the UCRT, Ujamaa Community Resource Team. After that, we found that we have a foundation now to start securing the land and all the resources because we have the power. But in 2010, we were lucky to start the carbon emission offsetting project through our forest after we got awareness from the partnership contract with Carbon Tanzania. I have the boss there called Mark Beck. So we started well the agreement, and we get awareness that our forest is playing a great role, and we involve on voluntary carbon market through our project developer. And we agree after every 6 months there must be a sale to the voluntary market, and the money is coming back directly to the ground level to us, the community. So we started the project since 2010. So to date, it is 13 years. It's a long period. Since then, I was a project manager from the time up to date. So we have observed the project is bringing a lot of benefits to us. Starting with this revenue flow as a monetary benefit, it has helped us in several issues in our community, like education costs. Hundreds of students have been benefiting through this. As you know, boy and arrow, we have boy and arrow, we don't have a cash. So this project have been helpful to us. Also, we have been getting support to the health services. As we know, we can't afford those expensive treatment in hospitals, ambulances, transport, treatment, serious treatment. So it has been covered by this revenue. Food security, for sometimes, because of the harsh environmental drought and so on, sometimes we like to have availability of plenty of tubers and what. So during that season, we use this revenue through agreement on meetings. We use to purchase food, and we distribute equal to each individual household. Also, the project have employed my youth guys, my fellow there at home. More than 130 guys have been employed as a youth, as a community game rangers who take daily patrol operation to take this, to see the security, as we have agreed during the land plan, if it is going well or not. If it's going well, no problem. If there is any deviation, we are taking the action. So in that sense, it has played a great role. Also, developmental projects like building school, dispensaries, and so on. It has been so helpful. Also, there is non-monetary benefit from the project. We know that we have started from 2010 up to 13 years. So year after year, the forests have been improving, the density of the forest. The animal has been increasing. So that the hunting and gathering have becoming better and better year after year. Even grazing pasture for our fellows now are being available. The spiritual sites, we have different spiritual sites where we used to worship. So it has been well protected. And the recognition, through this project, we have been recognized internationally, even local there at home, that they have the land. The land is playing the role of reducing the emission, and the emission is a global problem. So this recognition has been a huge opportunity for us to engage with the global on fight against this climatic impact. Yeah, in general, this project have been so compatible with our way of life because in general, cultural lifestyle, hunting and gathering, well supported to date, and we have a secured future to proceed. Yeah, I'm here to take the opportunity to appreciate the work, the great work from around the globe to recognize the indigenous people and the local community. And I can assure you that as we are living close to the nature, we are front line to make sure that the nature is secured. And we know that nature, we have been getting awareness that nature is the solution for climate impact. So we are forefront on that. But what we request is you, decision maker, international decision maker, and all others, to give us support in solving so many livelihood challenges. We have so many challenges that sometimes forces us to eat the forest, but unsustainably with a very low financial gain. So, but through this way of high integrity carbon voluntary market, we have seen as the best way because it's very sustainable. We protect the forest, then we are getting paid. Then the payment are solving the challenges. And we've seen that this is a very compatible way or project that can help you to have a bright future. Living out solving livelihood challenge, we have seen that the project is solving the global challenge that is climate impact mitigation and so on. So this COP28, as before I came here, I have been getting awareness about this COP28 ideas through LinkedIn and so on. And it has brought a huge hope to us that after this meeting, the real action, they really prompts the issues for several years since the Paris Agreement 2015 to date. It is several years. It has been like a theory. It has been a lot of agreements, but this COP28 has promised that after here, we are going to see the real action that indigenous people and the local community are being supported for the case of moving forward to the net zero emission target. And the biodiversity protection is our daily custom. So I'm thankful and I appreciate my presence here, and also on behalf of my community there at home and across the world, I request your support to proceed so that we can reach our goals. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Isaac, for bringing out those very important issues. Security of land tenure, the hospital insurance, livelihoods, among others. So I'll now open the floor to Melena Ponand from Guyana to share her experiences. You have 5 minutes, Elena.
A pleasant afternoon to all. I am Melena Pollard at Tushao, which is also a village leader. I am from a village called Rivers View in Guyana, South America. It's a very lovely village filled with peaceful people, warm hospitality. When you come to Guyana, you come for the experience, where you stay for the warmth of the people, nature at its best. We are always pleased to have visitors. Rivers View got its name from facing 3 rivers, and it has approximately 1,000 persons living there. The village is covered by about 80% of forests. Our people depend on the forest for their livelihood. We get our food, our clothing, medicine. We get the nourishment for our minds, our bodies, and our souls. And we share this with the entire world. Due to climate change, the weather patterns are no longer predictable. In 2020 and 2021, Rivers View experienced the worst flooding ever. And this year, we had severe droughts, which has caused the loss of crops. And for those who would do farming, you know that when you lose one crop, especially in indigenous people's lives, you're losing a lot. Sometimes the money doesn't compensate for what you've lost. Our village received funding from the sale of carbon credits, which we used to develop different aspects of our village. We developed health, education. We developed projects that will improve the lives of women and youths. And for us, this is something that will enable us to reinvest in our village and make it more productive. We have rich flora and fauna, and we encourage the use of the sustainable use of the forest because this is what we depend on, and we willingly share it with the world. One of the projects that we did is ecotourism we are starting now, where persons get to come and experience the rich forest life. You're able to come and enjoy it with us. And all of these projects that were done, we used the finances from carbon credits to do that. So it's improving lives while saving our forests. And I make this plea to you today. Invest in the forest. This is what is going to save our Mother Earth that provides everything that we need. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melena, for also saving 2 minutes of time. So, and the issues you raise are quite important. So I now want to give this opportunity to Nevi from Cambodia, and there will be translation, so we'll give you 9 minutes because of the translation.
ជាបឋមនាងខ្ញុំសូមគោរពដល់អាយដាមលោកជំទាវលោកស្រីនាងកញ្ញានិងភ្ញៀវកិត្តិយសដែលមានវត្តមាននៅក្នុងកិច្ចប្រជុំនេះ
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
នាងខ្ញុំឈ្មោះគ្រឿងណារីមកពីសហគមន៍ជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចពូណងនៃព្រះរាជាណាចក្រកម្ពុជា
My name is Krương Navi. I'm the Bunong Indigenous community from Cambodia.
នាងខ្ញុំសូមអរគុណចំពោះអង្គការ UNF ICC ICVCM Nature for Climate ដែលបានផ្ដល់ឱកាសដល់នាងខ្ញុំបានមកចែករំលែកនៅព័ត៌មាននិងរឿងរ៉ាវរបស់យើងខ្ញុំនៅពេលនេះ
I'm thankful to UNFCCC, IVCVM, and Nature for Climate, giving me the opportunity to share our story today.
នាងខ្ញុំរស់នៅក្នុងដែនជម្រកសត្វព្រៃកែវសីមាដែលស្ថិតនៅខាងកើតនៃប្រទេសកម្ពុជា
Our community live in the heart of Khao Saima Wildlife Sanctuary in the east of Cambodia.
ដែនជម្រកសត្វព្រៃនេះមិនត្រឹមតែជាមានន័យផ្ទះរបស់នាងខ្ញុំទេប៉ុន្តែវាគឺជាអត្តសញ្ញាណនិងទំនៀមទម្លាប់របស់ជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចពូណងរបស់យើងខ្ញុំ
The forest in the Khao Saima Wildlife Sanctuary is more than a home to us. It represents cultural and traditional to our community.
ដែនដីនេះបានតភ្ជាប់ទំនាក់ទំនងយ៉ាងជិតស្និទ្ធជាមួយនឹងយើងខ្ញុំជាច្រើនចំនួនណាស់មកហើយ
This land has strong connection to our community from many generations.
នាងខ្ញុំមានជំនឿថាប្រឡឹងរបស់ដូនតារបស់យើងខ្ញុំនៅក្នុងព្រៃនេះ
As the enemies, our culture, and we believe that spirit is we have strong connection to the spirit in the forest.
ដែនជម្រកសត្វព្រៃដ៏ពិសិដ្ឋមួយនេះដែនសត្វព្រៃជម្រកមួយនេះទទួលបានរងគ្រោះពីការកាប់បំផ្លាញព្រៃឈើនិងរុករានដីព្រៃខុសច្បាប់
However, this forest is being threatened by gradually become deforestation.
ឧទាហរណ៍ជាក់ស្ដែងដែនជម្រកសត្វព្រៃស្នួលគឺជាតំបន់សម្បូរបែបទៅដោយជីវៈចម្រុះ
I tell you an example from the next to our home, former Snool Wildlife Sanctuary.
ជាអកុសលតំបន់នេះមិនត្រូវបានគ្រប់គ្រងដោយហិរញ្ញប្បទានណាមួយឡើយ
This Snool Wildlife Sanctuary experience having a rich biodiversity, but it haven't got any support from any other project.
ជាលទ្ធផលដែនជម្រកសត្វព្រៃស្នួលត្រូវបានបំផ្លាញទាំងស្រុងហើយសត្វព្រៃក៏បានបាត់បង់អស់ផងដែរ
resulting in deforestation and biodiversity loss.
សម្រាប់ជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចពូនងយើងខ្ញុំរឿងដែលជាអកុសលគឺដែនចម្រុះសត្វព្រៃស្នួលត្រូវការការរំលឹកអំពីផលលំបាកដែលបានកើតឡើង
For us, Snow Fate we consider as the reminder of what happened that the community who trying to protect the forest but do not get any support.
នៅពេលដែលម្ចាស់ដែនដីយើងខ្ញុំត្រូវបានគេមើលរំលងដោយគ្មានការគាំទ្រណាមួយនោះ
When our community is being ignored and there is no any support.
នៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ2010 សហគមន៍យើងខ្ញុំបានបោះជំហានមួយដ៏ធំគឺដើរជាមួយនឹងគម្រោង Red Book.
So in 2010s our community took a big step by joining Red Plus project.
វាពោពេញទៅដោយបញ្ហានិងនីតិជាច្រើន
This journey is the unknown journey and full of questions and challenges.
ក្នុងនាមខ្ញុំជាស្ត្រីជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចមួយរូបខ្ញុំព្រួយបារម្ភខ្លាចសម្លេងរបស់នាងខ្ញុំមិនត្រូវបានគាំទ្រនិងយកចិត្តទុកដាក់
As the indigenous people woman, I am concerned that when we join this project, our voice is not being heard and our voice is not respected.
ប៉ុន្តែជាក់ស្ដែងនៅពេលដែលយើងខ្ញុំបានចូលរួមជាមួយគម្រោង Red Book កាន់តែខ្លាំងធ្វើឲ្យខាងសហគមន៍ជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចពូនងយើងខ្ញុំយល់ពីអត្ថប្រយោជន៍នៃហិរញ្ញប្បទានកាបូន
When we strongly engage in the project, our community start understands about the benefit of the carbon financing.
វាមិនគ្រាន់តែជាវិធីរកប្រាក់ចំណូលដល់សហគមន៍តែប៉ុណ្ណោះទេប៉ុន្តែវាគឺជាជួយលើកកម្ពស់ជីវភាពដល់សហគមន៍យើងខ្ញុំ
This project is not only about earning the money, but it also empower us to protect the forest.
និងការការពារព្រៃឈើសហគមន៍របស់យើងខ្ញុំផងដែរ
Protect the forest and the our customary land rights.
គម្រោង Red Book នេះបានជួយផ្ដល់ឲ្យយើងខ្ញុំបានទទួលដីកម្មសិទ្ធិស្មរភាពសហគមន៍ជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចពូនងដែលទទួលស្គាល់ជាផ្លូវការ
This Red project help us to obtain the collective land right where like it legal recognitions that we indigenous people own this territory.
ថាយើងខ្ញុំជាម្ចាស់ដីរបស់យើងខ្ញុំនឹងថែរក្សាដីនេះនឹងថែរក្សាការពារដីនេះរហូតតកូនចៅជំនាន់ក្រោយ
And we have strong commitment to protect this forest for our next generations.
យើងខ្ញុំក៏បានប្រើប្រាស់ថាវិការដែលទទួលបានពីហិរញ្ញប្បទានកាបូនយកទៅអភិវឌ្ឍនៅសកម្មភាពនានានៅក្នុងសហគមន៍របស់យើងខ្ញុំ
We use the fund from carbon financing to develop our village.
នាងខ្ញុំបានសាងសង់រោងប្រជុំជាកន្លែងធ្វើការសម្រាប់ចិត្តរួមគ្នារបស់យើងខ្ញុំ
We build the meeting hall where we make consensus agreement.
នាងយើងខ្ញុំបានដំឡើងប្រព័ន្ធទឹកស្អាតសម្រាប់ប្រើប្រាស់ក្នុងសហគមន៍និងធ្វើការគួងអណ្ដូងស្នាប់បានជាច្រើនកន្លែង
We build cleaning water systems and many pump well.
ថាវិការដែលពួកខ្ញុំត្រូវប្រើប្រាស់សំខាន់ជាងគេនោះគឺយើងខ្ញុំបានរៀបចំក្រុមល្បាតនិងគាំទ្រលើសម្ភារៈក្រុមល្បាតឲ្យបានគ្រប់គ្រាន់ដើម្បីងាយស្រួលក្នុងការការពារព្រៃឈើរបស់យើងខ្ញុំឲ្យបានល្អ
Most importantly, we use the funds to establish and equip community patrol to effectively protect our forests and natural resources.
កិច្ចខិតខំប្រឹងប្រែងទាំងនេះត្រូវបានអនុវត្តនិងបញ្ចូលតាមប្រពៃណីនិងវិធីសាស្ត្រច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីៗ
Our traditional way of life and combined with the innovation way to protect our land.
វាមិនត្រឹមតែជួយដល់សហគមន៍ជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចពូនងយើងខ្ញុំទេប៉ុន្តែវាជួយថែរក្សារួមចំណែកថែរក្សាផែនដីទាំងមូល
Not only benefit to our community but also contribute to protect the well-being of the entire planet.
ប្រសិនបើគ្មានគម្រោង Red Book សហគមន៍យើងខ្ញុំនិងអត្តសញ្ញាណរបស់យើងខ្ញុំអាចជួបហានិភ័យ
if there is no RED Plus project, our livelihood and traditional and cultural will be at risk.
វាមិនត្រឹមតែជួយជំនួយការអភិវឌ្ឍដល់សហគមន៍យើងខ្ញុំតែប៉ុណ្ណោះទេប៉ុន្តែវាក៏ជួយរួមចំណែកថែរក្សាព្រៃឈើនិងអត្តសញ្ញាណទំនៀមទម្លាប់របស់ជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចពូនងយើងខ្ញុំផងដែរ
This project is not only about community development in our village, but it also preserve our culture and identity.
យើងខ្ញុំបានឈរនៅទីនេះដោយក្តីកតញ្ញូ
We are here in front of you and feeling with gratitude.
នេះជាកិត្តិយសដ៏ថ្លៃថ្លាធំធេងបំផុតដែលខ្ញុំបានមកនិយាយកាន់ទីនេះ
And this is my great honor to share the story with you.
ដោយបានមកនិយាយកាន់អ្នកដឹកនាំសកលលោកជាច្រើនរូប
From a very small village and talk to the world leader today.
ការគាំទ្ររបស់លោកអ្នកពិតជាធំធេងជាងគោលសម្រេចចិត្តនយោបាយផ្សេង
Your support beyond the policy and many decision making.
ការគាំទ្ររបស់លោកអ្នកជួយថែរក្សាប្រពៃណីអត្តសញ្ញាណនិងការពារថែរក្សាកូនចៅយើងខ្ញុំទៅអនាគត
Your support help us to protect our traditional, cultural identity and our future generation, future children.
វាជួយជ្រោមជ្រែងមិនត្រឹមតែជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចប៉ុណ្ណោះយើងខ្ញុំទេប៉ុន្តែវាជួយដល់ជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចដែលរស់នៅទូទាំងសកលលោក
This support is not only help our Bunong indigenous community, but also benefit to the indigenous people worldwide.
នាងខ្ញុំសូមអរគុណចំពោះការស្ដាប់ដោយយកចិត្តទុកដាក់របស់លោកអ្នក
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have experiences from maybe across section of the world, which is very, very good. They have told us different things that are happening in their respective carbon projects. I have a few also examples from Kenya, but I've been told that because I'm a board member, I should not actually discuss them because it will appear as if I'm endorsing a project. So I'll not do that. So what I'll do is I'll open the floor because I know you might have a few questions. I'll open the floor for anyone who might have a question or clarification to them and also generally to the people dealing with carbon around here if they may be able to clarify one or two issues you might have. How many hands do I see up so that I know how to manage this? So let's start from, is that clockwise going this way? Left? Yes, sir. Microphone?
Thanks. Those all sound like amazing projects. And I have kind of a specific question is, of each credit sold, what percentage of that, let's say if it's $10 a credit, how much of that reaches the community itself to use? And then kind of complementary question, if these are kind of high integrity credits with co-benefits, biodiversity, social benefits, et cetera, and do you find that the buyers pay more knowing these stories? And if so, does that translate to more funds reaching the community if the credits are of higher value?
Let me take two more and then I'll give the panelists the time or opportunity. Yes, madam.
Hi, thank you so much for sharing the story. Actually, I would like to ask to Navi specifically, if you don't mind. Yeah, I just want to know how long it takes you, I mean your community, up to you can go to the market, and then what is the most difficult aspect when you do this REDD project? Is it related to the capacity building or understanding about that? Because you also mentioned about forest patrol. So I just want to know what is the most challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last one for this round.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to know how long the contracts are that you sign for the carbon market projects, and if they're longer, if they're, say, 25 to 30 years, how you manage that in terms of thinking about intergenerationally the contracts that you're signing? Thank you.
Okay, let me take one more, just behind you, and then we continue.
So thank you so much. I want to commend all of the panelists. I think there are some very successful stories. I am also from Guyana, and I just want to commend our Tushao Melina. But I want to share a little bit more perspective on the Guyana situation. Guyana is a small country, about 83,000 square miles. It has a forest coverage of more than 85% of the country is covered by forests. And so since 2008, we started the initiative of trying to see how best we can able to have finance come into our country. So in 2009, we had an agreement with Norway where we were benefited with $250 million US. And only last year, we had another agreement with Hess Corporation where Guyana again benefited from $750 million US. Coming out of that, 15% was designated directly for indigenous communities. Indigenous communities, we hold about 10% of Guyana landmass. And from the project there, we were able to get 15%. To date, we have received about 22.5 million for this year, and that's we will be receiving that amount for the next 10 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I will not go into the details, but the questions of benefit sharing, does it bring more carbon money? What are some of the difficulties you are facing, and what do you do about the length of the contracts in the terms of intergenerational context? So who wants to go first?
Okay.
Mfupi.
Benefit sharing, the revenue sharing. As we know, we indigenous society, we can't afford to have a complete accomplishment of the whole system to have the money. So we have the partnership with some of the project developer. For example, Carbon Tanzania is a project developer for us. Then we have the government. The government is watching for both of us, community and the project developer, if those agreements that we have did on contract are going smoothly. So according to our contract there, 60% of the total sale, 60%, nowadays it's 61, has changed just recently. 61% of the total sale is going directly to us. Then 30% is going to the project developer. Project developer are the ones who are trying to connect us from the ground to the global financial system. Monitoring operation of the project, for example, project manager are used to monitor the project, so the whole cost of operation is being covered by those 30%. Also the verification, as you know, we have the verification organization, example Plan Vivo and Vera, but we use Plan Vivo. Plan Vivo verification, the cost is inside of that 30%. Then 10% is for our government, like taxi and some contribution to those who are close to us, so that when it happens, there is any kind of challenge, either illegal invasion or any kind of challenge, we use to call them, to inform them to come to solve those problems. So for the great percentage, the amount of the money that are being earned to the voluntary market are coming directly to us, and that is 61%. Contract duration. Contract duration for us is now, at first we were having the contract before the expansion of the project, it was 20 years. But last year, we agreed that we renewed the contract because there were new members joined. So the contract now, it is 30 years. So 30 years is a long period. Maybe I will be old. Monitoring of the project always involves several meetings. We used to meet we used to meet in several village communities, and we used to talk with people, to talk with the youngs. Nowadays, the youngs are at school, 100 of them, they're at school. They are getting school through revenue, and even to their head, they know that the revenue is playing a great role. Even when I go home, the food is there. If there is a problem, we buy through this revenue. So even the generation through meetings, through interaction, through monitoring are getting awareness of knowing this project that is valuable to our life. And if this project is gone, I think we can be shaken negatively.
I just want to respond to the question about the credit and the pricing. So I think that no one's got it right yet. I think there's huge scope for Indigenous communities to build out a premium credit, which goes beyond carbon, to look at what we actually have to offer that nobody else does. We are the biodiversity owners. 80% of, as we know, of the world's biodiversity, as we know it, is either managed or owned by Indigenous communities. And then we know also that Indigenous knowledge and keeping them in place, stabilising Indigenous peoples on their land is going to be good for that biodiversity. We have the cultural traditions to be able to protect these very special places. So that translates in the market, and we've already been testing this, and we've been offered the higher end of the market spectrum. So in New Zealand, the carbon credit is worth $70. That's quite high. We'll be able to go 20% above that. So this is going to probably be one of the highest priced credits to come online. But 100% of the profits of our credits beyond the admin fee, which was basically running our train exchange platform, the investment side of things, transactions, all go back to our communities. We are the project developers as well. So I'm not into the idea of long-term contracts. We are using a very, very different formula. We are using ex-ante science-based finance, where we're taking a 7th-generation approach. We are talking about a 100-year asset. We value the carbon credit over a 100-year cycle. We encourage investors to provide finance up front, and then over the duration of that time, we will provide the investment, the ROI on that original investment back. Because ultimately, our concern is about maintaining the self-determination of Indigenous communities, protecting the asset long-term, ensuring that you don't have what we have now, which is carbon speculators coming in to our communities. So it's about protection, it's about good governance, Indigenous-led, and also participation. We want to make sure from ridges to reef, across all those value chains, that Indigenous people are the ones that are benefiting.
All right, so in Guyana's case, we've had consultations with the Indigenous peoples, and our agreement was for 10 years. So this year, we collected our first sets of funds that went directly into villages. Villages decided on which projects they wanted to do. So it's a little different, where each village would have a different priority, but they were able to use their funding to develop their village coming from the bottom up, and not somebody at the top saying that this is what you have to do. It came from the people. So for us, that's a plus. We were consulted. And even at the village level, when we were trying to determine the plans that we wanted to do, we looked at it in a 10-year cycle. And then we prioritize it. Because you would notice that in every area, persons would have a different priority. So we had months of going through that, deciding which ones we wanted to do first. And this has benefited our village, not only my own, but all of the villages in Guyana, all of the Indigenous peoples. they were able to use the funding to develop their specific village in the area that they choose for the first set of funding. And we're expecting that over the next 10 years, that we will be getting more funding that will help to transform villages and the lives of indigenous peoples.
Avi?
ខ្ញុំសូមឆ្លើយសំណួរបងស្រីដែលសួរមកកាន់ខ្ញុំអំបញ្ញមិញហ្នឹងចា៎
I would like to answer the questions to the lady.
ចាខាងសហគមន៍យើងខ្ញុំបានចុះជាមួយគម្រោង RED ចាប់ផ្ដើមតាំងពីឆ្នាំ 2010 រហូតដល់ឆ្នាំ 2016 យើងខ្ញុំបានទទួលថវិកាពីគម្រោង RED Book.
The Red Plus project in Kausema Wildlife Sanctuary start in 2010, and in 2016 we got the revenue.
តកតងទៅនឹងការប្រឈមឬក៏មានការលំបាកអីសម្រាប់ចូលជាគម្រោង Red Book មានខ្លះៗដែរដោយសារតែសហគមន៍ខ្លះសមាជិកសហគមន៍ខ្លះគាត់អត់ទាន់យល់ច្បាស់ពីគម្រោង Red Book ហើយគាត់នៅចង់កាប់ព្រៃកាប់ឈើគាត់ដល់ពេលអញ្ចឹងគាត់អត់ទាន់ចង់ចូលជាមួយយើងទេ
There are some challenges involving with the Red Plus project. Like a few community member still do not understand about the project, and they continue doing the forest clearance so that they don't want to participate in the project.
ហើយក៏មិនមែនសហគមន៍មួយចំនួនច្រើនដែរគឺមួយចំនួនរៀងតិចដែរដោយសារតែគាត់មើលឥឡូវហ្នឹងគាត់មើលខាងពួកខ្ញុំហ្នឹងបានការអភិវឌ្ឍការពារព្រៃឈើបានទាំងព្រៃឈើផងហើយបានទាំងថវិកាសម្រាប់អភិវឌ្ឍសហគមន៍ផងហើយពួកគាត់មួយចំនួនគាត់បានចូលជាគម្រោង Red Book ប្រហែលឆ្នាំហ្នឹងបានដូចជា2 3សហគមន៍ដែរប៉ុន្តែនៅតទៅមុខទៀតពួកខ្ញុំនឹងខំព្យាយាមក្នុងការថែរក្សាព្រៃឈើនិងបញ្យល់ដល់ពួកគាត់ដើម្បីឲ្យពួកគាត់នឹងចូលរួមក្នុងការការពារថែរក្សាព្រៃឈើរបស់យើងឲ្យកាន់តែល្អប្រសើរជាងនឹងដើម្បីស្រូបប្រយោជន៍ជាតិពុលដែលបញ្ចេញពីប្រទេសនានា
But when those people seeing the benefit from Red Plus project, they see the community development activity, and they see the benefits that we got from the forest, and they gradually involve in the project. And our committee will try to do the awareness raising to those members who don't want to join the project, and then involve them more into the community development discussions.
តកតងទៅនឹងបញ្ហាតកតងការគ្រប់គ្រងថវិកាមួយចំនួនពួកខ្ញុំនៅមានផលលំបាកដោយសារតែពួកខ្ញុំក៏អត់សូវចេះស្ទាត់ខាងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទាំងអស់នោះពួកខ្ញុំនៅពឹងលើ WCS ក្នុងការជួយសម្របសម្រួលបច្ចេកទេសក្នុងការជួយសម្របសម្រួលការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទាំងអស់នោះការចាយវាយទាំងអស់នោះពួកខ្ញុំនៅពឹងឲ្យ WCS នៅជួយដល់ពួកខ្ញុំឡើយទេ
And we have another challenge of managing the fund. Our community still have limited capacity to manage the fund, so we still need technical support from WCS team, Red Plus team, to support us to manage the fund in the effective way and transparency manner.
ហើយក៏តកតងទៅនឹងថវិកាដែលពួកខ្ញុំចាយនៅក្នុងតំបន់សហគមន៍ខ្ញុំដែលទទួលបានពីហិរញ្ញប្បទានកាបូនគឺយើងខ្ញុំបានបង្កើតជាកងសហគមន៍រួមគ្នាបន្ទាប់មកពួកខ្ញុំទៅចែកគ្នាធ្វើផែនការសកម្មភាពហើយរៀបចំផែនការស្នើសុំទៅខាងអាជ្ញាធរឲ្យគាត់ចូលរួមដើម្បីសម្រេចចិត្តក្នុងការអនុម័តសម្រាប់ធ្វើផែនការទាំងអស់នោះ
And in terms of financial management, we got the fund and we have the bank account. The project disbursed the fund directly into our bank account, and our community discuss and decide to select priority development activity by ourselves involve the local authority because some activity plan already in the government plan, and we want to complement those plans.
តកតងពីការរីចម្រើនទទួលបានផលប្រយោជន៍ពីអនុទានកាបូនគឺសហគមន៍យើងខ្ញុំតាំងពីមានអនុទានកាបូនមកគឺពួកខ្ញុំបានទាំងព្រៃឈើបានទាំងថវិកាសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្រងលើសហគមន៍យើងខ្ញុំដោយសារតែសហគមន៍យើងខ្ញុំពីមុនខ្វះខាតច្រើនខ្លាំងណាស់ដូចជាអណ្ដូងទឹកប្រើប្រាស់អត់គ្រប់គ្រាន់រោងប្រចំក៏អត់មានដែរដល់ពេលបានគម្រោង Red បោកចូលនាំឲ្យសហគមន៍យើងខ្ញុំបានទាំងប្រាក់ចំណូលហើយនឹងបានទាំងព្រៃឈើហើយនាំបានទាំងរោងប្រចំបានទឹកបានផ្លូវអីបានសូឡាដាក់តាមផ្លូវគ្រប់គ្រាន់ប្រើសម្រាប់សហគមន៍គឺ Red គឺល្អសម្រាប់សហគមន៍យើងខ្ញុំ
And Red Plus project is not only support us to develop our village, but help us to protect the forest. And in our community, before we have Red Plus project, we don't have access to cleaning water, health, education service, and now we access to those. And we think that Red Plus project is very important and very meaningful to our community.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm sure there might be a lot of other questions, but unfortunately we don't have any more time and we are coming to the end of our session. And I would like to thank all of you for finding time out of your busy schedules to come here and share with us. In Swahili we say asante sana and welcome to our next events that we might have, that we will have definitely. Asanteni sana.
Or peatlands, we solutions and we have to lean into nature.
Testing? Yeah. Oh, no, that's for me. No, that's for me. You just have a seat. Can we please have a seat? Can people in the back come in for a seat? Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. We're beginning. A warm welcome to those who are here. My name is Sushil Raj. I'm the Executive Director of Rights and Communities at the Wildlife Conservation Society. I come from the Adharmi community in Punjab and Himachal, the border, which is also the Shivalik Hills, the foothills to the Himalayan ecosystem. And I'm really pleased to organize this joint event with the Pawanka Fund, as well as with Niatero and the Wayfinder Circle. So today's event will discuss the reciprocal relations between nature and indigenous peoples and the guardianship of traditional lands and waters, which are forms of ancestral knowledge transmitted through indigenous cultures. So we at the Wildlife Conservation Society have been supporting Indigenous peoples' rights, spirit forests, and land tenure in Cambodia. So we have distinguished panelists from Cambodia, both working at the national and regional level, as well as the very local village level, and we'll be talking about that. So the support has involved helping to secure land tenure, land rights in the context of Kiosema Wildlife Sanctuary. And we've been there for a long time, helping secure Indigenous collective titles. The first one was secured in 2007, one of the first in Cambodia. And at this event, we will discuss the importance of supporting Indigenous territories and cultural practices to strengthen governance systems, prevent biodiversity loss, and protect high-integrity systems as solutions to the climate crisis. So I'd like to now introduce our distinguished panelists who are engaged at different levels. So to my left, we have Edna Kaptoya, who is with the Pawanka Fund, a grant-making and partnerships officer. But more than that, Edna has also been working for the last 15 years in social development and Indigenous people's rights, practice, policy, and advocacy support. Edna currently serves as the main representative for Africa with the UNFCCC Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform, an inclusive space that brings people and their knowledge systems together to build a climate-resilient world. We will soon have Ali Gabra, who I'll introduce when he arrives. And in terms of perspectives from Cambodia, which will be shared by panelists today, we have Yun Mane, who is an Indigenous Bunong from Mondulkiri province in the northeast of Cambodia. She has a background in human rights, development, and law, and has worked both in Cambodia and internationally. Yun Mane is an attorney and the executive director of the Cambodia Indigenous Peoples Organization, a member of the Cambodia Indigenous Women Working Group. She also serves on the board of the Indigenous Peoples Solidarity Fund and the steering committee of the Indigenous Peoples Forum at the International Fund for Agricultural Development. And then our next panelist from Cambodia is Navi, who has dedicated her life to promoting and securing land rights within her community, initially as a member and later on as a dedicated committee member of the Indigenous Communal Land Title. In 2021, Navi assumed the role of the Kiosema Wildlife Sanctuary Red Plus Village focal person, further solidifying her dedication to making a difference. Additionally, Navi serves on the Village Saving Group Committee. And lastly, and equally important, we have Kim Hik Che, who will be interpreting for Navi. Kim Hik is a staff person of the Wildlife Conservation Society in Cambodia. She holds the position of Community and Red Plus Manager at WCS and prioritizes empowering Indigenous communities and enhancing their well-being. So before we begin with the panelists, we will play a video clip about the Wayfinder Circle, what it is. It was founded by the Pawanka Fund, the Council of Elders of the World Union of Indigenous Spiritual Practitioners, and Niatero. And then I'll be requesting the panelists to speak. So if we could please put the video clip on. Thank you.
We are the Wayfinders.
Somos Wayfinders.
The Wayfinders.
Wayfinders.
Wayfinder.
We are the Wayfinders.
Wayfinder who?
The Wayfinders.
We are the Wayfinders. Somos el círculo Wayfinders.
We are the Wayfinders Circle.
Wayfinding has been a way of life shared by the vast majority of Indigenous peoples. For countless generations, we have shared the properties of stars, weather, winds, and navigational routes. Today, this wayfinding wisdom is a key to survival and resilience as we struggle to maintain the identity and self-determination of Indigenous peoples. Founded by convening partners Pawanka Fund, the Council of Elders of the World Union of Indigenous Spiritual Practitioners, and Niatero, the Wayfinder Circle brings together Indigenous peoples from across the globe to share ideas, culture, and ancestral knowledge. With a strong and growing membership, the Wayfinder Circle encourages collective dreaming and spiritual upliftment to deepen bonds with nature and seek true solutions to our shared human challenges.
The Wayfinder Circle broadens the opportunity for learning to worldwide. Now we can hear from other Indigenous communities and bring what we've learned back to our community.
Wayfinder Circle itu merupakan sebuah jejaring pembelajaran yang beranggotakan para tetua pemimpin masyarakat adat seluruh dunia yang didedikasikan untuk masyarakat adat sang pencari jalan.
Nos permite compartir experiencias y aprender sobre gobernanza, derechos de los pueblos indígenas, defensa del territorio y cuidado de nuestra madre naturaleza, y así poder lograr nuestra autonomía.
The circle has helped us to heal and to grow our connections and relationship to Mother Earth.
I think it's very, very important sharing stories about Indigenous land management, what has been happening in the past and what is happening now.
Wayfinder Circle som ett ypperligt sätt att hålla kontakt för urfolk runt om i världen. Att dela erfarenheter, lyckade exempel på arbetet mot självständighet och självbestämmande.
Having built this partnership and network with Wayfinder Circle, we have built a lot of bond in terms of learning that culture builds and brings people together.
En un momento difícil para nosotros, de falta de ayuda, de recursos, Wayfinder supo acogernos, supo precisamente en el momento atender nuestro llamado.
We all can come to the table together, share our problems, and we're able to work together and collaborate.
I'm excited to connect with the stories of Indigenous communities across the world, creating a thoughtful, action-based concept.
The future is going to be different. There's going to be peace, there's going to be plenty, the environment will change, Mother Nature will be happy.
We say Nesun Achama no Shun Lobek, thank you.
Maururu and Rapanui, gracias, thank you.
From the bottom of my heart, I just want to say thank you. Thank you. We are the Wayfinder Circle.
Thank you for that. So Edna, turning to you, given what we have heard from the video about connection, sharing ideas, and ancestral knowledge, tell us about the lessons you have gathered from the Wayfinder Circle initiative in supporting climate solutions.
Thank you, Sushil. Takwenya tikwa tokote
Greetings in my mother tongue, Pokot, from the northwestern part of Kenya. Thank you for coming to this learning session. First, I think, just to give a brief overview, since you've seen the video, the Wayfinder Circle was established in 2019, which is a collective of indigenous communities who are guardians of ecosystems from Africa, from Asia, from all the parts of the globe. And the 15 communities are practicing different kind of leadership, and they want to showcase to the world the interconnectedness of human and nature, really, and the responsibility that each one of us have to Mother Earth. And the main aim of this Wayfinder Circle really is to showcase a different pathway to inspire individuals, communities, the whole globe, including leaders at the different spaces that we have, and the main role in terms of how indigenous guardianship is a much needed solution to showcase the pathway that the world wants. And in this fora, we are talking about transformation. And for indigenous people, it's not saying transformation, but really it's a pathway to how people need to relate with nature, and also how nature also serves them. So that interconnected relationship, so that all humanity can reach a socially and ecologically, culturally, and also spiritual harmony with nature. So the circle itself, even though it's 15, it's still growing. Each year we have new communities joining on board, and these are communities really governing each more than 10,000 hectares of lands. And it's big territory, whether they're in the coastal ecosystems, those in the drylands in Africa, and those that also serving living in mountain ecosystems, or the prairies and the drylands in the US, for instance, in the Native American Land Conservancy. And good, we have one of our Wayfinders as well to share, and he's just arrived to share about the work that they do. Over the years, for the Wayfinder Circle, we've had a lot of learnings, and especially in connection to how the Wayfinder Circle guardianship of ecosystem does support the building of resilience, since that's not per se the main aim, but also they live in this ecosystem, and all the activities and lifeways support the building of resilience as they go along. And these are communities facing climate change. The impacts of colonization, urbanization is still happening in most areas, but through the adaptive mechanisms, they've been able to build resilience, and of course, using traditional knowledge, different innovations, since knowledge is not static, and also employing the use of their traditional governance systems, also facilitating intergenerational learning, as well as having spiritual continuity, which is a key component. And the uniqueness of the communities that the Wayfinders from the 15 collective that there is currently as part of the circle are employing different management strategies. They have currently different customary norms, as well as also traditional governance that help them adapt to their ecosystems and how they thrive as a community. And all this also supports the self-determination of these communities, as well as serves as a platform for them to reconcile the way they relate with the state, because traditional governance and normal state governance also are always not working in harmony. But with this platform, some are also showcasing how they're living in harmony, and also governance, how it's helping them manage the ecosystem better, and so they are able to build that political relationship. And another element, I think, with the learning is also the importance of intergenerational learning, because while these communities are continuing, they have traditional governance, they have also the generations that have to learn from each other, and also to build the learning, because each generation innovates the knowledge and owns it. And so they continue to advance and build on this knowledge on how they manage the ecosystem, how they live sustainably, and also how also this traditional governance is passed from one generation to another for those who have a traditional governance system. And so this helps in terms of instilling values on how ecosystem can be managed, and also how also they distinctly can maintain their cultural identity within the communities, coexist with others, because our communities sometimes live with others within the community. Also, during times of need, you have to have transhumance, and so the relations with other community in terms of also fostering peace, and that collaboration has been supported by also wayfinding, but also it has showcased the importance of really building resilience by using that. And then we have some partners as well that are employing traditional knowledge, but also innovating by using new technologies to build resilience. We have those who are using even virtual tools, like the Native American Land Conservancy, for instance, in the USA. They're in the drylands, and they are supporting the youth to facilitate learning through what we call the learning landscape. And so it's practical, but also having these virtual classes that showcases the maps and the locations, and the youth are able to learn. Even other elders in the community partake in that, and that supports the different regions, and it's expanding, having more covering more than 7 regions, where they cover from San Francisco stretching all the way to New Mexico to support that. And two others are also using that to create digital maps, and also documenting that, engaging in intercultural research to document such practices of traditional governance on how maybe, for instance, the Gabriel in Kenya, how they manage the landscape during dry and wet seasons, and also this informs also how they engage with government in terms of policy making and influencing that at different levels. So that what lessons we've drawn is that the importance of traditional governance, but also how that weaves into the spiritual practices that they still continue, and the intergenerational learning as key components to foster guardianship, and also ensure that there's sustainability today and for the 7th generation that is to come. So there are quite a number of lessons, and I think even when you move to Asia, we have a lot that are working on forest ecosystem, practicing agriculture, and they've been able to also document how they handle traditional rotation farming, for instance, in guarding huge landscapes, and governments now are also warming up to that, despite not acknowledging that the traditional rotational farming and the fire management practice significance for forest restoration and also management, as well as for building resilience through the carbon sinks that they help provide with the forest they protect, are important. And so in Nepal as well, we have other practices where they are working in the Himalayas amongst the Loba community, and they up in the Himalayas, access to water is a challenge, but then they have a unique irrigation system which manages the water flow, but also at the core of it is the spiritual monastery that the community is reviving, because it plays a role in bringing people together. And so we've seen how that has helped as well to work to support the restoration of water within the community being impacted by tourism and, of course, pollution and such. And so as a learning network, that's what we also say, a Wayfinder is a learning network, because they all meet together, learn together, share challenges, share practices like traditional governance. Some of them are even indigenous governance, like the Mayangna in Nicaragua, you know, Nation Mayangna. So they are territorial government that's recognized, but also facing challenges. And so they continue to meet to share best practices, but also challenges, and also plan and showcase this in different policy spaces on how really Indigenous guardianship can be a pathway that everybody can follow. And of course, they are dedicated as well to share the transformational practices really also to spaces that such as this for climate change, and that we hope this can inspire everyone to be on board and to support such community initiatives like the Wayfinder Circle as a pathway that we are all seeking, because we are sitting on a ticking time bomb with the challenges we are facing with climate change. Selenyowo, thank you.
Thank you, Edna, for that. You've highlighted so many fascinating dimensions of the Wayfinder Circle, and to me, one of the points is the engagement with government also as they're learning from the ancestral practices. And we're going to move to a very specific example, and I see Ali Gabra has joined us, so please come join us at the panel so that I can also introduce you. So, Ali Gabra is from the Gabra people of northern Kenya and specializes in indigenous traditional governance, resilience, and peace building. His life's work is devoted to revitalizing traditional governance and fostering intergenerational transfer of traditional knowledge within the Gabra community. He's a staunch advocate for pastoralism as a means of sustaining dryland ecosystems and addressing climate challenges effectively. So, Ali, Indigenous lifeways have truly transformative potential for broader societies as they can help all people to reimagine development, conservation, and the way they relate to each other and our earth. So as a Gabra and a member of the Wayfinder Circle, please share an example of how you have been doing this.
Thank you for having me. As you're told, my name is Ali. I like the name you gave me, Ali Gabra. I'm so proud of that. Yes, I think Edna has given the congregation the background of what Wayfinder is, so I don't have to go in depth about what Wayfinder is. So I'll just delve into practical case study of the Gabra people as being members of the Wayfinder. The idea and concept behind the Wayfinder is we have gone through generations. We have gone and adapted through climatic and social generations without any contemporary, backup. And this has given us the potential now to think back and see how we can revitalize that concept. That's why we are being called Wayfinders. We're trying to look for the torch so that for others who want to find the way, we are the Wayfinders. So by the end of the day, we'll bring our all our experiences in such a way that by holding hands, we'll find that the Mother Earth is safe and back to from the healing. Will be part of the healing process. So ideally, the Gabra people are pastoralist community. As pastoralists, they have a nomadic way of life. They are not sedentary. So Gabra, we occupy an area of about 40,000 kilometers. Am I clear? Am I audible? 40,000 square kilometers in northern Kenya. And we again occupy the southern part of Ethiopia, but ideally because of that separation of international boundary, we are the Gabras of the northern Kenya and the Gabras of southern Ethiopia. But ideally, these are all idealistic, it's only the mind, but there's interaction and conformity of how we interact is relatively shared throughout our lives. So as pastoralists, we engage very closely with Mother Earth because water is very critical to our life. As livestock keepers, livestock needs pasture and it needs water. So these are two critical elements which revolves around our life. And it's very important from the onset that we are very proud and we take cognizant of the fact that water is very critical and pasture is very critical to our livelihood. So those two elements are within our blood. it's a lifeline within our system that indigenous, as we are for the last, elders are saying more than, I mean, to be very blunt, is they said thousands of years ago. So the knowledge has been passed. But our culture is entrenched in oral history. We don't keep it. We don't keep it like document it. We don't have any audio like you look back and see maybe some of the American very old history about how forest was done. But it's all in the mind. When one elder who is knowledgeable dies, the whole library is burned down. So that's the other negative aspect. But ideally, that it doesn't stop at that. We have generational leadership, which happens after every 18 years. So there are age sets and age groups that go through the transition. In that 18 years, there's a lot of leadership facilitation in terms of making them understand the essence of social leadership, environmental leadership, those kind of leadership, just to make sure that, because we live in a very fragile ecosystem, which is a dryland ecosystem, this mechanism of trying to survive so that we reach the next rainy season is very important. So these are concepts that is passed from when boys and girls are very young until they're exposed to looking after sheep and goats, and then they are given the mandate to go and look after cattle, and the senior one who now look after the camels. So these are generations. It's very hard for someone to start looking after the camels before you go into that. So this is very critical. So pasture, water, and territories are very important to Gabra lifestyle. And again, wildlife is another component that we live together. It helps us in focusing. It helps us to trigger how our ecosystem is behaving. Like in our language, we say koshe. There's something we call koshe. Elders will ask a question, do the animals have koshe? Do our livestock have koshe? Literally, koshe means this, to get the indicators of koshe is through wildlife. So you find how wildlife is thriving, the antelope, the buffaloes, the giraffe, all these are very important in the rangelands and how we balance to understand our animals and our ecosystem thriving well for it to sustain us to the next level. Then the fact that the pastoralists are nomadic, livestock move from zone to zone. There's a time for wet grazing period and there's a time for dry grazing period. These are balanced ecosystem in such a way that when animals move from one area, depending on the season, it leaves, we have kraals, it leaves its dungs, and the hoofs are very important in building. It doesn't do soil erosion, but ideally, it helps in thriving the soil, because when the dungs are left on the ground, the hoofs break it like it's done. When the rains come, all the seeds are not taken away. The indigenous seeds, the original seeds are not taken away. So these are very interesting scenarios of and how balanced the ecosystem, how livestock and pastoralism help us when we move from one area to another. And you realize that there's a management system which is in place for all this to happen. We have animals going to the satellite camps, which we call in our language fora. And the animals which stay at home, these are lactating animals. These two levels of animals have their management system. The youths are now left for the satellite camps, and the youths have, depending on the different levels. So information and knowledge is shared while they're in the field for like 3, 4, 6 months. The animals which are left at home, the lactating animals, there's still that correlation. So a time will come when, a period will come when, during the watering point, there's a level of connectivity in terms of how information is shared. In our language, you call it daimtu. Daimtu is very important. What we get from one side of our territory to the other is very important. It could be how the rains have been behaving, how the pasture pattern are behaving, how the livestock doing, how are we thriving, how are we doing with our neighbors, what are the levels of conflict. To give you an example, and then those are very important nomadic. Then customary values are something which helps us to go ahead. The Gabras up to now have a lot of strong customary and traditional and cultural heritage within themselves. They still practice. I think I'll share with the Secretariat, but we have pictures of levels of leadership. The way we wear, the way we dress, the women, the men, different levels of men in terms of hierarchy in society or in the community. They are there. You can define them as a Gabra. So these customary values helps in our ecosystem because there are trees that we don't cut down. There are plants that we leave for the animals too. And if you go to southern Ethiopia, Gabras and Borana, when they go, there's a big crater which is called Magado. Magado is a salt lick. The time of conflict, there's no salt in the crater. But the time of harmony, because there's an exchange of what you call Bun, Tambo, and Kumbi. I'll have to look for the scientific or English perspective of those three items. We exchange them, and you find that the rains come and the salts come back just because there are no conflict and all this. So this helps around in the engaging how the customary aspect is very critical in how we balance the biodiversity and the ecosystem around us. And then what is more important is the indigenous knowledge that is carried away from one generation to another. The indigenous knowledge is very, very important. It helps us to strengthen the environment. It helps us to bond the society. It helps us to manage the livestock pattern and the prediction of rain. We have weather forecasting system. Like we have a system we call OOS. OOS is stomach of when we slaughter sheep, they normally read the stomach. There's a mapping system how we read it. And it will distinctively tell you that the rains are coming. The dry period is going to spread. There's going to be conflict. There's going to be an attack from the, there's going to be, even they have a line of an external factors like government or territories coming in it. If you read it, it's like you're putting a north-south-west. It's just not ready anyway. Something very interesting. It used to exist and it's still existing up to now. And it helps us to predict the weather, the health, and the diseases, and livestock, how livestock are doing. So all these things will help in integrating the society. It helps in integrating the environment. And we have, again, customary governance. There are leaders who are at three tiers. The most senior leader is a Hayu, who is equivalent to a minister of a society. The Gabra have five entities, 5 clans, 5 entities. Each of these clans have a territory that part of that 40,000 square kilometer I told you is divided into 5 sections. But the division is in the mind because they know where the territory is. And they know one of the clan is going to take care of that territory up to here in terms of people, the lifestyle, the animals, management, and all that. So all these things are very important to understand. So that governance system, the 3 tiers, each of the 5 clans have a head of the tier. Then there's the second tier, which are called junior elders. The junior elders, they are either within the pastoralist setup, and nowadays because people have gone to school, and now others have settled outside the traditional setup, just to make sure that the management is not washed off. Junior elders are given, those who have gone to school like me, those who are working, in such a way that it is to help to build that cohesion of the community, so that those who have gone to school will not look down at what the traditional is doing, and because that concept is not to believe that going to school is so unique and senior than the elders they came through. But that's the concept we're trying to. So within our Gabra setup, and the Gabra people make sure that there's that continuity of the respect and the norms of the Gabra tradition are being respected, even if you have gone to school or you have, for example, I have gone to school, but as a Muslim, I got married. But for me to be anointed back and accepted in community, I had to go through a traditional wedding. The most senior educated elder who is in Kenya, I mean, he is now late, is called Dr. Godana. He was a foreign minister in Kenya, a foreign minister. And he has a PhD holder, he's a lawyer. He had to come back through the tradition so that to do a traditional wedding, as much as he's at the PhD level and as much as he's at a minister. That's how unique and strong that we build on our concept about why our traditional system need to be adhered to, why the norms have to live because of our ecosystem, and the fact that it's going to be trodden away if we don't protect and make it strong. So in our system now, what we are now trying to do is help to revitalize that tradition, make it strong, and being part of the Wayfinder, now we are 15 members, and all of us now get the strength together, hold on together. We have had one meeting, and then we're going to have another meeting globally again. This will really strengthen us, and I believe, in summary, these are the things that we do. As small as it looks, if we do it practically, you'll realize that there's a way you can take us, and I think from the Gabra side, we can help build towards that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. Clearly, there is so much detail on customary management, on culture, on conflict prevention, so many other dimensions that we can collectively learn from. Especially, I come from the field of conflict prevention and human rights, where a lot of the analytical tools are never looking at what are the customary practices, how do you resolve conflict, how do you do early warning. So much for us to learn there. Now we are going to move to another part of the world and go to Cambodia, over to Yun Mane. In Cambodia, we see multiple threats to culture and identity of indigenous peoples that can undermine our ability to protect the forests and the planet. Please share with us what the Cambodia Indigenous Peoples Organization is doing to protect these rights, and why are they essential to building climate solutions?
Thank you. First also, I would like to thank to WCF for inviting me to be here, and also organize this very important sharing. Before going to what we are doing, I just would like to share about the situation in the indigenous people in Cambodia. We are around 1.12% in the total of the population. We are around 24 different groups living in 16 different provinces. And we depend on land and naturals, as you can see in the picture, and our brother and sister already share. So we live in the reach of those natural resources, biodiversity. It means those are our life, our economic, our social, our culture. So it's very important that I cannot explain here. However, we have a lot of multi-threat and challenge because of the deforestation, because of the encroachment from the economic development that have been granted those areas for the investment, for agriculture production, for mining, and then coming to destroy our spiritual forest, burial place, rice field, and the place where we collect the non-timber product. In Cambodia, we can see that it's one of the strongest legal framework among the ASEAN countries. There is the constitution law, there is the land law, specifically on indigenous people right to land and natural resource. You can find in the Article 23 to 28. And also, the government of Cambodia is one of the countries that have been vote for the UN Declaration and then ratify the ILO 1.7. However, recently, last year, the government starting to amend the law. They call a new law because most of the articles have been divided. And they have been eliminated the term of indigenous people, as well as restricted the rights of our indigenous in access to the land and natural resource, especially for our traditional occupation. These laws include forestry law, protected area law, and environmental code. We have been struggling together with the other non-indigenous people, the UN agency, and also our Indigenous People Alliance working together to do this legal analysis. And then also come up with a joint statement and then meeting to explain them about our rights. You know, the term of indigenous people, it's not that the problem about the terminology, it is about the rights of our indigenous people. It is our distinct rights. You know, we should visualize our right in those laws that have been recognized. And the other thing, we have facing about the collective land registration. The collective land registration is one of the fundamental that, you know, provide us the legal protection, the forest protection, land protection, and then we can ownership of that. Our sister already mentioned earlier that how important when our land is secure. When the land is secure, you know, we can also preserve our own identity, our food system, our climate change mitigation, all these things. We keep talking about the food security, talking about the climate change, we're talking all these things. The fundamental, all this, it could be from the land security. That's why SIPO, we're trying to working advocacy with the national government in order to respect our right to land and natural resources. If we don't respect and recognize this right, it will have been created a lot of challenge at the ground. And we become criminalized when we are protecting those resources. So this is something that we're trying to engage with the government also to understand our role, our knowledge that have been contributes to the climate change. So the most important right now that we want to trying to do, and I think it's also what WCF have been doing, is to support our community to secure our collective right to land and natural resource, and also our cultural heritage. The cultural heritage here, it's not only the place where we are conduct the ritual ceremony, it is conservation, protection, those nature of biodiversity for our human being and also for the wildlife. Yeah, so I think very important that we should, you know, build more support and acknowledge, like brother and sister sharing the knowledge from our community. We have been done a lot of work at the ground. We are the first fight again with the climate change at the ground. We are the knowledge holder. We are the one really protected those nature. But we was not gain any acknowledgement, you know, or appreciation what they have been play critical role in protecting those natural. So my suggestion here I don't think our government is here, but you know, our CSO, our development partner here, please continue to provide the right funding through our Indigenous people organization, Indigenous communities, with simple process and requirement, so that we can exercise our right. We can play more our role in protecting those nature for our planet. Yeah, so that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mane, for highlighting both the importance of rights as well as the threats that the community faces. And with that, we will narrow a little bit more and go specifically to Keosima Wildlife Sanctuary, where Navi lives, which is her land and her territory. Navi, could you please share your experience with Indigenous collective titles and the challenges faced by your community in that landscape to protecting rights and nature?
Chịដំបងនាងខ្ញុំសូមគោរពសារជាថ្មីសូមជម្រាបសួរដល់អាយដាមលោកជំទាវលោកស្រីនាងកញ្ញានិងភ្ញៀវកិត្តិយសដែលមាននៅក្នុងកិច្ចប្រជុំនេះនាងខ្ញុំឈ្មោះគ្រឿងនារីមកពីសហគមន៍ជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចពុនងនៃខេត្តមណ្ឌលគិរី
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Krương Navi, the Bunong Indigenous community from Cambodia.
នាងខ្ញុំរីករាយណាស់ដែលបានមកចែករំលែកបទពិសោធន៍និងរឿងរ៉ាវរបស់នាងខ្ញុំនៅពេលនេះ
It is my great honor to share with you the experience we had at the ground in Mandalkiri, Cambodia.
ថ្ងៃនេះនាងខ្ញុំមកចែករំលែកបទពិសោធន៍ទាក់ទងទៅនឹងសារៈសំខាន់នៃការចុះបញ្ជីដីស្មរភាពនិងទទួលបានកម្មសិទ្ធិមានសារៈសំខាន់យ៉ាងម៉េចចំពោះសហគមន៍យើងខ្ញុំ
I will share the importance of obtaining collective land title to our community.
ការចុះបញ្ជីដីសហគមន៍និងទទួលបានកម្មសិទ្ធិសហគមន៍ធ្វើឲ្យយើងខ្ញុំងាយស្រួលក្នុងការការពារដីជៀសវាងការបាត់បង់ដីពីសហគមន៍យើងខ្ញុំទៅឲ្យសហគមន៍អ្នកខាងក្រៅ
By obtaining the collective land title, it can protect our land from being grabbed by the outsider.
វាអាចថែរក្សាក្នុងការការពារបាត់បង់អត្តសញ្ញាណទំនៀមទម្លាប់ជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចរបស់យើងខ្ញុំ
It can help us to preserve our cultural and identity.
ការចុះបញ្ជីដីសហគមន៍ជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចពុនងរបស់យើងខ្ញុំគឺមានចំនួន5ប្រភេទរួមមានទី1ដីព្រៃអារក្សដីលំនៅឋានដីចម្ការដីព្រៃកប់សពនិងដីបំរុងទុកសម្រាប់កូនចៅចំនួនក្រោយ
We register 5 categories of land into this collective land title. We register residential land, farmland, reserve area for future use, spiritual forest, and barrier forest.
ហើយការចុះបញ្ជីដីស្មរភាពរបស់សហគមន៍ជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចពុនងយើងខ្ញុំគឺអាចបន្តឲ្យនាងខ្ញុំបានរស់នៅតាមបែបប្រពៃណីដូនតារបស់ពួកខ្ញុំកាលពីមុនមក
By obtaining this collective land title, it allow us to continue living the same way as our ancestor and our previous generation live.
នឹងអាចការពារពីការធ្វើសកម្មភាពឬក៏ជាការអនុវត្តគម្រោងផ្សេងដែលពួកខ្ញុំមិនចង់បាន
And it can prevent the unwanted development that could damage our culture.
ហើយតកតងជាមួយនឹងដំណើរការនៃការចុះបញ្ជីវាមានបញ្ហាស្មុគស្មាញអ្វីខ្លះនៅក្នុងសហគមន៍យើងខ្ញុំ
And the process of register this collective land title is very complicated.
ពេលនេះខ្ញុំនឹងនិយាយអំពីបញ្ហាស្មុគស្មាញម្ដងវាមានរឿងដ៏ស្មុគស្មាញខ្លាំងណាស់សម្រាប់ការចុះបញ្ជីដី
It is very complicated and take very long time to get the title.
ប៉ុន្តែពួកយើងខ្ញុំបានគម្រោងរបស់ Red Book និងអង្គការ WCA ហ្នឹងគាត់បានជួយគាំទ្រនិងជួយផ្ដល់ជាថវិកាផ្ដល់ជាបច្ចេកទេសនិងបទពិសោធន៍ជាកំណត់មួយចំនួនដល់ពួកខ្ញុំ
However, we get support from WCS, Marat Plus project, provide us the technical support, fund support, and help us to go through the process.
ក្នុងការចុះបញ្ជីដីស្មោះភាពសហគមន៍ហ្នឹងទី1យើងខ្ញុំត្រូវរៀបចំកំណត់អត្តសញ្ញាណជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចពូនងរបស់យើងខ្ញុំ
The first step we need to do the cell identifications.
បន្ទាប់មកពួកខ្ញុំមានការសំណើសុំឲ្យមានការគ្រប់គ្រងនិងការវាយតម្លៃលើអត្តសញ្ញាណជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចពូនង
Then we request for identification assessment from the government.
បន្ទាប់មកទៀតយើងខ្ញុំក៏បានរៀបចំការចុះបញ្ជីសមាជិកសហគមន៍ដើម្បីកំណត់ថាសហគមន៍យើងខ្ញុំមានប្រមាណគ្រួសារនៅក្នុងភូមិដែលពួកខ្ញុំចង់បានចុះបញ្ជីដីហ្នឹង
Then we prepare relevant document to register as legal entity.
ហើយពួកខ្ញុំបានរៀបចំធ្វើជាលក្ខន្តិកៈប័ណ្ណបញ្ជាផ្ទៃក្នុងដើម្បីបង្កើតច្បាប់នៅក្នុងសហគមន៍ក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងដីធ្លីរបស់យើងខ្ញុំ
We discuss and we consult among the community to develop the internal rule and bylaw.
ជាចុងក្រោយពួកខ្ញុំបានកំណត់ផែនទីនិងទីតាំងដែលដីពួកខ្ញុំត្រូវការឲ្យមានការស្នើសុំចុះបញ្ជី
And finally we do the map within our boundary and request for collective land registrations.
តកតងទៅនឹងបញ្ហាក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងត្បិតតែពួកខ្ញុំបានទទួលសិទ្ធិជាផ្លូវការប៉ុន្តែមានបញ្ហាក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងខ្លះៗដែរ
And we have some challenges of collective land management even though we obtain the title but we still have some challenge.
ចាមានអ្នកក្រៅមួយចំនួនដែលគាត់ចូលមកការប្រឹករៀនដីព្រៃយើងខ្ញុំដើម្បីធ្វើជាចំការផ្ទាល់ខ្លួនជាកម្មសិទ្ធិរបស់គាត់
There is still some of the outsider come and grab our lands and claim as their individual land title.
ហើយក៏មានសមាជិកសហគមន៍របស់យើងខ្ញុំមួយចំនួនដែលគាត់ត្រូវការថវិកាគាត់បានលក់ដីទៅឲ្យអ្នកខាងក្រៅដើម្បីយកលុយហ្នឹងយកមកផ្គត់ផ្គង់ក្នុងគ្រួសារគាត់ដោយគាត់បានផ្ទេរដីសហគមន៍ហ្នឹងទៅឲ្យអ្នកខាងក្រៅ
And a few of our community member they need the money and then they secretly sell our collective land to the outsider.
តកតងទៅនឹងបញ្ហាក្នុងការចូលសហគមន៍នឹងផងដែរមានអ្នកខាងក្រៅហ្នឹងគាត់ញុះញង់ឲ្យសហគមន៍យើងខ្ញុំរំលាយការចូលសហគមន៍ដើម្បីធ្វើប្លង់កម្មសិទ្ធិឯកជនស្រួលងាយស្រួលក្នុងការដាក់បញ្ចាំប្លង់នៅធនាគារដើម្បីយកលុយធនាគារមក
And some of the outsider who want to take who interested in taking the lands of our community, trying to convince our community member to dissolve the collective land title. And they explain that if you dissolve this collective land title and you got the individual land title, you will be easy to borrow the money from the bank.
តកតងទៅនឹងបញ្ហាទាំងអស់នោះពួកខ្ញុំក៏បានរកដំណោះស្រាយនឹងវិធីទប់ស្កាត់បាន
And even though we have some of the challenges as the committee member, we trying to discuss and find a solution to address these challenges.
ការដំណោះស្រាយរបស់ពួកខ្ញុំគឺពួកខ្ញុំបានពង្រឹងនៅច្បាប់ដែលបានបង្កើតមកដូចជាកំណត់នៅក្នុងលក្ខន្តិកៈសហគមន៍ដែលពួកខ្ញុំបានកំណត់រួមគ្នាយកមកអនុវត្តក្នុងការដំណោះស្រាយនោះ
We trying to raise the awareness to our community about our internal rule and bylaw and strengthening the implementations.
តកតងទៅនឹងបញ្ហាមួយចំនួនផងដែរវាតកតងទៅនឹងការដោះស្រាយនៅក្នុងសហគមន៍ដោយរួមមានចាស់ទុំនិងអាជ្ញាធរក្នុងសហគមន៍គាត់ជាអ្នកសម្របសម្រួលរឿងនេះ
And for the internal land use conflict, we continue using our traditional land conflict resolution. We have the elder to facilitate the conflict.
ហើយតកតងទៅនឹងបញ្ហាមួយចំនួនទៀតពួកខ្ញុំបានដោះស្រាយតាមរយៈដោះស្រាយទំនាស់ក្រៅប្រព័ន្ធតុលាការនិងដោះស្រាយទំនាស់នៅក្នុងប្រព័ន្ធតុលាការករណីដែលមានការធ្ងន់ដោយថាមានដូចវារៀងធំពួកខ្ញុំនឹងដោះស្រាយដល់តុលាការបើសិនជាករណីមានរៀងតូចពួកខ្ញុំនឹងដោះស្រាយទំនាស់ក្រៅប្រព័ន្ធតុលាការ
And some of the land conflict happens with the outsider. We have the lawyer to support us to facilitate the conflict resolution. If the like the small case, just only we use the mediations outside the court system, and if these outsiders do not offer back the land to our community, we will use the court system.
មិនត្រឹមតែប៉ុណ្ណោះនៅខាងសហគមន៍ជនជាតិដើមភាគតិចប៉ុណ្ណោះយើងខ្ញុំបានធ្វើសារពើភ័ណ្ឌដីធ្លីដើម្បីកំណត់ថាព្រំដីម្ចាស់រៀងៗខ្លួនហ្នឹងព្រមត្រឹមណាហើយធ្វើឲ្យម្ចាស់កម្មសិទ្ធិដីហ្នឹងគាត់ងាយស្រួលក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងដីរបស់គាត់ហើយដឹងពីម្ចាស់ដីកម្មសិទ្ធិមួយៗ
and we also do the land use inventory within our collective land title to identify the owner of each plot. So we demarcate individual plot and also demarcate the reserve area for future use.
ការធ្វើសារពើភ័ណ្ឌដីធ្លីមានសារៈសំខាន់ខ្លាំងណាស់សម្រាប់ការដោះស្រាយទំនាស់និងការគ្រប់គ្រងដីរៀងៗខ្លួននិងសហគមន៍ជារួម
Land use inventory is a very important process. We can identify the owner of the plot and it helps us to develop the land management plan.
ការធ្វើសារពើភ័ណ្ឌដីធ្លីគឺវាកាត់បន្ថយនៃការចំនួនព្រំដីរវាងសហគមន៍និងសហគមន៍រវាងសហគមន៍និងក្រៅសហគមន៍
This land use inventory help us to reduce land conflict between community and community internally and also reduce the conflict between the community and the outsider.
នាងខ្ញុំសូមអរប៉ុណ្ណឹងហើយសូមអរគុណអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាផង
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Navi, for highlighting that even though one can secure land titles, there are multiple challenges and sometimes very daunting ones. We do have more detail on this that we've written together with Yun Mane in Mongabe. I invite you to take a look at that. We are almost at time, so I'll invite two very short questions from the audience. Yun Mane, you'd like to say something? Can I just pass this?
Hello. Okay. I just would like to compliment to my sister just rest about the recognition of indigenous land rights, especially the process of collective land registration. The main challenge, the root cause of challenge is also about the sub-decree. The legal framework have been limited. Our spiritual land and burial land only 7 hectares per community for registration. So this is very much, harmful to our spiritual place and also to environmental protection. As I mentioned earlier, the spiritual is also the place where we are concerned for our ritual, for our collected non-timber product, for our livelihood, for everything there. But the policy, the framework limited this. That also create a lot of land loss, forest deforestation inside of our burials and spiritual. Secondly, the registration is limited based on the number of the family. If you are only 52 family and your land is around 7,000 hectares of land, the government will be granted you only 941. If you don't accept it, they use the threat, the restriction prosecutor, the judge, to force you to accept this. This is the experience in one of the community in the northeast of Cambodia. And thirdly, the challenge of the collective land registration, we could not register as the number of indigenous in Cambodia right now, there is around 458, and only 40 community that obtain the collective title. So this regard, because also those land have been granted to the economic land concession to private sector, for the mining, for the agriculture production, and also for social, economic, social land concession, ecotourism, you know, where it's overlapping with our collective land registration. So when we come to submit our application, the government cannot consider, and somehow it's also overlapping with the protected area. So this is all the challenge that we are facing right now. So our sister is already mentioned the most important thing. Right now we also trying to focus on the mapping, the boundary, demarcation in our own resource and territory. And also we're trying to request for the registration. This is the most important, that we can secure our land and forest. And the other thing is the most important also, empowerment our indigenous community leader and member in order to fulfill our role and responsibility to claiming, defending our right. But we are facing a lot of, you know, threat and access to the resource that we can build this our empowerment. So I think that, you know, with the support from our different donor or partner, will be contribute to secure the land, to secure the forest, to secure our life, our planet altogether. This is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think what you really underscore is we have to work together collaboratively, because it's not just enough for WCS with SIPO or with Pawanka. So we really need collective common purpose towards land and cultural rights. And thank you very much for coming. We don't have time for questions, but please feel free to approach the panelists and ask as you please. So thank you again for coming today.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. There are seats in front, reserved. Marcelo? Kevin, I think you get to sit in front. Kleber? ¿Dónde está Kleber? We're waiting for some speakers. Levy. Here, maybe here in front. Basiru. Okay. All right. I think we're almost there. We're just waiting for Kleber to arrive. Yeah, he's on his way. We're good. Five minutes. Oh, there he is. Yeah. Yes. One more? Levy? Okay. It's complete, yeah? Completo? I think we're good. Hey. Okay, good. Good afternoon, everyone. We're very, very full right now, so maybe others can come in a little bit to this side. Welcome to Shandia Insight, Finance at the Front Lines for Indigenous peoples and local communities. I'm very grateful for the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities for giving me the honor to be the Master of Ceremony today. I'm Nonette Royo, Executive Director of the Tenure Facility. 2 years have passed since the Forest Tenure Funders Pledge in 2021. Responding to the vital role of Indigenous peoples and local communities in guarding our biodiversity and protecting nature. At COP26, the same forest tenure funders pledge was launched, and it pledged $1.7 billion. It's an investment to those who are best positioned to protect Mother Earth. This pledge catalyzed an ongoing process. Indigenous peoples and local communities have swiftly established finance mechanisms. Amazing. Fulfilling their side of the promise and facilitating investments directly to their communities. Their remarkable efforts have spawned new funds that we see now in every region. So today, the Global Alliance presents their report to us on the status of direct financing on the ground, highlighting challenges and opportunities and urging donors for more precise data on the earmarked funds. Spanning Mesoamerica, the Congo Basin, the Amazon Basin, Brazil, and Indonesia, the report delves into the front lines. Despite facing financial challenges, it unveils collaborative pathways. This event is not just to launch the report, it is a call to action. Let's listen, learn, and act together. So allow me now to introduce Kleber Caripuna, the Executive Coordinator of the Articulation of Indigenous Peoples of Brazil, APIBE, and co-chair of the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities.
Merci, Nonete. Thank you. Gracias. Muito obrigado. Bom, como Nonete apresentou, Kleber Caripuna, dos coordenadores executivos da APIB, Articulação dos Povos Indígenas do Brasil, e hoje uma das co-lideranças da nossa Aliança Global, que está promovendo esse evento no dia de hoje, com essa perspectiva de a gente poder trabalhar conjuntamente aqui um debate sobre finanças diretas, né, com povos indígenas à frente desse processo, liderando esse processo, né, de debate sobre financiamento direto para povos e comunidades locais, a partir dessa nossa grande aliança, né, de povos indígenas, né, envolvendo 5 grandes organizações indígenas espalhadas por 24 países, né, com uma população gigantesca, com mais de 35 milhões de pessoas ao longo desses 24 países, e que a APIB, a Articulação dos Povos Indígenas do Brasil, é uma das organizações membros da Aliança Global, assim como a coordenação das organizações indígenas da Bacia Amazônica, a COICA, pela região dos 9 países da Bacia Amazônica, né, os nossos companheiros da AMPB, né, dos povos indígenas da Mesoamérica, da mesma forma os companheiros, né, dos povos indígenas da Repaliac, da Grande Bacia do Congo, e também, né, os nossos irmãos e irmãs, companheiros da AMAN, dos povos indígenas da Grande Indonésia. Essas 5 grandes organizações, né, conformam a Aliança Global, esta grande aliança que, para quem tiver mais curiosidade, quiser conhecer melhor, mais detalhe, acesse nosso site, né, escaneiem depois o QR Code aqui, e nessa grande distribuição geográfica onde está localizada essa nossa grande Aliança Global de Povos e Comunidades, né, locais, territoriais. E a Aliança Global traz esse evento de hoje justamente para apresentar os resultados desse relatório sobre como está o subfinanciamento, né, para povos indígenas diretamente e comunidades locais nessas grandes regiões onde a Aliança Global está representada, a partir da nossa estratégia, né, do nosso mecanismo, da nossa estratégia de plataforma do Xandia, que é justamente esse nosso processo de resultado discutido ao longo de alguns anos já, que já está numa fase de implementação, justamente para buscar a gente dar oportunidade de como contribuir com o processo de financiamento direto para os povos indígenas. E, nesse sentido, o Xandia pretende conectar, né, através desse grande mecanismo e plataforma, conectar os diversos mecanismos e estratégias de fundos indígenas existentes nessa grande região representativa da Aliança Global. E aí, pegando aqui alguns exemplos, né, no Brasil, a PIB está discutindo a criação do seu Fundo Nacional, né, interligado numa grande rede de fundos indígenas dentro do Brasil, como é o caso do exemplo do Fundo Indígena Podale da Amazônia Brasileira, que é da COIAB, que é uma das organizações membros da APIB. Da mesma forma, fundos locais, dando alguns exemplos no Brasil, Fundo FINE do Rio Negro, né, o fundo na região do Conselho Indígena de Roraima, no estado de Roraima, fundos mais estaduais, e outros fundos mais locais ainda de territórios, como, por exemplo, o Fundo Caiapó, fundo de outros povos, né, mais localmente, criando essa grande rede de fundos. E no mesmo exemplo, nessa lógica de rede de fundo, né, os nossos irmãos da AMAN, na Indonésia, vêm trabalhando, né, a construção e já a implementação do fundo Nusantara, né, na região da Indonésia, e também do fundo IPAS, que inclusive vai ter o lançamento, né, do Fundo Solidariedade Paulinha da Ásia, né, que será lançado amanhã. Daqui a pouco podemos passar mais informações sobre o lançamento do fundo IPAS, dos companheiros da Indonésia. E, nessa mesma forma, o nosso companheiro da MPB vem trabalhando, né, já a implementação do fundo, né, territorial mesoamericano, né, podemos também passar mais informações detalhadas sobre este mecanismo de fundo da região da Mesoamérica. E, da mesma forma, o fundo da COICA, que já existe já há bastante tempo, né, o fundo né, indígena amazônico para toda a bacia amazônica, e os companheiros de Repaliac também na construção do seu mecanismo de fundo de financiamento na bacia do Congo. Com essa estratégia, essas organizações indígenas que compõem a Aliança Global apresentam o Xande, esta plataforma de mecanismo de fundo, para oportunizar e qualificar melhor o debate sobre financiamento direto para esses povos e comunidades locais diretamente nos seus territórios. Então, para isso que é o nosso evento do dia de hoje, nossos companheiros vão trazer aqui resultados, né, do relatório construído ao longo desse ano agora recente, né, de como que está esse financiamento para a comunidade, de como a gente pode, como o Nonete falou, convidá-los a ajudar a potencializar melhor esse financiamento direto a povos e comunidades locais, para a gente continuar nessas caminhadas conjuntas, né, no combate às mudanças climáticas e na proteção da vida de toda a humanidade. Então, acompanhe agora os resultados do trabalho de Xandia e da Aliança Global nesse nosso evento. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Kleber, for those compelling words. It's really important to recognize now that it is forging. The Shandia is a platform to forge this robust financing mechanism, unlocking benefits to all of indigenous peoples and all of mankind. The crucial link here lies in providing communities the funds to scale up. They are the scalers. A regenerative future is really inevitable with this facility offering a potent climate solution. So now I call on Mina Setra. Mina is representing the Alliance of Indigenous Peoples of the Archipelago in Indonesia and also a co-chair of the GATC. She will share key highlights from the report. Silakan.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Any show me spirit? Some spirit, please. For Sandia. Thank you so much. Okay. We are really happy that this study or this review can come out on time for the COP. And yeah, I will show you what we find from this one full year. Earlier this year, actually, we started the idea to tracking down how much fund that actually really received by indigenous peoples and local community on the ground, including the organization. So let's see. Next, please. Yeah. Okay. Just before we start, just to show you what Sandia is. Sandia is a common platform to promote and facilitate direct, long-term, effective, and sustainable funding to our peoples and communities. The vision of Sandia is that indigenous peoples and local communities have access to direct funding for actions that combat climate change, conserve biodiversity, and sustain our rights and self-determined development in our territories based on identity and traditional knowledge. Okay, next. What does Sandia do? Many people think that, some people think that, oh my God, so Global Alliance now have Sandia. No, they will get all the money and nothing left for other organizations. No, that's not it. As clarification. So, what Sandia do? Sandia is first support the establishment and strengthening the territorial funding mechanism governed by our peoples and communities. And second, facilitate the flow of funds to regional and national territories funding mechanism and support their capacity building process when needed. Third, strengthen the institutional capacities of our peoples and communities to access and manage funds. Fourth, facilitate strategic and sustained dialogue with donors to increase and improve funding for our peoples and communities. And fifth, exchange experience and good practices for ensuring transparency, accountability, flexibility, inclusion, and sustainability. Six, develop simple reporting, accounting, monitoring, and evaluation system and procedures that can be used and adapted by our institutions as well as by donors, allies, and partner organizations. And last, monitor the status and trends of funding allocated for and received by our people and communities. So this is actually the function of Sandia, the platform of Sandia. It is a platform for also to connect all the different mechanisms that already started, established, and growing now in different various indigenous communities. Okay, next. So in the beginning of 2023, we set ourselves the objective to deliver on Sandia by growing the national and regional mechanism, collecting data in bottom-up approach for better informed policy decisions. We hope by doing this study, we can show you real numbers, real data on actually to strengthen the previous study that already been done. Okay. Next. So our first data collection, we try to review based on 3 levels. Data on funds allocated by donors with focus on the amounts, sectors, and topics, geographical distribution, funding modalities. And the methodology is to review donor database, websites, and aggregated donor reports. So that's the first one. And then the second level is data on funds channeled to partners. The focus is the amount, modalities, sectors and topics that it's been supported, policies and practices, experiences and recommendations. And the methodology is distributions of, what is that? Question and questionnaire to global partners. And the third is the data funds received by our communities, indigenous organizations. We focus on how much the amount is, impacts, modalities, experience and recommendations, and the methodology is to interview. We conduct a few months interview in different organizations, questionnaires, focus group, review of reports. So this was what has been done in the last 8 months. So next. From this, from this we can say this is examples of what the finding is. There is a glaring contrast between our extremely limited access to funding and our crucial role with regards to climate change and biodiversity. For example, funding modality on bilateral donor A. So the finding, we found that it's only 1.19% channel to organizations of indigenous peoples and local communities. Actually, it's only for indigenous peoples. 0.19%. And compared to 99.81% channel to governments, NGOs, UN agencies, multilateral bank and etc. So you can see there's a big gap here. Then this is from bilateral donor. And one example from funding modality for philanthropy donor. 7% channel to indigenous peoples and local communities, 93% channel to multilateral agencies, NGOs, and etc. So you see the big difference here. Okay? Next. Besides seeing our own, we also try to see what the partners has been experienced. There is also a glaring contrast between our extremely limited access of funding and our roles. And you can see here, the amount of funds that we have is 100 to 500,000. 500,000, this is the partners that we try to review in this study. 500 less, and then 1 to 2 millions, 2 to 5 millions, 5 to 10 millions, and above 10 millions. It's only 6 partners. 2 partners, 5 to 10. So these are the numbers. And the problems that oftenly, the difficulties that we encounters dealing with the donors is the first, you can see there's a discrepancy between donors' priorities and our priorities. Requirement for government approval or support to projects. Oftenly, for big fund, like above 1 million or 2 million, sometimes they require that we have endorsement by the government, something like that. Requirement for co-funding. This also happen in many places. Like, why don't you co-fund? Why don't you work together? Co-sponsor, co-funding, or even co-proposals. And another one is complexity of application format. This happens in many different ways. Requirements related to budget, financial administrations, and reporting or audit. This you can find in many these problems in many indigenous organizations. Possibility to adjust time frame, work plan, or result during implementations. And then requirements related to monitoring, reporting, and evaluations. So these are the issues that many times it's come out in these studies. Okay, next. So we try to, looking at that, we try to see how actually the experience from different organizations, at least the first member of Global Alliance. We have here the APIB, Brazil, the indigenous peoples in Brazil protect 13% of Brazil national territories. That's a huge number. But APIB has annual budget averaging only 1.5 million annual budget. That's too small compared to their responsibility, not responsibility, what they have been doing, protecting their territories. That's really small. And now they are, no, not yet. Back, please. And now they are currently in the process of setting up their own funding mechanism for Brazil, yeah, which will be launched in 2024. So next year, they will launch their own funding mechanisms. And second is we try to look at Repaleak. Repaleak in Congo, DRC. Repaleak is a network of over 370 organizations linked by 8 networks that protect the second largest tropical forest, the Congo Basin in Burundi, Central African Republic, Chad, Rwanda, Gabon, Cameroon, and DRC. They have formally recognized rights to 4 million hectares of land recently. And they are in the process of issuing titles to over 20 million hectares. But despite their crucial role, the 18 Repaleak organization survey reported a total budget 4.1 million only. Yeah, that's for Africa. Next. And this is for AMPB, Mesoamerican Alliance of Peoples and Forests, who protect more than 10.5 hectares of forest, million hectares of forest and ecosystem in Mesoamerica. Its members' annual budget from 21-23 range between, can you imagine 53,000 and 553 something thousand. So small. Levy. The combined average budget of the MPB and FTM is currently about 1.7 million per year and is expected to grow, making it around 0.16%. Not yet, please. Who is playing with my presentation? Yearly per hectares protected. Okay. Now, for Indonesia, I think Indonesia is more lucky, probably. For Aman, over the past 5 years, operated with budget more than 20 million. But if you break down into annual budget, it's less than 5 million. With member of organization 2,565 member communities, which collectively manage 60 million hectares, encompassing forests, rivers, coastal, and other ecosystem. That is the budget that we have. Despite of what we already been done, mapping of 26.9 million hectares, including changing of policies, etc., etc. So these numbers, okay. So if you see all these numbers from all of these organizations, we can say that each of these organizations have funds between 500 to 5 million per year, which is small compared to what we do and how much communities that we have, how many communities we have to work with. It's very small, and also the range of area that we are working in. Okay, next. You can, if you want to see more and you want to know more about all these numbers, you can download the report that's already launched today, isn't it, Andrea? We can show you the link, you can download it, and you can read all the numbers. So, okay, we need, so after seeing all this data, what we need now is to have more precise donor data that can really show us how much money that actually reach the community, and to share the same language among actors. I feel like dancing with this. not finished yet. Hello. Okay. To share the same language among actors, because sometimes we have different language, what donors want with what we want. Actually, maybe the same things, but the language is different. We have to find a way to find a way to understand each other. Collective policy markers and more communications and in an accessible way. This is what we need. We need this to get to more trust-based relationship between donors and our organizations. Result-based receipt. Result-based receipt. Result-based report, supposed to be. Result-based report rather than result-based receipt. And better investments tailored to community needs. So sometimes in our experience, we have to serve what donor needs rather than they serve what we need. So we have to change that in the future. And we really appreciate what the donors have been doing in the last 2 years. We really appreciate the commitments that we try to find a way together on how to work this out. I got a question from one of the reporters today asking me why we need to involve. Oh, they said, why the amount of funds that come to indigenous communities is still small, despite of it's already 2 years been announced. Well, I think maybe everyone's still trying to find out what is the best way to channel these funds. And we appreciate that donors is working with us now to find a best strategy on how to channel these funds directly to communities. And I think we start to respond by start providing our own mechanisms. Okay, do we still have one or two? Next. On the annual Sandia Forum, we will track our progress toward better financing for our peoples and communities. So one of the Sandia, what the Sandia will do in the next years is we will have annual Sandia Forum that will bring up all the indigenous organizations and also donors together, so we can discuss progress on how is the implementation of these commitments. And next, we can scale up our works together. Trust and invest in us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mina. Amazing. Another set hands. It's really a compelling data that shows the stark contrast between the amount of land that indigenous peoples, local communities, Afro-descendants protect, and the amount of money that goes to them and their organizations and their knowledge, not to mention the amount of danger that they face protecting these territories. It's really important. Now we go to a panel. We have 25 minutes left, and we have 4 speakers, I think. 3 speakers and 1 commentator. So let me introduce them, and maybe as I introduce you, please come to the 4 seats. Joseph Itongwa Mokumo. He's hailing from the Bambuti indigenous community situated in the low altitudes of the Kausi Bega National Park in Walikale, North Kivu province. It's in the east of the DRC. He's holding the role as of a regional coordinator for the Indigenous Peoples and Local Network for the Management of Forests and Ecosystems in Central Africa. It's very long and it's in French. It's called REPALIAC, short, a strong partner of our Levi Sucre, next. Levi Sucre Romero is an indigenous Bribri Costa Rican, serves as the coordinator of the Mesoamerican Alliance of Peoples and Forests, AMPB, and representing the communities of Panama and Mexico. Next, we meet Cristiana Juliao. Thank you. We have a lady in our team. Thank you very much. We're very happy about that. A prominent figure from the Pacanraru peoples of Brazil. She serves as the women's representative for the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities and is an esteemed member of the Articulation of Indigenous Peoples of Brazil, APIBE. Christiane really brings valuable insights and the wealth of experience from for our discussions today. All right, I have a few questions, one question for each one. I'll start with the lady, Christiana. So, yes, I'll start with you. Ladies first. Okay. Are you ready? Okay. Why does funding need to be direct to Indigenous peoples and local communities? And can you provide some examples? Yeah.
Olá, boa tarde, mulheres e não mulheres. É muito bom, muito boa pergunta, assim, sobretudo depois da apresentação da Mina, porque ficou muito claro da importância que é, né, esse financiamento direto para povos indígenas. Primeiro, a gente está vendo uma desproporção muito gritante de proteção dos territórios, de proteção de salvaguarda desses territórios, com o que a gente consegue receber e o que a gente consegue fazer com o mínimo. Imagine se a gente realmente consegue um financiamento justo, né? Combater, para realmente lidar com a questão da justiça climática, com a incidência dos povos indígenas, como nas locais, com a incidência de mulheres, com a incidência de jovens. Então, é muito fundamental mesmo que esse financiamento seja cada vez mais direto, para que a gente consiga realizar ações, não só localmente, como acontece o exemplo lá em Meu Povo, que a gente está fazendo uma cozinha comunitária, o financiamento direto que a gente conseguiu do povo com uma instituição doadora, como também regionalmente, né? A gente tem exemplo aqui da Coiabe, que veio com uma população maravilhosa, participando por conta desses financiamentos que tem aportado a própria coordenação das organizações indígenas da Amazônia Brasileira e a própria PIB. Eu acho que vocês têm conhecimento, quem não, por favor, conheça. Nosso equipamento Terra Livre, né, é um grande espaço de mobilização indígena brasileira que congrega e fala em nome dos mais de 305 povos indígenas, em nome dos 7 biomas que acontecem no Brasil, né, porque a gente também precisa contar com o bioma marinho. Né? A costa atlântica toda ali é o bioma marinho, é Mata Atlântica, que vem Caatinga, que vem Cerrado, Pantanal, Pampa e Amazônia. Então, a gente precisa contar com tudo isso. São exemplos fundamentais que a gente precisa ter esse financiamento, porque nós estamos no território, nós conhecemos essas realidades e nós estamos apresentando para vocês. Juntos, podemos fazer realmente a justiça climática acontecer, podemos fazer com que essas incidências, essas participações e o acesso à justiça comum e à justiça climática, claro, evidentemente, possa se realizar efetivamente com a nossa participação. E temos dito muito isso, né? Nunca mais um mundo sem nós, porque não existe justiça climática sem reconhecer os territórios indígenas e os mais locais. É isso.
Thank you very much, Christiana. If the audience has questions, you can just raise your hand. Yeah, we still have time. Okay, question number 2 to Joseph. So why is direct financing based on indigenous and community principles more effective than any other form of climate financing? Joseph.
Merci beaucoup. Le Repaléac est un réseau sous-régional qui fait partie de la famille de l'Alliance globale. Et nous représentons l'Alliance globale au niveau du bassin du Congo. C'est un réseau de plus de 8 réseaux nationaux dans les 8 pays, Mina l'a cité. Nous avons le Rwanda, le Burundi, le Gabon, le Cameroun, la République démocratique du Congo et le Congo. Nous avons le Tchad et nous sommes 8 pays avec des réseaux nationaux qui ont des organisations. Et on arrive juste à plus de 300 organisations et des communautés de base. Je voulais apporter une précision sur la présentation, que les 4 millions d'hectares qui ont été donnés, ce n'est pas encore sécurisé. Nous avons un plan de sécurisation. Nous avons un plan stratégique de Repaléac de 2019 jusqu'à 2025. Ça y est, ici on peut partager. Et chaque réseau national a fait un cible jusqu'à atteindre 4 millions d'hectares en 2025. C'est une précision qu'on fait. Et là, je profite pour remercier les partenaires qui sont ici, qui appuient nos organisations et communautés de base à travers les pays. Je ne vais pas citer tout le monde, mais je vois parmi ces partenaires ici, qui sont ici comme Fonds Bezos, RRI, Rainforest, Tenure Facility, et beaucoup d'autres organisations qui travaillent avec nos communautés à travers les pays de l'Afrique centrale et des bassins du Congo. Je vous remercie parce que c'est à travers vous qu'on va atteindre notre cible de 4 millions d'hectares jusqu'à 2025. Mais il y a beaucoup, bien sûr, d'hectares qui restent encore. Si vous voyez les bassins du Congo, il y a beaucoup d'hectares de forêt. Alors, je reviens sur votre question quand vous parlez, et c'est important, mais c'est très important. Nous protégeons ces forêts sans moyens. Donc, ces territoires avec la biodiversité sont en superposition avec nos territoires traditionnels. Mais c'est la justice qu'il faut faire maintenant. Si nous arrivons à protéger ces forêts avec nos moyens et que ça contribue réellement aux bénéfices mondiaux, à l'humanité, l'accès direct au financement est très important. Et ça, le financement, ce n'est pas pour notre intérêt, c'est pour l'intérêt de la conservation de la biodiversité de ces territoires. Bien sûr, nous conservons pour notre identité, mais aussi ça profite pour l'humanité. Je crois que l'accès direct au fond, c'est aussi une justice pour les peuples autochtones et aider aussi la communauté. Merci.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Joseph, it's really important that indigenous peoples and local communities are known from this strategy, that it's their strategy. And it's from people who were elected to represent their own people. And they are working in partnership with other organizations. That's really also significant. They mentioned RFN, I think many others who are here. So everybody's working together. Yeah, thank you. Next, we have Levi Sucre. So the question for you, Levi, is in evidence of the report of the FTFG, what is your call to action to the donors and allies?
Gracias. Primero que hay que hacer notar, estoy escuchando a mí mismo. Hay que hacer notar que a un año del acuerdo del pledge del 1.7 billones en Glasgow, a un año después se nos informó que se había implementado el 7% del 1.7 billones. Al segundo año, que es este año donde estamos, se corrige esa cifra. Dicen, no era 7%, era 2.9% de inversión territorial apenas. Y el segundo año del acuerdo del pledge del 1.7 billones, el segundo año apenas logra colocar 2.1% de ese acuerdo a nivel de inversión directa territorial. O sea, vamos en retroceso. Nuestros estudios indican que por la cantidad de millones de hectáreas que protegemos las organizaciones, todas nuestras organizaciones reciben menos de $1 por año por proteger una hectárea de bosque, menos de un año. Y esto, yo no sé lo que están recibiéndolo en inglés, si lo están recibiendo bien, pero se lo voy a repetir. Y despacio para que los traductores lo escuchen. Nuestras organizaciones reciben menos de $1 por año, por hectárea para proteger el bosque. Y si es Mesoamérica, 16 centavos de dólar por hectárea. Pero tenemos que enfrentar políticas, leyes, criminalización, de todo con eso. Yo realmente quiero agradecerle a nuestros aliados cooperantes porque se abrieron su información para sacar todos estos datos. Nos dieron la información para lograr esto y se los agradezco porque tenemos esperanza de que todavía hay mucha conciencia de mejorar esto. Y cuando vemos el informe de Mina que nos presentó, se enumeraron como 7 razones por la cual no se logra financiamiento directo territorial. Eso solo nos da una gran lección. Los esquemas de financiamientos diseñados en los últimos 30, 40 años fueron construidos sin la participación de nosotros, sin pensar en los pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales. Se hicieron quién sabe en cuáles edificios y nunca nos tomaron en cuenta a construir esos mecanismos. Eso es toda la realidad. No somos parte de la construcción de los mecanismos y las herramientas para la inversión territorial directa. Por eso hemos estado proponiendo Shandia como mecanismo. Por eso estamos sentados en la mesa de ustedes. Aquí tenemos a mi amigo de Noruega que está con nosotros en la mesa, discutiendo. No estamos ahí porque queremos estar, no queremos venir a las COP porque queremos pasear. Venimos a dialogar, a construir juntos, a cambiar este esquema que por los últimos 30, 40 años ha tenido a nuestros pueblos en el abandono. Muchas gracias.
Very important. The report is going out to social media right now. Yes, it's gone out. Yes, thank you. So you can all access the report. It's on the data. Yes, maybe we can put the link. Yes, to everyone. Yeah, the link is.
Okay, hello, thank you.
Global Alliance.
ME. So there are 2 ways. One is the QR code here on the TV. So you just scan the QR code.
Yes.
And the second way is www.globalalliance.me/Shandia.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Yes, Levy, that was very important. Less than $1 per hectare per year. It is a very important data. And let's reflect and think about that. So if there are questions, this is the time before I ask Kevin for comments. Yes, please.
I'm a journalist. Very interesting presentation. I'll ask in English. I'd like to know what is your opinion about this Brazilian proposal that has been put forward by the Brazilian government and President Lula, who was here. There's a Brazilian proposal that would include a lot of countries with tropical forests, and I'm thinking about Africa and I guess Mesoamerican countries too. It's a proposal that it's put forward as a new, in the sense that they would give money for each hectare that is being preserved, and there's a penalty for the governments for each hectare of forest that is being lost on the forest. So I was wondering if you know about this proposal, and what do you think about it?
Who would like to? Yes, Cristiana.
Realmente é uma iniciativa bem ousada, né? A gente pensa assim, uma coisa é sonhar, outra coisa é tornar real. Porque no meio do caminho sempre tem alguns desvios, sempre tem que negociar. Então, a ideia inicial, a proposta inicial, soa muito boa. Mas se você olha para aquela foto ali do fogo, aquela realidade ali, como é que a gente recupera uma realidade daquela? Se a responsabilidade acaba sendo nossa. Nós somos as vítimas e nós temos que solucionar também situações como essa. Porque a questão do fogo discriminatório no território brasileiro, em todo o território brasileiro, não só na Amazônia, mas, sobretudo, o que tem acontecido no Cerrado, no Pantanal e na Caatinga, é também fruto desse desvirtuar da intenção. A gente está lançando as ideias, o governo vem com muitas ideias boas, isso é verdade, dentro do próprio governo federal, como dentro do próprio Ministério dos Povos Indígenas agora, mas, no meio do caminho, é igual um poema brasileiro, no meio do caminho tinha uma pedra, sabe, tem uma pedra no meio do caminho. E são essas negociações que eu temo, assim, pelo menos eu, Cristiane, temo que, no final, o resultado não seja a ideia inicial. Por agora, pode até ser maravilhoso, inovador, tal, mas, assim, o final é temido por os exemplos que a gente já vem tendo, por acordos que são feitos, são pactuados, mas não são executados, não são respeitados. Diga-se o Acordo de Paris, entre outros, né? E por aí a gente se vai. Então, assim, o medo que eu tenho é de ser uma proposta linda e maravilhosa agora e depois conta chegar mais cara ainda para a gente que está no território. Esse é meu medo. Porque aqui se negocia vidas, não com a gente. Não sei se eu te respondi.
It's an opportunity, but a challenge. Let me ask Kleber to add some insights.
Obrigado, Nonete. Só para complementar, acho que a resposta de Cris vem muito, né, de consenso com o que eu vou falar, mas a proposta do Fundo de Florestas para Sempre, lançado agora aqui na COP pelo presidente Lula, ela tem uma intenção muito boa, muito positiva, mas para a gente acha que o governo, e não só o governo brasileiro, né, os vários governos ainda não entenderam que a melhor forma para se combater, de fato, né, o desmatamento e para se alcançar as metas que estão sendo aí colocadas, né, de combate ao desmatamento e em relação à questão das mudanças climáticas, é a demarcação dos nossos territórios, é a titulação dos nossos territórios. Nos últimos 30 anos, né, segundo dados, né, oficiais, nos últimos 30 anos, né, quase 70 milhões de hectares de florestas nativas foram perdidas, né, e um pouco mais de 1% foram em territórios indígenas. Ou seja, está mais do que comprovado que a eficácia de titulação, de garantia do direito territorial aos povos indígenas é a melhor forma de combater o desmatamento. A criação de unidade de conservação é a melhor forma de combater o desmatamento. Nesse sentido, o Fundo, né, de Florestas para Sempre, lançado pelo governo brasileiro, que tem o objetivo de arrecadar 250 bilhões de dólares, ele já sai com um déficit gigantesco para com os povos indígenas, que são os maiores preservadores de florestas em pé ao longo de toda a década, de toda a humanidade. Então, acho que para a gente é uma iniciativa que tem um olhar muito bom de combater o desmatamento, porém pouco, né, fala ainda sobre como que, né, se vai garantir a titulação de territórios indígenas, que é uma das formas mais eficazes hoje de se combater o desmatamento.
Yes, we have to speed up the perspective so it can be seen by government. Any more comments? Thank you for that, Kleber. Yes. Amy? Do you want? No. Okay. Yes.
Undo.
Hi there. Thank you all for your wonderful presentations. How confident are you that that number will increase significantly next year based on the conversations you're having with donors now? And are they saying that the money is there and it's an administrative thing, or what's your sense on how quickly it can increase?
Do you want to answer? Mina, you can add. Yeah.
¿Puedo y después Mina?
Levy.
Pues esperanza. esperanza tenemos, porque estamos en la mesa de diálogo hablando, porque estamos unidos las voces de nuestros continentes en este tema y porque tenemos propuestas concretas sobre esto. La plata sí está ahí, siempre ha estado ahí, pero no se ha encontrado el camino hacia nosotros. Y esperamos que el diálogo constructivo, la co-construcción de esto pueda mejorar en el próximo año. Además hay un factor importante. En el informe de Minas se identificaron dónde está el problema. Ya lo sabemos ahora. Ahora es trabajar sobre ellos. Mina, you can say something?
Mina.
Just to add to it, I think we really hope that in the next few years we can have that increase these funds to communities, especially because in our response to this, we already started establishing our own funding mechanism. So we hope that donor is not confused anymore on where or how to channel their fund. We have it. So yeah, we just need to move it forward.
Yes, we just need to move it forward. So more questions? Yes. Joseph.
Oui, j'espère qu'il y a besoin de moyens et dans les prochaines étapes, il faut voir comment augmenter ces moyens. Parce que quand nous parlons par exemple de 4 millions d'hectares, et un pays comme nous avons des sous-régions, le bassin du Congo, avec 8 pays. Si je prends par exemple les camps de l'Afrique centrale, même les moyens qui sont alloués ne sont pas suffisants et il y a certains pays qui ont encore besoin. Nous prenons par exemple, il y a les pays comme la Centrafrique, il y a aussi les pays, le Cameroun. Il y a beaucoup de communautés qui n'accèdent pas encore à ces moyens. Ce qui veut dire qu'il y a encore besoin d'augmenter suffisamment de moyens pour qu'on puisse bien travailler et conserver encore les territoires. Donc, l'appel de Chandia de développement des mécanismes propres au niveau de chaque sous-région est une priorité. Nous venons d'organiser au mois de mai un forum, le tout premier forum des femmes autochtones d'Afrique centrale. C'était au mois de mai. Et il y a une feuille de route. Il y a beaucoup de groupes, de structures de femmes autochtones qui étaient là avec le gouvernement de la République du Congo. Et nous aurons un événement ici demain, mardi, pour présenter les résultats de cela. Vous allez voir, il y a beaucoup de demandes des communautés. Ce n'est pas pour elles-mêmes, mais c'est pour justement comment ils peuvent renforcer le travail sur le terrain. Donc, il y a encore besoin de fonds pour renforcer ce travail. Voilà.
Thank you, Joseph. Working together and really looking at the networks that do this. I would pass the baton now to Kevin. Kevin is the program officer of the Ford Foundation. His closing remarks. It's been a pleasure guiding you. Thank you.
Okay. So I think what you've heard today is the story of two annual reports. One annual report is the Indigenous Peoples and Local Community Forest Tenure Pledge Annual Report 2022 to 2023. And the other is the Shandia Annual Report 2023. One thing they have in common is that they both have terrible names, but I think that's where the similarities stop. Because the annual report on the Forest Tenure Pledge is a report about incremental change. And the annual report about Shandia is a report on sectoral transformation. So what do I mean by that? Forest Tenure Pledge Funders Group, we calculate that last year in 2022, we provided almost $500 million in funding for the tenure rights and forest guardianship of Indigenous peoples and local communities. And that over the first 2 years of the pledge, we've funded 815 million for those activities, and that puts us almost halfway towards realizing the pledge goal of $1.7 billion. Now, I do want to take a moment to recognize that that does represent a significant change in terms of funding for this sector. And behind that is some incredible work. For example, Christian Samper and the Bezos Earth Fund got 10 other donors to commit to $5 billion over 10 years for biodiversity conservation. That's the largest funder's pledge ever for that topic. And he got them to commit that at least 20% of that funding, and possibly well more than that, is going to go to supporting Indigenous peoples and local communities. That's an amazing achievement. Behind that is the leadership of governments like Norway and the United States, Germany, the UK, the Netherlands, in continuing to put this issue on the agenda and in building the narrative that to battle climate change, to protect forests, we need to invest in strengthening the rights of Indigenous peoples and local communities. The data sets are not totally comparable, but we know from Rainforest Foundation Norway that on average over the last 10 years, about $270 million a year has been going towards this topic. Our report this year, and that's from all sources, including multilateral funders, our report from this year from our group of 22 bilaterals and philanthropic donors shows that we're almost at $500 million a year. So we are making progress, and I think that's really important. Now, the bad news. We're not making progress fast enough, and we're not making progress in all the ways that we need to make progress. So our report also shows that only about 2% of the funding that we provided in 2022 went directly to Indigenous peoples and local communities. And that's a stark number, but there's lots of stark numbers in climate finance of 1% or 2%, or, right? Everything is hugely underfunded. But what stood out to me is the calculation that in Mexico and Central America, this is 16 cents per hectare of forest that's being protected. Now, we know protecting forests is a cost-effective climate solution, but it's not that cost-effective. So there is still an enormous gap that's not being met. And what we've seen is huge progress in building the capacity of Indigenous and local community organizations, and funding to those organizations has not kept up with the improvements that they've made to their capacity. So they've kept their end of the bargain. We need to keep ours. That brings us to the Shandia report. So one of the things I want to call out about the Shandia report is this incredible ecosystem of Indigenous and local community funds that's been built over the last several years. If you read that report, you will see that, for example, the Nusantara Fund, which was just launched in May of this year, has already raised $3 million. It's got a track record of 30 incredible pilot projects, and it's just launched its full call for proposals. That's amazing. If you read the Shandia report, you will see that the Mesoamerican Territorial Fund, building on initial investments well over $1 million, has just in October released a new round of funding, $700,000 for 16 projects with Indigenous and local community organizations, including 4 women's Indigenous organizations in Mexico and Central America. That's amazing. You will see that there is an incredible ecosystem of funds from across Brazil, the Amazon and beyond, and that APIB is building a national fund that builds on that progress. That's amazing. And you will see that this is spreading to Repeliac, to Khoika, to the Asian Indigenous Peoples Fund, IPAS, and beyond. Probably 30 or 50, maybe even 100 of these local community funds have sprung up in the last 2 or 3 years. So the ecosystem of funds that's been developed is there for us donors to help us solve this problem, right? We know that it's difficult for many Indigenous and local community organizations to deal with our sometimes absurd requirements, that it can be difficult for donors to manage lots of grants, right? Because we have a lot of money to get out and not a lot of people to do that work of getting that money out. And we know that we need help in finding the organizations that are going to give us the best return on our investment, right? So Indigenous and local community funds can help us solve those problems. This can concentrate the ability within the Indigenous and local community movements to respond to the administrative and financial management requirements of donors. That's good. It can allow us to devolve responsibility for making decisions about what gets funded to the people closest to the ground who know best what work needs to take place. And it allows us to claim incredible results because we know already with very small levels of investment, these funds are accomplishing incredible things. So I actually feel very positive about the state of our sector right now because I think we're on the cusp of a transformation. We still need more money, of course. The IPLC pledge is not nearly enough, even if we are successful in implementing it. We still need to do way more work to get money directly to Indigenous peoples and local communities. But Indigenous peoples and local communities around the world have built the groundwork that's going to let that happen. They are remaking the architecture for climate finance, and they've put an invitation out to donors to join them in doing that, and I hope we will RSVP. Thank you.
I think that's the end of our event, unless others want to stay and talk. Yes, Mina, please.
One thing I want to say, thank you to Christensen Fund to support us for this study and also the assistance of Charapa to recognize them for their support. Thank you. Okay.
Christian, thank you.